Good morning, and welcome to the work session for the Pitkin County Board of Commissioners on Tuesday, November 14th. We are very embroiled with brilliant budget presentations by Connie and all the departments who bring their budgets to us. And today we're starting with the Prosperous Economy budget presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Connie Baker, Pitkin County Budget Director. I will share my screen and we'll get the presentation going.
Embroiled in budget, what did you say? It was
Brilliant
the
budget.
alliteration, brilliant budget, very well, brilliantly alliterated.
Kelly's trying to get on. She says her Zoom link isn't working right now.
Okay, today is the Prosperous Economy Strategic Plan Core Focus Area. This is the last section of the county's strategic plan that we'll be looking at in regards to budget. The Prosperous Economy section of the strategic plan contains a few success factors: sustainable economy and employment, affordable and quality health care options, high-performing county leaders, teams, and employees, and responsible and accountable stewardship of county assets. There are quite a number of different departments and funds that are a part of this section, and you can see them listed here in the order that they'll be presented today, starting with Finance, Treasurer, Clerk and Recorder Elections, Assessor, County Attorney, Information Technology, HR, Health Insurance, Risk, County Manager, Board of County Commissioners, Community Relations, and Resiliency. So we've got quite a lineup today.
Morning, John.
This is the smallest section of the county's budget if we group them by the strategic plan. It's about 20% of the total proposed budget, and that's about $47.6 million. The largest section that you see on this chart is for fund administration and transfers. We have quite a large number of transfers out of the general fund, both to support ongoing operations of other funds, as most notably human services and public health, but also for capital projects. And the capital transfers total $8.9 million, so you can see how this becomes a pretty significant part of the budget. Health insurance is the next largest section. The county is self-insured, and so we put enough in that health insurance budget to cover our claims. And then county manager's section on this chart includes also resiliency and community relations, debt service, close to $5 million, and so on.
What does resiliency mean in this context? It's not like our battery system.
No,
Something else.
resiliency I should say community resiliency. And that would be Ashley's area, which includes climate, but also childcare and
Childcare and affordable housing are the areas that we're focused on. That's not always inclusive of what all is considered resiliency in organizations, but that is our focus.
Okay, great. Thanks.
As always, we present a 3-year comparison so you can see 2022 actual results, or the original 23 budget, and then the 2024 proposed budget. And so you get an idea of a comparison, which departments are increasing, which are decreasing. And overall, in this section of the budget, we're looking at an increase just shy of 10%. Okay, and then I'm going to kick it off to my colleagues here from Finance and Treasurer.
Okay, well, hello, I'm Ann Driggis, the Chief Financial and Administrative Officer and Treasurer and Public Trustee. And I have with me here Liz Woods, who's the Finance Director, and Naju is the Chief Deputy Treasurer. And they really do a lot of the work, but I wanted to present it here. There's the our org chart right here. So there's me on the left, and then Naju, Connie, and Liz, who head up each of the various areas of our department, and I will hand it over to them to present their sections. So,
All right. Hi, Liz. Hi.
I think finance is first, right?
Yes. So pop quiz, how many transactions does finance process each year? And you
I
already
know.
have the answer, so this is a little bit.
Question the word
That's a harder one.
approximately. This is finance. They use the word approximately,
Yeah.
not actually.
Because I didn't want to do it down to the 0.20. No.
Well,
was
you
looking
didn't
for
count today or yesterday, I'm sure.
So approximately 26,000 transactions, and that number is increasing pretty significantly year over year.
We just have to stop spending money.
That would change the number.
Yes, it would. Yes. So our main priorities for the 2024 budget for procurement, they are right now implementing the OpenGov procurement software, which we're all, I think, really excited about because that will help speed up, hopefully, and also help us figure out where like bottlenecks might be in that process, and also like some more accountability there. And also just making the process easier, I think, on everybody. So that is supposed to go live in November, but that will, continue. Pieces of it will probably continue into next year, and then that will be an ongoing cost. That was already approved as a supplemental in 2023, but it's a new ongoing cost in 2024.
Hey, Liz,
Excuse me
can
for
I-
1 second.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, did Kelly get on, Rosa? Okay, great.
I wanted to ask a question.
Yes.
Because it seems as if we're always
There she is.
buying new software, but I think it's because you were talking about OpenGov previously. But how often does software last, and how often do we feel compelled to switch out the operating systems? It just seems like,
So we've never
Always
had
happening.
a software for procurement. The only
Okay,
thing
so
that
this
we've
is-
used
this
for
is brand new.
procurement is DocuSign, which was just to sign the contract. So procurement has never actually had a software, and so this is a new software that will be able to like create templates and like somebody like myself, if I have a new we have new auditors or something like that, and I need to start the process for going through an RFP. I can submit the request basically through the software and say like this is what I'm looking for and kind of help build the RFP document. But we would have like some boilerplate stuff in there for our procurement process and
Right.
policies and stuff like that already built in. And then the scoring will also be done in there. So all of this stuff has been being done in Word, Excel, Google Sheets,
you have
DocuSign.
to subscribe to all those things
Yes.
already.
So
Right.
all of those
Yeah.
other things. So they have never had something separate. So this is very specific. So this is not something that you're going to find in any ERP out there. So that is why it's not part of our current tool suite.
And ERP is Enterprise Resource Planning
I was trying to
System.
think
It's our backbone system. And Greg, in my 20-plus years, I've done 2 implementations on ERPs
Only
to kind of. Now there's constant upgrades
Right.
and that sort of thing, but they are major implementations when that happens. But yeah, as Liz said, this is really an add-on from those backbone systems to try and consolidate what is now spread across 3 or 4 or 5 different platforms. And I will say, as we become more aggressive in our capital expenditures and such, the pressures on procurement increase almost exponentially.
Be more precise
Yeah.
about it too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
sorry.
their number of contracts that they are dealing with each year has gone up significantly year over year for the last since right before COVID. Basically, it was already increasing, and then COVID just kind of shot them over the
Well,
roof
it
there.
it certainly makes sense to me. I'm always so wary because when in my field, the annual subscription and upgrades and all the stuff you had to do for fear of losing everything you had acquired and archived, just to drive me crazy till I finally purged myself of it. So good luck.
Yeah.
It's like it's an addiction, right? The first one's free.
But I think one of the great benefits of this new software is the departments will be able to just go in and see where their RFPs and contracts are in the process, whereas before they would all be emailing procurement and
Right.
they were inundated, and
No, I
this way they
completely
can go
support
in
the
and
work,
actually
the
have
efficiency that
ownership and
comes
some
from it.
agency
Yeah.
in their own RFP and contract process.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's all.
And then the other thing, like you'll see, I'm sure, for a lot of departments is the staff retention and training. So that is also continues to be a big priority for us this coming year. Another big project that we're working on is updating our policies and procedures for finance. It's not something that's ever happened in recent history. So I'm not sure exactly when the last time that process was done, but it's been a long time. So that's a process that we're going through. And then process improvement as well. As we continue to change as an organization, things are constantly changing. And so we have to, be flexible and be able to change with those changes that are happening. And for the treasurer.
So I think staff training is really something that I want to work this next year. We have a lot of new reporting to the state. We have a lot of new things coming up due to the increase of taxes mostly. So I wanted to make sure that everybody, or at least some of us, not only me, have the chance to go to all the treasurer and public trustee conferences that happen throughout the year. So this is one thing, and staff training that we want to really make it happen. Record retention too. It's a very expensive process, especially to work with our historical books. So I want to see what can be stored in a safer place than our current situation that we have in our vault. Some things can go to the state records. So this is one new thing in our budget. And I wanted to upgrade our website just because of more people asking questions. Again, because of the taxes going up. I just wanted to create a more friendly place for payments, for researches, and everything related to the treasures.
How much has our online payments gone up?
Over like 43%.
Yeah, especially since COVID, I think. We've really been pushing the online payment system. So.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is there it just popped into my mind. Is there any kind of state requirement, et cetera, for employees in the Treasurer's Department to be able to interface face-to-face with the public? Like, I mean, can you do everything online and have nobody in the office?
I don't think so, because we still allow for like cash payments. A tax link sale, in order to be redeemed, needs to be like a cashier's check, a wire, or cash.
So there's
some people
something
will
that has,
still,
there's some interaction that needs to be made at some point for some things.
yes.
Great, thank you.
So for our combined 2024 budget, we have no major changes, but we do have a pending position request that is going to be split with HR. And Melissa's going to come up here and talk to this position quickly as well, so that we can just kind of give you a little bit of kind of just forewarning that this is something that we're discussing and some issues that we're having, so that we're prepared, or you're prepared, if we come back for a position request at this time.
Another FTE?
Yes.
Hi, Melissa.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So Melissa, HR Director, this position request, pending position request is a 0.5 FTE for finance and a 0.5 FTE for HR. So it would be a split FTE. The things that we're really running into is that, I kind of alluded to it earlier, is one, transactions are going up significantly. The landscape is changing, both from an HR perspective and from a finance perspective. There's a lot more reporting requirements that are happening year after year, from new federal, state laws, other things, initiatives that maybe the board does. So if we take on the jail, for instance, we're going to have more reporting that we're going to have to do there, because it's probably going to be a very scrutinized project, right? So we're going to want to be transparent for that. There are things like the, God, you're going to have to kind of remind me of all the different changes that have happened in the HR landscape, but it's things like the, there's new leave, the state passed the ballot question, I think was 2 years ago, about the additional leave, and that created the new Pick and Leaves program. There are things that are changing in the workers' compensation landscape. There are recruitment laws that have changed. There is equal pay for equal work. Thank you. So like there's all of these things that are changing in the HR and finance. We have, for instance, the GASB 87, which was leases. We have GASB 96 coming up, which is software.
Software as a service.
Software as a service reporting, basically. So we continue to have these changes that are around reporting. That is, and these are not just like one-time things. We have to continue to report on these things going forward. And that's a big process that we've been struggling with internally. And so it's something that we think that a new position could really help us with. The other thing that we have is, for instance, OpenGov as a tool. We would like to utilize that more. Be able to do really cool reports for the public so that they can look up information themselves, or we can generate that information very easily for the public when needed. The other thing is being able to provide better workforce reporting. So things that, God, what would, sorry.
So
I'm
like
gonna pass it off here.
No, you're doing a great job on all the HR stuff. Additional workforce analytics. So that would be things like ensuring that our numbers around retention are transparent and turnover, head count, so forth and so on. And you sort of alluded to this, but technology is changing extremely quickly, as we all know right now. And so having a dedicated FTE to support the systems that we interface with as HR and finance it's extremely important to keep up with the modernization of everything. And there are quite a few additional opportunities that we're looking at in terms of implementing services for employees internally. So like our managers don't have access to employees' pay, for example. So there's just different modules that, we would love to roll out to the organization so they have information at their fingertips.
Yeah, and part of the reason that we haven't rolled out some of these modules was because we were actually cut short in our implementation because of COVID. So we were still in implementation of our ERP system when COVID hit. Luckily, we were most of the way through, so we were able to, process payments online and do things process payments remotely. Which, if we would have still been in our previous system, none of that stuff would have been possible. We would have had to completely rehauled our what we were doing basically to be able to get payments out and pay employees and all those things. But the process was cut short, and since we've been kind of dealing with the aftermath of COVID for the last couple of years, we haven't had a chance to really dig into implementing those additional modules as well. And sorry, Kelly, you have a question?
I do, thank you. How is this role different from the business process analyst that is assigned to your departments?
So we need more support because we do have so much more reporting capability, or not capability, we have so much more reporting that we need to do. So we would see this person as kind of being embedded in HR and finance so that we have our dedicated similar to a business process analyst, but we're thinking that it's more in line with Jeremy Duncan out at Dispatch, where he is doing stuff solely for Dispatch. for their process improvements and everything like that. And that's kind of how we see this position, because not only do we need the reporting piece, but we also need somebody who can actually like look at our processes and or new processes that come up because of new laws and regulations, and help us implement changes to our processes. So it's not necessarily just an IT thing. We see it as also like workflow business processes as well. Does that answer your question?
Yes, but it raises a little more confusion for me because I thought the business process analysts were doing that type of work. Not, we have an IT contract that deals with IT. So I guess I'm a little confused as to what the differentiation is between the two, and how many departments is your business process analyst support from BITS supporting?
And so, Kelly, that's one of the reasons I think this is pending. We wanted to do some more analysis is to understand better kind of the unique functions and what's still on the plate. And that's why this one is not recommended at this time, but would be in a pending status to do exactly kind of analysis you're talking about, because we're asking the same questions about the logic of embedding versus, what's the crossover with the business process analyst and IT? What is their workload to be able to, and we needed some more time to map that out. So that's one of the reasons. You're asking the exact question that we are asking and wanted some more time to answer.
Okay, I'd like to understand too if what the 10-year plan might look like for as far as you can see into the horizon, or if the if this is a transitional position. It'd be helpful to think through that a little bit too.
Yeah, and we can certainly have that discussion. I think one of the unknowns for us is what Liz was talking about. A lot of what shifted are the reporting requirements. Some of those are driven by state law. Some of them are driven through professional standards like GASB, which I've totally forgotten what GASB stands for.
Governmental Accounting Standards Board.
Got it. Okay. Making changes. So, any predictions we make will be subject to, any changes, further changes that may come down from those bodies.
Francie?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot to convince me on this one, guys. Looking at the number of employees between the two departments, there's 15 employees now in finance. I'm going back to the old days, and I know that there's more stuff that needs to be done, but we have so many employees. I would need to see what the job descriptions are for the employees that we have now and how we can better utilize those skills, or if it's reporting, who can actually take that on. Because I just see us just keep loading on employees because of, I hear this from every department, employee retention, too much work, not enough people, more reporting, more processes, more technology. And I'm not seeing anything that's persuading me to want to hire more people until I know what the people we have are doing. Mm-hmm. And I know people are working hard. I'm not saying that our staff is not working hard, but we just can't keep adding employees and then saying, and then blaming it on the state's new requirements. And, we need, because then we'll just keep adding employees because the state's going to keep adding requirements. So maybe there's a better fix. So that's what I would be hoping for.
And I will just add that it's not just the, yes, the state processes and the federal processes that are changing, but it's also the landscape of HR and finance that are changing as well. There's things that are happening in the technology area of like AI, for instance, of like we want to make sure that we stay ahead and that we're on the cutting edge there in all of our technology resources that we are doing, instead of being behind the ball and trying to play catch up as well. So that is another piece of what we foresee needing in the near future for both of our departments, because there's some really cool things that are happening that really help the public in these areas. We're actually getting ready. The internal services team is getting ready to do a AI policy, a temporary policy, to kind of keep us again ahead of this thing that is happening so fast, this changing landscape.
Well, again, as Kelly said, we do have, we have an IT department. We do have a contracted person in IT department also. So, when the board has to look at FTEs, we don't just look at one department. We have to look at the whole county and what we're doing with staffing levels. And so that's what makes it tough for us to say this staff person in this department is warranted and say no to another department. Because we have to look at the entire picture, not just focus on one department. So it makes it tough for us to understand how we cannot be working better together.
And this is not a decision point.
Yeah, but
for
we're
today.
discussing it, so
Yeah,
my opportunity.
I don't agree with Patty in this case. I believe that you guys have thought about this pretty carefully, and being the finance department, I'm sure you've seen the repercussions to our budget that come with this. And also, I think that we collect taxpayers' dollars in order to serve the public, and this seems like a better way to serve the public, so.
I can understand that, but the better way to serve the public would be to look at how we're using our funds in every department and how we can work together, rather than each department coming in with requests. Let's look at the whole picture.
Well, I think that might be true of some departments, but probably not finance, since they're very familiar with the impact of their requests on our entire budget. So,
Right, well, we can argue more later. We can discuss it more later.
Greg?
I hear what Patty's saying, and I do kind of sympathize, because we've seen this, and it occurs to me, we've never had a report from staff on positions that have become obsolete. Like everything's changing, AI is coming in. Are there any jobs that really aren't needed anymore, and can those people pivot? Like, it would be interesting to know how is, I'm sure everybody's training, going to classes and doing everything they can. I also understand the increased workload, the unfunded mandates from the state and all that require a bigger workload. But the one thing we never hear about is, we don't need to do this anymore, because what do we get? Is it, annually?
Like double entry scribes?
And that, yeah.
Well, who knows? Are people still using cursive, in the back room? I don't know. It's not an unfair question to ask, but I also understand, I completely trust and believe that your departments are on top of this, but I share Patty's concern that it's so amazing. We just keep growing and growing, no matter what, we're growing. If there's a recession coming, we're still growing, maybe a little slower. If the recession doesn't come, we keep growing. And taxpayers are concerned about that, I think. And I think we're the ones who are supposed to be skeptical and scrutinizing. Mm-hmm. So while I trust you all implicitly, we need the justification. So when people ask us, like, why the hell are you keep hiring more people, we can give them a good answer.
Mm-hmm. If you look at the number of transactions that we have, and the number of accounts payable positions to process that number of transactions with our old system and how things were done in the past, we probably would have needed double or triple the number of employees.
Right. Well, that's actually really useful information. As
So
we're
we've
becoming more
kept-
efficient, but we're still growing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
but
get
we
that.
have technology, so
And
now we
we-
have to have a person to manage the technology that's managing the growth in these transactions.
that
So
is-
that's supposed to be
yeah.
solving the problem, not creating a new position, creating a new
Well,
problem.
and technology does require management. There's
That's why we have
no
an
doubt
IT
about
department.
it. And if it is a goal of the boards to do less, we are going to need direction from the board what to do less
I
of.
don't think we're saying do less. I
And-
think we're saying let's see if we can be more efficient with what we have. Difference.
Well, I understand there's a limit to that, but I was hearing just in terms of the growth, for example, Greg, that that the budget is the opportunity to have that discussion, which is why we present all the things, and by staff's best estimate, what we need to do to professionally support it. So that's all the discussion is, and we're not recommending this because we want it at this point because we want some more time to work through some of the same questions that you're asking, like what is the overlap, what is the workload between the functions that you brought up, and is this the right way to try and solve this problem? But we are feeling a resource gap.
Yeah. And this
right
is the
now.
time to do it,
Yeah.
right? Now's the time to have the conversation. So I appreciate this.
So what do you see as sort of a synopsis of why we have so many county employees now compared to 10 years ago? So I've heard, given that our population hasn't really increased, what is
So there's probably a few factors affecting that. One is we've taken in-house functions that were previously outsourced over the last decade. For example, one of the ones that we're talking about, IT, used to be outsourced to the city. Those were not considered the county's FTEs. Similarly, the landfill, some of our custodial services, so on and so forth. In other cases, we've done some more outsourcing.
Well, let me just stop there for 1 second
Yeah.
before you go to outsourcing. So when we had other organizations or people doing those jobs, it was still costing us money. They just weren't called FTEs.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so go ahead with the
And so
outsourcing.
we always look at, what is the best way to manage that in terms of achieving what the board particularly wants to achieve, what's most efficient. We've had a trend of bringing stuff in-house. So that's one reason. The other reason is, as Connie indicated, the number of transactions going up is representative of increased activity levels. I think if you look at our level of capital spending and capital maintenance over the last 10 years, it has increased significantly from the previous decade, which is all project related, right? That's all that's good. That's us putting stuff on the ground and making things happen. But as we increase those transactions, we need both the back office capacity to manage it and to manage the human resources and those reporting requirements, as well as the positions to actually do those jobs. And so this year we've got a lot of our climate projects that have been add-ons, and we've been able to get some grant funding for those and those sorts of things. A lot of organizations our size, even though aren't doing the number and breadth of projects that we're doing, whether it be open space acquisitions or environment projects or facilities projects.
Human services.
Those sorts of things. And so as we've tried to adjust our service levels to try and meet at least what we understand to be board priorities, and so if we're misunderstanding that, then we need to have that conversation. But as we've tried to adjust the service levels to meet what we understand to be board expectations in these different areas, it has led, Greg, I think, to what you're talking about, which is we've increased, right? We've increased our services, we've increased the projects that we're doing, and we've taken more on internally. That's not exactly the elevator speech, but that's how I'd answer it.
That was great. Thank you very much, John.
Another
Very clarifying.
Another thing to consider is what were we not doing before? What reporting requirements were we simply not doing because we didn't have the technology to do it, and it would have taken so much staff time, and we didn't have the staff, and we simply didn't do it. So there were many things that simply weren't being done.
Okay.
And this, just real quick, this brings me back to the point, we need to have a policy discussion on staffing. We have 15 employees in a department. We need to have warm bodies in this building to provide face-to-face public service, because that's what we're here for, is the public. So we'll have that discussion hopefully sooner than later.
It'll probably be in the first quarter, given your calendars right now.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna still be here.
Kelly and Steve, did you want to contribute to this conversation at all? No? Okay. You're so happy with the way things are, you have nothing to say, right, Steve?
Well, moving on, this is the proposed budget for finance.
I'm sorry,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I will just jump in. Yeah, I do appreciate this. I think, and I don't need this for right now, but maybe if there is time, we can find time next year. I do think a little bit more of a detailed unpacking of this conversation would be meaningful for me. You know, I've sat with like my 2018 budget and my 2024 budget, and you know, and there's a narrative to tell there, and just the increase in the organization and in the budget that I think would be helpful to do at a more detailed level, rather than I think kind of the, you know, the 30,000 foot explanations. You know, this is something I feel like is appropriate for us to do every 5 to 10 years to really understand the trajectory of the community and the services that we're providing. Because I do still sort of have some ambiguity around this that feels a bit uncomfortable. And you know, there, like, all of this has just brought up more questions for me that I don't think is appropriate to try and dig into at this time. It will be a distraction from all the work we have to do today. But I will just flag that for my own interest, and if there's other interest from other members of the board, then maybe it would merit a bit more of a deep dive.
What are you talking about specifically, like the growth of the size of our government here in Picken? Is that what you're talking about? You're not talking specifically about the FTE for finance and HR, right? You're talking about
Bigger picture.
the overall picture of why do we have 390 employees now, that kind of thing.
Like, what is, you know, let's look at a department over a 5-year period or a 8-year period and say, what happened in that department that just, you know, explains how we went for a 1/3 increase in employees.
Yeah.
You know, how did our budget go from 128 million to 215 million in 6 years? You know, those are, like, I think being able to clearly explain those things to me is important, maybe not to others, but you know, we talk about, yeah, sure, we outsized bits, but we also created an entirely different positions to serve other roles in that. So it's not sort of fair to say it's like a 1-to-1 swap, right? We didn't just take it all in-house. There's a more detailed narrative there. You know, when we're sort of challenged with the question of, you know, does this board want to do less? You know, maybe we should look back and own the more that we provided direction on and reflect what does that look like in the whole, as opposed to one-off decisions that have accumulated over 5 years. That's what I'm thinking about when we have this conversation.
Thank you, Kelly. So, Connie, would you say that our...
Francie, I will weigh in
Okay,
a
go
little
ahead,
bit
Steve.
on one idea. When we do take a look at our staffing levels, I think we should at the same time look at comparable organizations in our vicinity, fellow counties, and also the city. The city has way more employees than Picken County does, for instance. But to see what Garfield and Eagle both have a lot more residents, but we have as much going on our plate as they do, I believe, and we should look at what are their staffing levels. What is Summit County doing? For instance, when we have that discussion in January, I'd like to take a look at those comparables.
And
Thanks,
keeping
Steve.
that in mind, we also have to recognize that nobody compares to Picken County.
Connie, would you say that in this, since 2018, we've had a significant rise in revenues as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we have to spend the money.
Of course we have, because we can't have ongoing expenditures if we don't have ongoing revenues to match.
Yeah. So it's not like we're overspending now.
No.
We're meeting our revenues. Yeah, so why is that a problem? Okay.
Well, we've got big revenue expenditures coming up that we need to be planning for. Big ones.
Okay, so what I hear, I find myself agreeing that with Kelly that it'd be great to have a better understanding of this, and I would love to have staff direction for, or, to do this sometime in the next however many months you think it'll take. But
Retreat.
But
Yeah,
it
that's
does.
in time for a retreat in the
Yeah.
summer, or
I mean, we're going to be updating the strategic plan, and it seems like these conversations should probably interface somehow when we're talking about where is it we want to go, what is it we want to do, and what does it take to get there. That those conversations go together. I'm also hearing the need for a narrative, right? What's the story? What's the why? We've made these decisions somewhat incrementally over a number of years, and how does it fit together into a narrative? So we can work on that too. The narrative is there. We probably just have not put it together in the way that you're asking for now.
Well, let's think about it as a possible topic for our retreat in
Yep.
February or January.
Yeah. And I do support, though, the finance and treasurer's budget is brought forward, keeping the other position in mind for a future discussion.
yeah,
So here in front of you is the finance proposed budget, overall a 5% increase. And then the treasurer's budget, and increases in the treasurer's are mainly on postage and shipping costs.
Do you want to go back to the finance slide? Do you see the FTEs on the bottom? She went down.
no, don't show us that.
That's 0%, you mean?
No, the 17
No,
down to 16.
Oh, yeah.
We went.
Well, you just want to bring it back up to 17? Not sure I agree with that
It
either,
would be.
but.
It would be 16 and a half.
Approximately.
So there you go, Greg. There was
They're
one that
they're
went away.
crafty.
Okay, if the board doesn't have any other questions, we'll move on to clerk and recorder.
Thank you. Thanks for going
Thanks,
through this
guys.
with us. I think this is important, and it's actually fascinating, and I think it's important for the public to understand what we all think about.
Thank you for your feedback.
Thank
How
you.
many employees does the city have? Does anybody know?
I don't know off the top of my head.
500
but
or 600.
we can.
Approximately.
It's and just like us, it's going to be seasonal, right? So you'd want to take a seasonal look to really see how it ebbs and flows, just like it does for us, to really get an apples to apples comparison.
They have 201 to 500.
Yeah. So that's,
Really specific.
I mean, that's
I was being facetious when
That's-
I suggested
that's the seasonality though, and
That's a big seasonality.
it's very, very difficult to do apples to apples between counties and municipalities because there are differences
Yeah.
in services and such.
I mean,
But
it
then
takes a
one
lot of
thing-
people to plant those flowers.
Yeah.
in the
One thing
fall.
says 227, and another one says 125.
It's probably divided up into funds. We can get as close to an apples to apples comparison.
Well, we needed a little entertainment before we move to the clerk and recorder.
It's okay, I was so engrossed in that, I've forgotten what I have to say.
how many FTEs do you want?
0,
Okay.
I'm just gonna fill some that have been empty.
Oh,
That's
you
all
just
I'm
wanna be
gonna do.
popular.
I'm not asking for any new FTEs. Okay. First slide, just hi, there we are. We have the 3 departments, motor vehicle, recording and elections, and they're really
Have you locked in the vault?
different departments. Yes, there we are, and with all the records. So, next, our organizational chart hasn't changed much, but like I said, with going into 2024 and 3 elections and realizing that not able to fill in as much, so we're going to fill in some unused FTEs, do in recording, and then have a half in motor vehicle, and we've had some family leave things and shortness due to that, so we realized we need the backup, especially because the Department of Revenue has changed their training. We hired a temp to fill in for that family leave, and she has had to spend over a month training before they'll give her permission to get on a computer to help us.
Wow.
So we're realizing maybe we need to fill in that half just to support for when people are gone. So that's about it for that slide. Just the quick facts, and I think most of you know this, we really need to be in the office to serve the public. There's, a little bit can be done in elections from home, but not really. We need to be there. And the Department of Revenue, that's their computers. The motor vehicle can't really do anything from home. So we are here. The other thing is that because of the money we take in from motor vehicle and recording and all the buckets with motor vehicle, we do quite a bit of financial stuff ourselves. We do reconciliation daily, weekly checks and monthly, and reconcile each one of those budgets before anything ever goes to finance. So I'm not sure that that's necessarily known or appreciated by the rest of the departments, so I think that's it. So the motor vehicle revenues, we're figuring to be fairly stagnant. Recording revenues are still down. Hopefully one of these days real estate market will come back and mortgage rates will go down, and that will pick up accordingly. Elections, obviously 2024 with 3 elections and big elections, our expenditures are going to go up significantly. But the revenue will also increase because legislation was passed this last year that's starting in July, so this will just be effective for the general election. Instead of 80 cents a voter, we get 45% of our costs reimbursed by the state.
Wow, that's big.
Because right now, yes, they pay for the presidential primary, but the others were the 80 cents. And for a coordinate, it was only 80% of whatever real estate the state had on the ballot. So that will make a big difference for us going forward.
Can I put in a quick plug, Lindsay? This is an opportunity for the community, for the elections, to become election judges and help the county, but also it's a great experience. It can be fun, it can be tiring, but it can be fun.
Yeah.
But I think the biggest plus about being an election judge is seeing how the process works. Being behind the scenes and seeing how it works. So I, again, will reach out to the members of my board who have never had the opportunity to be an election judge. 2024 may present that opportunity, especially with the presidential primary in March, which we won't have a direct,
Right.
iron in the fire. So
Right.
that would be a great opportunity for the board. It's really fun, guys, and you should try jumping in there.
We had, actually, just an aside, a good thing we had a watcher who's a teacher out of the high school, and he was just blown away downstairs by the processes we had, and he wants to get his students to take some of the election judge training and come in and see and be more
That'd be
involved.
great.
And we've tried and never succeeded in getting student judges. 16-year-olds can be student judges, work with an adult judge, and learn more
Oh, I
about the
didn't know that.
process. Yeah, so
That's great to know. That'd be fun, actually.
yeah.
I bet they're wizards at the computers.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Exactly. It would be more stop, listen to the procedures before you just charge ahead. So, are we into?
Sorry, I broke your train of thought there.
Yeah, where are we? No, I don't know. We were, I'm still in that slide. The other thing is we are finally putting in a bit of an increase to kind of match the rest of the state with our election judge hourly, because it was way low for a long time. So we're talking about going from, $15 and the supervisor judges at 20 to 24. So that's got to keep those judges coming. So priorities. Okay. We are, in recording, we're still working on this cloud search software because our vendor, just a couple of little tweaks that we're requiring that they haven't fixed for us, but that should be soon. Main part of that, our stakeholders will still have the kind of online search availability and the subscriptions that they have now. But for the general public, this will be a much more intuitive, with a shopping cart, et cetera, and they can sign up for the fraud protection. But as I said, we just got a couple little kinks to work out. In motor vehicle, they still have their Department of Revenue ticket response. The Department of Revenue is changing of things. We're going to see how that works, but it's some frustration to the staff, but hopefully that's going to be worked on a state level. We have the pop-up for the driver's licenses once a month, which has been going great, and we hope to have a kiosk contract. They're switching so that I think the state is backing up instead of charging the different counties, so that in the next year, if some of the different county attorneys around the state get together and tell the vendor what they need, we may have that hopefully soon, which would allow people to come to the kiosk and not come inside. They could also be night, weekends, beyond our working hours, is what that amounts to. Elections, of course, we already talked about. We have 3 elections next year. We have, with the sort of geopolitical atmosphere and conspiracies, we've gotten really good communication with both the Sheriff's Office and the APD. And in fact, the March presidential primary we are going to do next door in the Aspen Police Department's community room, which we're very excited about. That, it'll be a better space. We'll see on a slide later about how many people you can accommodate in the different places, so we'll go through that. We'll be back here in the Roaring Fork room for the June primary, and we'll kind of see how things go with the community room and what our needs are for the general in November, the presidential election. We've had some ideas, right, John? So, we had these statute changes. That the big thing for us was the 45%, but there were a lot of other little things in that cleanup bill that we're having to follow statute, and the Secretary of State's office did a lot of rule changes, which mostly they're just time consuming, but then that, could become more election judge time, but that's yet to be seen. Those are just taking effect. I think that's about it for that slide. Okay, this lovely graph that Clint put together for me, we have color-coded to coordinated elections. Let me get my copy, I can see better. Well, here we go. So we have the coordinated, the presidential primary, state primary, presidential elections, and just general elections. So those are all color-coded. So we've given you the active registered voters, how many in-person voters. Now, interestingly enough, last November we had closer to 10% in-person. We went back down to 3.5% this election. Most of those were on election day. We had the day before the election, we had 3,000 ballots back and processed, and by the end of election day, we had 5,200. So we did a lot of work, Patty.
We did a lot of work that night till 11:45.
Yeah, so we did. We didn't think we were going to meet our estimate of voters, but we did. So I don't know. When we did this graph, we didn't have the community room at the APD, so we still have the Aspen Jewish Community Center on there. The capacity, there's just, so much per booth per hour kind of that we figure, and I think that the community center is in the 400s, So just so you have the update on that graph.
What is a coordinated
questions?
election?
What we just had, where you're coordinating with school boards, special districts, state, county, municipal, anybody that has something to put on the ballot. So it's the
Don't
off
all
year.
the ballots have
odd
stuff
year.
from different
that?
districts? Don't all of our elections
You
have?
you can coordinate on any election, but the odd year, elections, well, you can coordinate on general elections, but the odd year elections are just coordinated.
I see,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
They're not federal. They
They're-
don't have any federal.
Thank you,
races.
Kelly.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, they don't have any state offices either, like governor or senators or representatives
No.
in odd-year coordinated
No,
elections.
school districts are about
Yeah,
as
that's the
much
only-
as you get for candidates.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. So, okay.
Ask a quick question.
Sure.
Are we, the reimbursement we get, does it make a difference whether it's a mail-in or an in-person voter, or it's not tied in any way,
It's tied to our costs.
just tied to costs? Okay.
Yeah.
Just wondering, because I was surprised that in-person was such a small number. I didn't realize it was that small.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. In the 5-year outlook, I've already talked about our pop-up and kiosk. There will be a drives update from the Department of Revenue, presumably in 2025, but we don't know yet. The cloud search that I referenced with the recording, that there'll be a slight increase to expenses when that happens, but it's not significant. The hardware for our election system with Dominion, we replaced about 85% of it last year. There were some upgrades. We can print out on our ICXs, which are the voting equipment. We can now print out full-length ballots, so they look exactly like the ones that got mailed out. There's no differences. So that's helpful. So we don't see any significant purchases until like 2027, 2028. Is that?
Francie, can I ask about DMV? Does anybody know? Does Colorado? I know in California they have that new identification. It's a broader spectrum ID, driver's license, and it means you have to bring in more records. It's mandated at some point in the state, isn't it? It's like a real ID.
Yeah,
It's got
I
a name
know.
for it. Real ID.
On the licenses, maybe, but now every time anybody changes anything with a driver's license, we get that the next day, and we have to make changes and make sure that the voter really wants those changes.
I'm talking about the
yeah.
need to upgrade and the fact we do DMV services here now. We might see an
Oh.
increase in that if people are mandated to do this real ID.
We don't do driver's license. We don't do driver's licenses. That's done through the state. And so I know the state is implementing the Real ID. I
Is
don't
that the
know
one
much
with the
about
star
that
on it?
transition.
The
It's
real
something
ID?
special, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's-
they've been doing them for a while, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure.
Well, the
There's
star
a
they have.
deadline that everybody has
What?
to do it by.
What'd you say,
Correct,
Ingrid?
for
The star
TSA.
they've been doing for a while, but I think she might be talking about something else.
No, this is the real ID, and there's a deadline that people have to have this real ID.
I thought that was the one with the star.
Maybe, and maybe it's just those expiring that didn't have it.
But I'm asking because I know the DMV now has a day a month up here.
Oh, the pop-up.
Yes, but
yeah.
they support that total pay for it. That doesn't cost
No,
us
no, I'm just
anything.
saying the
Yeah.
impact of people coming and going through
Oh.
your office to
Yeah.
access that process
Yeah.
if there's a deadline, and we should probably find out when that deadline, I thought there was a deadline, everybody had to transition to this new ID.
Well, this says a quick way to verify your iconic credential is Real ID compliant is to check for the star in the credentials
Oh, it
top
is.
right
Okay,
corner.
so that is the same.
So it is the Real ID.
That is the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but is there a deadline everybody has to
I'm
transition to
I'm
that?
looking to see. I don't see it
Okay,
yet.
that's just food for thought.
Yeah, it is.
I don't want
It
to
is.
slow us down.
It is.
Excuse me, Francie.
Uh-huh.
I need to jump off for a family matter.
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
be in
okay.
the room at 1, and I'll see you all at 1 o'clock. Sorry
Okay,
to
Kelly.
leave.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly. Let's see, what else did I have on here?
Steve has his hand
Oh,
up.
I'm sorry.
I did it to you again.
What?
Diverted your
Steve-
attention.
Yeah, Steve has his hand up. Did he? I'm not sure. No? Okay.
Yeah, Steve's hand is up. Hard to see.
It is, well, really, the only thing left is obviously in the next 5 years, our expenses and now hopefully revenue will fluctuate greatly, between how many elections we have in a given year. And that's, so, I don't know if Steve had a question or not.
Yeah, I have a question about, there's a statement there about the recording supervisor position should be reinstated. Could you explain that? It says during this time period. That's confusing. I don't understand
it
what
is,
it
of course,
means.
did this in, July, and now getting closer to 2024, I'm realizing that we're gonna be putting that person back in that position, probably in 2024. That was my old position. And so I had been covering basically, but now with as busy as elections is gonna be next year, I feel that it's time to have a supervisory position in that department again and bring that person in. We have, you have 2 people, one person's on vacation, the other person gets sick, and it's election day, that would be a problem.
I'll be there.
Because then I can't cover, yeah.
This is a,
So has that position then been just an unfilled position?
Yes.
On the chart
Yes.
during the interim time when you've kind of been covering it, but there
Yes.
hasn't been a new person to fill it?
Correct.
Okay, all right, I understand now.
It's a little intimidating to see an increase of 2,869%.
What's that?
but if you look at the dollar amount,
I
and those
know.
are just replacement items. So yeah, the percentage looks way worse than what it is.
It stands out.
The increases really are fairly small within the clerk and recorder's office, mainly some extra temp help. There's temp help in elections, but then also on the clerk's side, just due to the nature of the 3 elections. And advertising and postage, as Ingrid talked about. Those are the main costs. And then we separate out elections because it has such great fluctuations between the different years. We do account for these fluctuations within the 5-year plan of the general fund, knowing that the off years, the costs will be down. General elections, it'll be a bit higher. The presidential elections, much higher. So these are anticipated.
One other thing I wanted to mention, this year we had to do, we had to get a new print vendor for
A new what?
2024. A new ballot print vendor. We had been using Runback. They pulled out of all the smaller counties in Colorado. We had a contract through this year, which I'm very glad because there were some nightmare stories about some of the new print vendors that happened this last election. But we have a new print vendor. So costs going up regardless of what print vendor we went with. So that is an increase to
Okay.
our expenses.
Any questions for Ingrid?
I just appreciate seeing all the warm bodies in your office. And they're all hanging in there and so friendly to the customers, the public that comes in, and I appreciate
Oh,
that.
thank you. That's good to hear.
Can you tell a little bit about the pop-up driver's license? I heard about it originally, and I thought, what a cool idea, and then I heard it's really well subscribed. And how's it been going?
Well, great. We were at a conference down in Grand Junction last spring, and they mentioned they have a bus that's going around, And so we talked to them, and they came up, they measured, they checked that they could get their connectivity. And so they just show up one day a month and do their driver's license. They can't give tests, you know, so but they can do everything else.
So it's just renewals.
Well, ID cards, no, you can get, you can do, everything but take a test, everything that they do, which is.
Take a driving
expensive.
test, or you can take a
Driving
written
test.
test, though?
They don't give written or driving tests, but they do everything else.
Do you have to
But
have
you
an
can get your
appointment?
ID. We're doing appointments, but you can come in and she will fill in between, because the appointment times usually don't take as long as they.
It's great.
And she's been great, and, but people got used to it so fast, she got sick one day and had to change her day, and people were all upset. It's like,
And we're
well,
trying.
I have to say, the CDOT office, is it CDOT? No. What office runs?
Department of Revenue.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, runs the office in Glenwood. It's incredibly efficient.
Yeah.
And it's very pleasant now.
Yeah.
Not at all like it used to be.
I mean, the one
It
that
used to
was in
be hell
Basalt.
to go down there and try and get a new license or whatever, and now it's really pleasant.
No, remember when you used to go to the one in Basalt at Holland Hills?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody was scared to death of the guy down there.
Mr. Potter?
Is
There's
that-
Mr. Potter, then there was the other one. I still remember both of them, and
Yeah.
they were really
My
intimidating.
neighbor refused to get her driver's license renewed, so she drove without a driver's licenence for years because
I
she was
didn't
so
think
afraid
you
of
could
him.
do it in Basalt. I thought Glenwood was the only office.
No, they used to have an
Holland
office
Hills.
in Holland Hills,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that
where I
was
got my
funny.
first driver's
Anyway,
license.
it's,
Right.
it's not bad now to go to Glenwood like it used to be.
Well, and to answer your question about it being more in demand, I mean, I don't know that we'll get more than one day a month, but if it gets too chaotic in our office with people waiting, we're done with our election now. We are
can transition to
considering
this other
using
room.
the Roaring Fork room.
It's great. I think it's a great service, and people have been asking for it for a long time because, people were driving to Leadville to get, or anywhere they could to get a driver's license. So I think it's great, and I'm glad to see that the public is utilizing it and appreciating it.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ingrid.
Thanks, Ingrid.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ingrid. Thanks. Okay, next we have the assessor's office.
Hi, Deb,
Deb,
welcome.
Hi.
How's everybody today?
Good, how are you?
Doing well so far, thanks.
You're surviving still?
I don't think this is going to ever end. We have arbitration going on all the way into December now,
Next year or this month?
this year. But the BAAs that are coming in, the last I heard at the summer conference is they're already going to be a year or two before they hear all of the appeals through the Board of Assessment Appeals. And the 10th, thank goodness, was the deadline to file anymore. So I just don't know how much longer we're going to be doing this. Long time. But it is getting it's a little easier than it was now, though. It's not quite so stressful. And thank goodness HH did not pass, or it would have caused our office so much more work. Although, on Friday, Governor Polis is having
Special
Emergency
session.
an emergency session, and who knows what they're going to come up with that.
Yeah.
But, so we are prepared for whatever they do.
How long is the emergency session? 3 days?
Well, I think it starts convening tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what Perry
Perry
said
said?
yesterday. Yeah. And he
He's
said,
really excited about it.
actually, he was, he was glad that HH didn't pass, that's for sure. He was a hard no on that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and I wasn't totally against everything in HH. It's just the way they had it laid out. They need to separate it out and come up with a new plan. And hopefully they do come up with a good plan.
Well, Perry said he thought the Democrats would bring some interesting things forward. And
Well, I liked everything in it. It just shouldn't all be in the same one, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just
It
separated.
was interesting.
Yeah. So I'm all about saving people taxpayers' money. That's what we need to work on, because there's going to be a serious problem with a lot of taxpayers if something doesn't happen. Anyway, regarding our organization chart, we lost Larry Fight on, was it October 3rd? So now Wendy Schultz is our new official chief appraiser, and Dan is our deputy chief appraiser, and they've been working very hard. Debbie Payne is still our assessment manager, although she does have a new title now. They gave her deputy assessor, which did not get on this chart because it just got changed. She has officially given me her notice.
Oh.
January of 25. She wants to get out of this before we go through another protest.
Sure.
I may be able to convince her to stay on a little bit longer. I don't know what.
Yeah, you give her a new title and she resigns.
I hope I can. Well, you know, she's ready. Her husband's ready for her to retire because it's a very stressful job. And then we have Lindy Ruslana and Ben under Debbie and admin. And have Nanita and Taylor, the two new appraisers we hired in November, and Cheryl and Ryan, who are old-time employees. And so our primary mission, and I did rewrite this, Patty, for you. Our primary mission is to produce fair and equitable values throughout our county and to help the taxpayers of Pitkin County understand where their tax dollars are being used. The assessor's office is responsible for discovering, listing, classifying, and valuing all real and personal property in Pitkin County. The assessor's office is the record keeper of the current property ownership in the county and is responsible for maintaining the public records, including current ownership and mapping data. We prepare and certify an accurate annual assessment roll and submit the abstract of assessment to the Colorado Division of Property Taxation, as well as certifying values to the taxing entities and producing and delivering the warrant and tax roll to the treasurer's office while following the rules and statutes of the state of Colorado. Our office is audited annually by an independent auditor contracted by the state legislative council and must meet criteria established by the State Board of Equalization. And I am proud to say we did pass the audit again in 2023. So highlights for 23 was a revaluation year. Huge changes to the overall tax base. We finally did get the CBOE spreadsheet balanced and got the abstract to the state last Friday. Our new value, and I don't have the exact number, but it's 71,800 and something million 44,000. It's a gigantic number, and it went from 42 billion up to 71 billion.
And the 3 billion differential here is because of the reassessments after
because of the first
appeals.
Assessor first level appeal and then CBOE.
Okay, thank you.
And it just seems like such outrageous numbers. They are outrageous numbers. 2024 will be an intervening year. Every other even year is an intervening year. However, because of the amount of people who did not get their mail this year, I do expect to see quite a few protests this year, as well as a lot of abatements. I think we keep telling people you can file after January 1st, so I foresee a lot of those coming in. We had 4,024 protests on the first level, assessor level, and 1,644 CBOE protests. I don't know the exact number of arbitration hearings right now. I think there's like 60 or 70. And BAA, I'm not even sure. I haven't even looked at that list. But on the 10th, every email coming in was BAA, BAA, BAA. So
which means what?
Going to be Board of Assessment Appeals. It's the step above. You have to go to Denver and go through a board there.
Okay.
We're continuing to work on succession training and cross training so everybody in the office can understand what everybody else does and hopefully answer questions. We're working really hard trying to train the admin staff on how Debbie's job operates. And she's been doing a real good job trying to squeeze in as many trainings as she can during all this other balancing that she's working on. But that's our goal for 2024 is to try to get Ruslana and Ben hopefully up to speed, and then we're considering splitting Debbie's job in half, kind of like what we did with Larry's job. We haven't really talked a lot about it, but I really think that because Debbie and Larry did so much work and just kept getting added to that their jobs became huge, and so they need to be split so two people can handle it. So we're going to work on that. All right, 2024. We're going to continue doing our weekly Zoom / in-person staff meetings, working on team building. I have at least 3 to 4 employees in the office daily while the others are working remotely, and that seems to be working very well.
Thank you.
Yes, we're working really hard to make sure our office is covered. And I come up a lot to help cover for whoever can't come up. We are looking to hire the 2 temps back that we had this year. We had them for 6 months working through protest, and they were invaluable. They learned so much. And we got back 25 boxes from the storage facility that we had all our paperwork in. We were told that we needed to get that stuff out of there and bring it back, and it needs to be scanned. So I'd like to get these 2 gals back for 2024 so they could get these 25 boxes of papers scanned into the new, was it Laserfish, the archival software, because we have to hold on to it for a certain number of years. And we don't want all the boxes sitting in our office. So I would like to get those guys back for that. We are also enhancing our Pitkin property search website. Tyler Lambeth, who is in the GIS department, but he's also our IT rep, works hand in hand with Q Public, who is our vendor for the public Pitkin property search website. And they did a little demo for us, including change of address form that would be, so if you go on Pitkin Properties search website and you go to your account, there would be a tab there where you could just go ahead and click it and change your address right there, and it would come right to us. So we would be able to avoid more paper. It's kind of a paperless thing we're going after. And also, based on this year's protests and how many people wanted to know what comparable sales we were using, this feature that they're going to be putting onto our website will allow the taxpayer to go to their property, their website, their account, and search for any comparable sales that we would use to value their property.
Oh.
And it could give them the opportunity to say, hey, okay, we don't need to protest. This is what it should be. Or we need to protest. So it's going to give them more opportunity to see what facts we have.
Yeah.
And it may, I know it's going to help our office, hopefully, get the phones to stop ringing quite so much. And based on this year, I did have 3 or 4 employees threaten to quit.
Not bad.
However, they didn't. And so one of my main goals is to work on employee retention, because they really did get hit pretty hard. They got beat up pretty good by the taxpayers, and they still are.
We can relate to that.
Yeah, yeah, I know. You guys get beat up all the time on numerous items. So I foresee 2025's protest probably going to be similar to 2023, because even though Ingrid said recordings are down, but the recordings that are coming through, the values are up. They're not coming down. So we'll just wait and see what happens.
And with interest rates going down, sales will probably go up, and of course, every time
Well,
there's
the
a
majority
sale,
of sales
it
in Pitkin
increases the
County are
value.
cash.
What'd you say?
Majority of sales in Pitkin County are cash. They don't,
That
not a
40
lot of,
million, you know.
not a lot of
How
loans.
could I have not have thought that $16 million would transfer in cash, like?
You know, I saw a magazine article, or maybe newspaper article recently, where there was talk of one real estate investor, speculator, who was betting on Aspen, and he was unknown to me. The name was never heard of. And he was buying a property from another investor who'd flipped it and made a fortune, doubled the whatever. And I'd never heard of him either. And so really what we are is a market for speculators.
Absolutely.
Who don't have, I'm not even sure they ever come here. It's just a place to park your money and make a quick buck.
Yeah, my son Forrest says they don't build homes, they build speculative investments.
Yeah, it's kind of, it's tragic. That's kind of the industry we have here, and so many people work in that.
Well, and what's really tragic is they blame the assessor's office for everything.
No doubt.
It's like, we have no control over real
We're
estate
so glad you're there,
sales.
otherwise they'd blame us.
Yeah, exactly.
They blame us both.
It is Pitkin County as a
Just ask
whole,
Biden
it's your
about
fault.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate the work that your department has
Well, thank
done
you
and
so
continues
much.
to do and will be doing. So whatever we can do to support you guys
Well,
would be
thank you
great.
so much. And since I'm here, the letter that you guys sent was really, really appreciated.
Thank you.
You're
Good.
welcome.
Glad to
We
hear it.
probably ought to throw them a party.
We
Yeah,
are.
it's a Christmas party.
Oh,
It's a holiday party
Oh,
on the
we're going to invite
7th,
them
I
to our
believe.
Christmas party. Okay.
Make sure they come to the party. And then, you know, we do know where to find Larry Fight, even though he's left the office, he hasn't,
But we know where he is.
the valley, yeah. So we can always bring him in for resources when we need some temporary help.
I have asked him if he would consider doing contract work, and he said, no, I don't want any money. He goes, but I will answer the phone, and I'll help you guys with whatever you need.
Wow.
He's a good guy.
He is a good guy.
December.
We miss him a lot already.
Yeah, I do too. Seen him in the
And
office.
honestly, we had Nanita. She's a brand new appraiser.
Yeah.
She made it through protest, but boy, was it tough on her. And now she's got to take her classes and work on getting her license. And there's a lot.
Good for her. We appreciate it.
And we're looking at maybe trying to hire a new appraiser next year, because 6 appraisers, because Larry was one of them,
Right.
that worked well. But now that Larry's gone, 6 appraisers is not working well, because Nanita cannot even come close to covering what Larry did.
We'll give her a couple years.
And Wendy took over most of Larry's area, so we need to redistribute it because it's too much for her. It's hers plus his. So we're looking at maybe hiring a new appraiser next year, and maybe a new admin, depending on what Governor Polis comes up with.
So when you do appraisals, do you ever go to the properties, or is it all on the computer?
Oh, no, they go to them.
They go to the
Oh, yeah.
properties.
Anything that's got a remodel or any kind of construction, they have to physically go to those all the time.
And they can go to open houses.
They kind of get shunned from the open houses. The realtors
Open
don't
to the
like the
public.
assessors,
You mean
and they
when there's
won't
a
let them
sale,
in.
open house, they go?
The realtors
technically
won't
you
let a
can
lot
go.
of them in.
Yeah.
The appraisers are not allowed to go into some of the open houses.
Why?
Because the owners don't want the assessor to see what the house looks like,
Because it'll be reappraised.
because it'll get reappraised. We did, however, this year have a lot of taxpayers request inspections, which is great, because that's how we get in to look.
Because they wanted the assessment to be lower?
Yes.
Yeah, not higher.
Come see my horrible house. See how
That's what they
terrible it
say
really
too.
is.
Yeah, it's like, my house is nothing like the neighbor's house. You need to come and see it. And it's like, yes, we will. That's what we want to do.
So
Okay.
the proposed budget for the assessor's office, actually you see a 0% increase. It's a very slight decrease. Part of that is because they had this 1-year intervening period where there was a position overlap to get through the appraisals and with Larry's retirement. And now they're back to the number of positions
Great.
that they had before.
See, another one went down, Greg.
Yeah, but they're looking at 2 next year, so that kind of balances that, overbalances that.
I'm
Any
just talking
other
about
questions
now.
for Deb?
Yeah, we won't unless we need to. We're not going to hire somebody just because.
Well, you won't unless you come to us and we
Well,
talk
that's
about it.
true. That's true.
Okay.
All right,
That's
thanks,
great.
Deb.
Thanks,
Good
Deb.
job. You guys have
Thank
been
you.
amazing.
Thanks, Deb. Thank you. Okay, next we have the attorney's budget, and John Ely should be online.
He's not.
I saw him, yes.
Oh, yes. Oh, good. Oh,
The
there he is.
beautiful
Hi,
state
John.
of Washington. They can't hear you, though. Oh, there he is.
So the attorney's budget really has just a small increase. Most of it is just the wage increases, a small increase to motor pool costs and to their risk allocation, but really no significant changes. But I'll let John speak if there's anything in particular he wanted to let you know.
Sure, thanks, Connie. Thanks for putting together the page and the other information. No, there is no anticipated changes in the office going into the next year. The mission, of course, obviously stays the same. We've been able to hold the costs pretty low in keeping with the modest increase for 2024 for, I'd say, the last 3 years. We haven't been hit with much inflationary pressure, but the defining ability to hold costs down has been the ability of the office to assume legal assistance to the county and to assume legal duties in a wide-ranging areas of expertise, and therefore be able to manage the county's legal efforts in-house as opposed to going out of house, which would drive our costs up, budgetary costs up phenomenally if we ever get back to that position. Way back when I started as county attorney, that's essentially what was going on, and the biggest change I think that I was able to accomplish the first, 5 or 10 years in. The only, as Connie said, the biggest increase are for a couple of inflationary items and payroll consistent with increases for the rest of the county organization. The dilemma there is that as well as those county general increases for cost of living or for merit, however that is described from year to year, they don't keep pace with what the market is providing to attorneys, especially brand new attorneys coming out of law school. The starting salaries for attorneys coming out of school with zero experience and zero ability to really jump in and help us in a meaningful way is around 200 to 200 and a quarter. So we'll probably see a need in the near term to make an adjustment there. I think that it would be the wisest practice for the county to seek to maintain the office as I've been able to construct it, because to do otherwise would be to try to make a short-term game financially, just to sacrifice long-term ability and financial position as well. So yeah, I think that this whole affair in the attorney's office is balanced on the back of the attorneys as well as our paralegal, who doesn't get near enough credit. And I'm talking about Jane, of course, and the two leases who have been able to do a lot of productive work with the Healthy Rivers and Streams program, especially Lisa McDonald being the director of that program. Even though she is still working under me and in my office, she is very much an independent force of her own. So let's see. With that, I don't have anything further to say.
It's a very abbreviated report compared to some of the others, I have to say.
Which we
There's
appreciate.
no
Well,
like
that's
priorities and mission and all the stuff to read. It's just like, here are the numbers, take it or leave it.
I do have a comment.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
want to thank the Attorney's Office for some heavy lift this last years, I should say. We've had some rather significant issues come before the board, legal issues, and the Attorney's Office has been rallying from all directions. And we do miss seeing Jane in the office. I love seeing her when I do get the chance. And you're right about the leases department. But I think looking at bringing salaries up for attorneys based on what we're seeing at a national, not just a local trend, makes good sense. And I would also like to have a discussion in 2024 as to consideration of maybe adding another assistant county attorney into the department, but based on caseload and what we might be looking at. And just because, I've worked with Mr. Ely for many years, and when he has to, and I've been through him filling positions, and it takes a significant period of time for John to find the exact person, and at the end of the day, he always comes through and he finds amazing additions to the attorney's office that just jump in, ready to go, work well together, and it's a timely process, and I think we should be thinking about it sooner than later, just again based on caseload and needs in that department, and just it's an amazing department. And John, thank you for all your hard work.
Thanks, Patty. Appreciate that. It's definitely one of the biggest accomplishments I think I've been able to pull off is just to put together an office that is fairly able to do a great many things.
Right.
Yeah, they're really competent. I agree. I think that we should look at making sure that those are compensation for the attorney's office is competitive, so that when we do go to hire other people, we are not significantly below the bar. Not that bar, the other bar. Any other comments for John or questions?
No, only thank you and appreciate the brevity. This is great. It'd be great to have an appreciation of how we would ramp up competitive pay structure, just so we know what to expect.
Sure. Well, we'll have that discussion during the course of the year, hopefully sooner than later.
Okay.
Agreed. Thanks,
Sounds
John.
good. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoy the day.
Okay,
Stay dry.
Next,
All right.
we've got IT and GIS.
Am I on or do I need to turn on?
Well, that's an unusual chair for you, Andrew.
In person.
Sitting on this side of the table this time.
In person after, I don't know what the last time I've seen Carrie. I don't even remember,
Ages.
but it's nice to see her.
Thank you, thank you. It's nice to be back. Our little one is just over 3 months now.
Oh,
and
congratulations.
thriving, and
Oh, that's great.
so.
Driving? You said driving?
Yes, driving, yes. Drove me here. So we're one of the lucky ones that got into a great daycare, so happy
good.
about that.
Good for you.
Yeah, it was like winning the lottery. Well, without further ado, I have Andrew here with me. He's our IT manager, and then Mary Lackner, our GIS manager, should be on the line, I believe. And we make up the IT and GIS department, and our lovely faces were just on that front page. Getting into the org chart, there it is. We do have one vacancy at the current moment. Emily Maynard, who was with us briefly, did choose a different career path, so we're looking for an IT analyst. But otherwise, our team is pretty darn solid, so we're happy about that. A couple of interesting facts about our department. Half of our internal staff has been with the county for over 5 years, and 2 of our employees have been here for over 20 and 30 years, respectively. So that's pretty cool.
So Mary and who else?
Tyler Lambeth.
Oh, really?
Yep. They
Wow, I
came
didn't
from the
know.
city.
Wow. I
Yeah.
realized that.
Crazy. Time flies, right? And this was pretty cool, too. So of all the listservs, on pickenscounty.com, GIS has the most subscribers, which we thought was pretty neat. So
Boy, it's pretty cool.
threw that in there as well.
It's fun, actually.
Yeah. So, and a plug for GIS Day, which is tomorrow. We did have an internal one last week, but we are opening it to the public tomorrow. So if you didn't get a chance to go last week and you want to pop over, it's at the library in the Dunway room again tomorrow.
What times?
I think 11 to 2, right?
I believe it's 11 to 2.
We could go over before we start our meeting.
Yeah.
When are you doing it? Next?
It's over at the library tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Yep.
At 11.
What are you serving?
Chocolate cake for sure.
There was cake, for the internal day. I'll let Mary jump in
Yeah.
on what the menu is for today or for tomorrow.
Yeah, we have snacks. We have drinks and cake and some salad and some wraps for people who attend the GIS day tomorrow over at the library.
Great,
Okay.
thanks. It was great last week. I may have to hit it again.
Hey, why
The
not,
chocolate
right?
cake.
Alrighty, so what does our 12-month outlook look like? Continued technical support for Munis, our ERP system, and then PATS, or the SAGES system, and that's out of community development. We do have a couple of new software implementations, one with the sheriff's office and one with facilities. We will be working closely with the communications team on House Bill 1110, which basically talks about ensuring not only our websites, but basically anything that we have internally or present externally is accessible. So again, like colors, making sure the contrast is there. If font is too small, allowing the ability for folks to make it larger. Anything you could think of that would make things more accessible, we really have to get on that, because come July of 2024, we basically have to have a soft plan in place per this House bill. So we will be devoting some time and effort to that. We did set aside some money again into professional services, really to look at our data management practices, and that's looking at our productivity tool sets, so kind of Google, Microsoft Office, the things that we use on a daily basis to manage our data. So we did set aside some money to get some consultants to look at how are our practices, what, could we be doing better, and is there a situation that presents itself where maybe our main productivity tool set is no longer Google, but Office 365. So something that we'll be weighing. BOCC.
Let's switch it up again.
Right. Just when you finally got it down pat. Last one up there, BOCC meeting moderation. Rosa, Abby, we know that Emily had been helpful, Michaela, they're all still doing a terrific job, but we still obviously want to make sure efforts are devoted to being here to moderate. And then, of course, any AV upgrades that are needed, not only here in this room, but across the organization.
They are coming, right? AV upgrades in this room?
I believe there's some fixes,
Correct,
right, Andrew?
correct. So we have been in touch with AV experts, and they've been on site once already to address some of the technical issues that have been going on. So what we're looking at as the next phase of that effort is to see what we could upgrade, what technology is aging, that we could really improve the experience and reliability of this room.
I think our meetings here have gotten a lot smoother lately, but I know that when other organizations are in here, it's just painful to watch what happens. So whatever you do to make it more friendly for APCHA and, whoever's in here trying to do what they're doing, it's just awkward.
Absolutely. No, and we have put a lot of effort on our side in training, like Carrie was saying, the staff who actually runs this meeting. So part of what we need is some knowledge sharing, but also if we make any changes, communicating that, and making sure those other folks who are running those other boards are prepared.
Yeah. Great. Thanks, Andrew.
Yep.
And then to touch upon the GIS side of things, continuing with data updates, there's over 90 GIS layers. Continued refresh of Picken Maps and more. And as we basically just wrapped up, but there will be some continued fixes. That is that migration from the on-premises server to cloud storage. So looking at some more stuff there. And then last but not least, network administration and help desk, obviously just continued support of the organization. We do have an additional on-site technician, Zach, who's been up in our office now for a little while and is doing a tremendous job. So we have Stephen out at the airport, Donna and Zach here on site for the most part, and then of course Brandon Taylor is still in town and comes through to help whenever we need him. So that's that.
Whenever I need them.
Yeah. Right now, Brandon.
They're great.
So a few changes, but nothing to necessarily call home about. We did set aside some money for AI discovery. Again, that's artificial intelligence discovery. It's a pretty hot topic these days, so we want to make sure that we're staying up in the know on that. And then we did have a slight increase to our operations, tech services, and fees line. General inflation, the cost of services that we pay for on an annual basis just going up. So that's why we have a little bit of an increase there. But on the flip, we do have some decreases in supplies, property, and replacements. And on the GIS half of the team, again, just a little bit of increase due to overall inflation. And again, that has to do with the services.
Question just about regarding AI discovery.
Yeah.
What does that entail? What are you all looking at?
Yeah, so, and Andrew, you can jump in because he did some research while I was on maternity leave, but there are a few programs out there right now, and one that we had looked into, whereas you can utilize AI in meetings such as this, and it's an automatic note taker. And not only does it record those meeting minutes or the conversations being had, but it can also summarize that at the end. So pretty slick stuff.
Is that Otter?
What's that?
There's one called Otter. Are you familiar with that one?
That is one of the options. As we've seen, like Carrie said, this is a hot topic, so the industry, the software offerings we expect are going to evolve pretty quickly over time. But yes, Otter is one option. There's Assembly AI. Google now has an offering as well. So there are a lot of options out there. And kind of the phased approach to the process is internally looking at some action teams to do some discovery around the needs within the organization, meeting note-taking being one of those examples, and also just making sure folks are educated on the risks of that technology as well. Any new technology, we just want to make sure we understand it as we deploy it.
And additionally, it has to fit within our broader regulatory environment. When does something cross over from being work product to public record and those sorts of things? So AI is going to be another one of those really disruptive, I think, technologies that we're both probably going to benefit and suffer under.
Don't tell me we're going to need somebody to manage AI on top of.
It's potential, Patty.
Well, Patty, that'll be in 2025. We're going to need an FTE for that.
We need 5 employees to manage AI because it's so efficient.
But we can buy an AI software that will do it for us.
I was going to go ahead
Then
and
we have
ask
to have
for
somebody to
3
manage the
people
software.
now, Patty, so when the one comes in, you're going to be happy.
You've got till 2027, then you can add it.
Just how many people do you think AI is going to displace?
Well, it's probably not. I bet you it adds.
It will affect everyone. Will it displace? Who knows? I had just an anecdote. A fellow board member on one of my boards suggested I try Otter. And so I thought, well, sure, I'll try it to take notes. And wow, it was amazing. Wow. All of a sudden, Otter's taking notes for every meeting I've been in. And a meeting I couldn't go to last week because I had a double dipping. Mm-hmm. The people at the meeting said, "Hey, wait a minute, your Otter was here taking notes, and you weren't even in the meeting."
Oh my God!
And I said, "Whoa, this is creepy."
Yeah.
It will, if you sign up. So you've got to go in and turn off, automatic, because it will go into your calendar, and it will crawl through your calendar and find all your meetings.
Oh my God, that is
So
creepy.
Wild.
It's
bad
it
enough
was an
without it,
eye-opener,
let
so I
alone now
turned
with
that
it.
off.
Yeah, I saw Dave Monk's has Otter notes.
Right.
That
Yeah.
puts out.
Well, it's pretty remarkable and very accurate.
Mm-hmm.
But when it's going to meetings for you in your absence, that's a little scary.
Absolutely.
Is it voting?
It was embarrassing for me that somebody called and said, "Hey, wait a minute, we voted not to allow your Otter to be here."
Right.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Otters are actually pretty cool.
Yeah,
Never known an
this
otter.
one's a little scary.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. So you know about it, and if I have trouble getting rid of it, I'll be in touch. For sure.
I wish I didn't have to deal with this. My brain is full.
Well,
That's what we're here for.
right. We're not quite there yet, Francie, so. Anywho, this is the overall proposed budget. Happy to dive into any of these line items if you have questions. Otherwise, that's it for us.
I just wanted to say I'm really grateful for the support you give and the response, the quickness of the response. I'm not the best at keeping up with all the trainings, and but I always get reminded, and I get to it eventually. But also just, your contractors, I'm forgetting the name.
Donna and Zach?
Yeah.
Pro
Donna
Velocity,
and
yeah.
Pro
Out
Velocity.
Iron Edge.
Okay, so they've changed the name. Good, I couldn't remember it. Have been great and
Awesome.
really helpful. And
They are amazing.
above and beyond the call.
Awesome. Really appreciate that.
And how do
Thank
they
you.
fit in? They're just
Subcontractor.
a subcontractor who does specifically our,
Network administration and help desk.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, whoever is over there, they're phenomenal.
Yeah, no, we're pretty lucky. So along with those on-site technicians I was mentioning earlier, who are basically family now, they do have an entire team located in Grand Junction and now Arizona. So when you hear from a random Zach or whomever,
That's
they might be based somewhere else. So
I thought they had a building in Glenwood on
They
Main
did
Street.
on Main Street.
they used to, yes, yep.
Not there anymore?
Not anymore. Nope. I think they moved locations a few years ago, but
Yeah, it's
they do
under-
help Glenwood.
How do we know they're real?
Right? I have met them in person.
Well, let them know I'm getting a new phone. They better be prepared.
They
I will
sound
let
real.
Donna know. Thank you very much.
Thank
really
you.
Thank you,
appreciate it.
guys.
I'm going to step out for just 1 sec, but you can keep going.
Next, we've got Melissa Knight with HR.
Well, Melissa was here, but not,
I'm back.
yeah.
She's back. And I realize I'm between you and lunch, so I will make this as quick and painless as possible.
We're not that desperate.
Okay.
I saw you eat a donut.
Okay, well, thank you for having me. I'm Melissa Knight, the Director of HR and Risk Management. So we're here to present, I'm here to present the HR budget. And then after lunch, I think there's one more presentation, and then Brett Bergman, who is our Manager of Risk and Benefits, will be back to present the health budget as well as the risk fund. So you'll kind of get a couple different takes on all of us. I actually came to you last year in a very different place than we are right now. We had 44 open positions. Our turnover was at 15%, and inflation was still sort of a hot topic. And we hadn't found our final member of the team. So I'm really excited to be sitting here today with a different state of affairs, and one where this team here, you could see all of the faces came together really to put all of our strengths together, refine our opportunities, and really planned how we were going to solve some of the challenges that were ahead of us. So we have done quite a few things over the year that I just want to go through pretty quick. But we've done things such as collaborating with community relations to produce a recruitment campaign, and actually started advertising on social media, which seems pretty basic, but was really a new step for us. We upgraded our applicant experience in NeoGov. We implemented 12 weeks of the paid caregiver leave that you all approved. We implemented and updated our comp and class system around how we pay wages. We provided tools and resources to support mental health for our employees, such as Unmind, which is an app that everyone has access to. We created career levels in the organization so managers and employees could have really meaningful career development conversations, and employees will see their path forward here. We design and deliver training for our supervisors, and collected a bunch of feedback from the organization, and we'll be back in sometime in January with information on the employee survey results. So sitting here today, and we have 14 active positions right now, which is a big change from last year. Our turnover is just over 6%, so it's dropped by more than 50%, which is really exciting. And our team is fully staffed. So our purpose hasn't changed. We're allies, advisors, and advocates for our employees across the organization. We want to make sure that we build trusting relationships with folks. There is quite a lot happening in people's lives outside of work, and we're really the department that helps them navigate through those challenges. So we deliver on our purpose by 5 different pillars, which you've seen over the course of the years here since I've been leading. It's talent acquisition, total rewards, talent management, risk management, and operations. And under those 5 different pillars, there are many details, policies, procedures, processes, reports, so forth, that entail, all the work that we do as an HR and risk team. Sorry, I won't talk with my hands. Okay, so priorities for 2024. I'm sure no surprise to you sitting through these presentations, but recruitment is going to be, recruitment and retention are going to be our 2 top focuses. So we really try to push retention across the organization. It is way more cost effective to retain our folks and continue their employment here versus going out to recruit, especially with the housing situation. So we've done some really cool things around recruitment. We did implement a system last year that has really increased our applicant experience and is actually getting quality applicants in to apply for the positions, so that way managers have an appropriate selection and skills to select from. Competitive wages. This is an area, you just heard John Ely talk about it, but across the organization there are a lot of pressures right now in terms of being competitive, staying competitive, especially here in the Valley, because we only have so many people to work with who have housing here. So for folks to move in to the Valley is quite difficult. Learning and development, this is a hot topic, and our employees want to grow their skill sets. So we're providing additional learning and development opportunities, career ladders for folks across the organization in order to grow. We've implemented supervisor training, like I mentioned earlier, and we're going to do a second cohort in January. So as you all know, there's a lot of change that happens in life right now, and so we're going to focus on some tools and resources to help employees with change management and change fatigue. So it's real. People are tired of constant changes, and so tools like Unmind and what Lindsay Maurer is doing in our health and well-being program are supporting employees through these changes. Retention I've spoke about, which we have dropped by over 50% in 2023, which is exciting. Organizational culture. So this is no longer a nice to have, it's a must have. People want to work in an organization that's compassionate and caring like we are, where there's a balance of work and life. So this is something that we're constantly working on, and it is really hard to define. But, I think along with our employment brand and our reputation in the Valley, we're doing a really, really good job on that. EDI is equity, diversity, and inclusion. So we have a task force going across the organization that is working on some initiatives around the assessment that we put out at the beginning of the year. And there'll be more information coming back to you on that as well. And the relationship between the employee and the employer is quite different. So we're continuing to focus on listening to employees, what they really need, and what support that they're requiring from us. So just a few changes in our budget for 2024. Technology has been a hot topic this morning, but we do have a slight little increase. We want to look at a tool to streamline communications for our organization. With us being sort of dispersed across the county and 26 different business units and people working in the field, behind computers, in cars, we need a better way to communicate with our folks. So there is budget in there to look at a tool for that. And then tied into that is also engagement and recognition, and just making sure that we are recognizing our employees for all the hard work that they're doing, and ensuring that there is something that goes along with that.
You can talk a little bit more about the streamlined communications.
Yeah. So right now we have, we use the PCIN, if you're familiar with that, Pickens County Information Network. It's our internal intranet, where there's kind of those flyers that fly across the middle of the screen, and you have to click on them and then go into different links to get information. We also have an HR website where a lot of information is. Finance has a website, IT has a website. So employees are really getting confused on where they need to go for their information information. The employee newsletter is a great resource for people, but we're finding if people aren't checking their emails, they can't read the employee newsletter. So there's just some different ideas that we have around how to streamline all of that communication into one space, just to make it easier for employees to find the information they need.
Okay, great, thank you.
Does that help?
Question, just quick question, just on metrics, like how many people use the various programs? Can you, at some point, we don't need it today, but it would just be nice to know how many people are actually doing the wellness or the yoga? Or
I-minded.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. So when we come back for the health this afternoon after lunch, I could have that number for you, but it's in the 80s. So over 80% of our employees are do participate in the wellness program, which
Really?
then they receive a discount.
that's
So
great.
it's pretty cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that takes us to our budget.
And this is the budget for HR. As Melissa mentioned, there are some increases in a few areas, but overall a fairly modest increase for the department. Any specific questions for Human Resources?
Just when you said fairly modest, I saw 10%.
Yeah, so most of that, if you look at the dollar amounts, really, or the pie chart is a better way to see it, 70% of the cost of the HR department is the people, because it's the people that are doing the work and providing the services. So any kind of wage increase, as we've planned for the whole county or are budgeting for, that's the main driver of cost increase within the department. And then professional and technical services, there's the compensation consultants that will be looking at market for attorneys and others is included in this section, as well as some of the technology that Melissa mentioned. Other services in HR include bus passes, advertising for recruiting, organization-wide training programs.
Yeah, and a lot of what we budget for goes across the organization. So we have a budget line item for organizational-wide training, which obviously
Is all the
is
time.
open to the organization. So it's not all just geared towards the HR department.
Right, great.
A lot of it is
Thank you
actually
for that.
services we provide.
Question, since you brought up bus passes.
Yeah.
Since so many people are working from home, are we still issuing the same amount of bus passes?
Absolutely not.
So that has come down?
That's
Do
come
we
down.
have any criteria for, I think it's great for people to get bus passes. Do we have any criteria for, bus passes for people who work one day a week?
So we have 3 different bus passes that people could buy into. So it's the Zone Pass, which is the unlimited monthly pass. There's a Value Pass, which is like a punch card. Yep. And then there's also a 30-day monthly pass if somebody's just needs it for 30 days because maybe they're coming up. I don't know.
For something, okay.
Yeah.
Because they can still use there's no thing that they can use for personal transportation. It's not totally related to business, to work.
No, well, if they have a Zone Pass that's unlimited, we tell people that the Value Pass, the Punch Pass, is really only for to and from work, for work-related purposes. We wouldn't know.
It's hard to monitor,
Yeah.
but I just want to make sure that, we're not really encouraging or incentivizing people to work from home anymore, but people are working from home. And I'm just, to keep them off the road, because that's the point Greg always makes. It's good for our climate action efforts that they're not on the highway, but we're still giving them bus passes and they're not using them for work.
Our cost has gone down significantly in that area.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, we'll break for lunch and
Yes,
then
we
be
will.
back at 1 o'clock with the district attorney's budget presentation, and then we'll continue on with the prosperous economy section.
Before we break, speaking of the bus passes and working from home, John, I forgot to ask IT, so maybe you could follow up on this. I want to know how many home systems we have in people's homes. IT was uncertain, and they were going to look into that, and I forgot to bring it up. I want to know how many home systems, desks,
We're providing.
printers, screens, the whole bit.
We do not provide desks or furniture of any kind.
I saw a lot of people taking chairs out of this building during COVID. So just so you know, because that's why I sit here. I can watch people coming and going from all directions. But yeah, but I think we need to follow up on monitors and the rest of that, just to find out what's out there. So we know if somebody leaves employment, we know what we need to get back. And I think there's a cost associated with that. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Grassroots, we'll be back at 1 o'clock. We're taking a lunch break. Hello and welcome back to the Pickens County Board of Commissioners work session on Tuesday, November 14th, and I will turn it back to Connie.
Okay, good afternoon. We are going to start off the afternoon with the district attorney and his staff here to present their 2024 budget. So please take it away.
Thank you so much. For the record, my name's Jefferson Cheney, and I'm honored and thankful to be the district attorney for the 9th Judicial District. I want to introduce to you some of my leadership team. I have Ryan Hollenbaugh, our new office administrator, and I have Steve Iran, who is our victim witness team leader. And they have been on the road with me to present budget requests. I also want to thank Connie, who always assists us in preparing to present to you all every year, gives us really sound guidance, and so thank you, Connie, for your help. I want to also thank you for your support over the years and your stewardship of taxpayer funds, and just tell you, I want to talk a little bit about some highlights. I submitted a letter, and I'm hopeful you had time to read that, and I got into more of a detail than I would intend today, unless you'd like me to. This year, the bottom line up front, what we call the bluff, is we have an 8.26% increase in our budget. The bulk of that is a compensation increase of 6% that we tried to build in because our employees are still really struggling with the inflation, cost of living. Pickens County's contribution is obviously based upon population, as I explained in the letter, and that is 19.68% of our total budget. The counties contribute for our budget for next year, or you to approve our request, $5,026,534. Added on top of that is the contribution by the state for the elected DA salary. So that makes our overall budget $5,154,350. Pickens' share of that would be $969,610. The line items we had in our budget this year, north of 10%, were more than we've had. And I'll just touch on two of those and then be happy to answer questions about any of the others. I'm hoping that you would recall in years past, I explained how our victim witness program was funded. It's funded primarily by grant funds, VOCA, VAIL, and CVC admin funds. What that means is that the counties don't have to contribute very much for a program that provides substantial service to your constituents. And these are 7 folks. That's the number of folks in our team, on our victim witness team. Only 6 of the 7 are funded by those grant funds. That's a risky way to fund your victim witness program. Other districts don't do that. They rely on the counties to help, build that into their budget. That's just what I inherited, and that's what has been continued. Unfortunately, we got alerted that our VOCA funding, our federal VOCA funding, is going to be cut up to 60% by 2025. That's a substantial piece of our victim witness programming. So to hedge on that, we are trying to fold in half of that amount into this year's budget, and then I would be coming back next year and asking for the other half. Of course, if policy changes, we can revisit that. But rather than ask for all of that in one budget year, we just decided to, let's see if we can fold half of that cut into this year's budget. And that's why we have a 23.48% increase in our victim witness program line item. We also had a 57.14% in professional services. We were really blessed for many years to have an accounting firm do our required state audit every year. As an entity, a DA entity, we have to get an annual audit for transparency to make sure that our books are looked at every year. We were kind of spoiled because we had an accounting firm that did that for years and years, and the principal partner of that program retired. And leaving really younger accountants there, they just don't like to do the governmental accounting. So we had to go shop for a new accountant, and we have found one. So we were getting a pretty big discount. We were paying about $9,500, and I think the market rate's about $15,000, $16,000. So that's why that item is that big. I'm happy to talk about any of the other line items that were north of 10%. There's basically, those percentages are related to overall budget in terms of what the proportion is to our overall budget and the line item. But those were the two primary ones I wanted to talk about and address with you in detail. I want to also just let you know we don't take for granted that our funding does come from folks paying taxes, and this is not just free money. So we try to be good stewards of that money. Every year, we've always given refunds to all of the counties, and we will continue to do that, provided that our budget settles in that way. And so we try to manage it throughout the year, and whatever savings we have in our budget, we try to return that in proportion to what you contributed to that year, and we'll continue to do that, and I expect that to happen again this year. Last year, I think we gave back $46,110 to pick, and we expect to be around that or a little bit north of that this year. I would be remiss in not, recognizing my team. I've got an amazing team who do really hard work. I would say that our crime rate is not going up substantially. Violent crime is something we're seeing a lot more of in proportion to what I would expect past history to show. And so we're dealing with a lot of really difficult cases that have a lot of built-in vicarious trauma that's passed on to our team. And so I'm very thankful for the work that our team does. They really devote themselves to the pursuit of truth. And I say the pursuit of truth, and you've heard me say this before, is one of the most this is the hardest pursuit, because you arrive at truths that are very uncomfortable and that a lot of us can ignore if we're not in this line of work. So I'm very thankful for my team. I'm very thankful to be the DA. And in summary, I just would request that you approve our budget for next year. Your contribution again would be $969,610, and that is 19.68% of our budget, representing that proportional share as required by the statute. So subject to your questions, comments, concerns, that's what I would ask respectfully.
And are we facing the grim future that you are term limited? And
Yes, ma'am. I was counting how many of these meetings I have to have when I left Rangeley, Colorado a few weeks ago, and I said, I have 4 more of these. And Brian said, you're counting. Yes, Francie, I will be term limited, and I will be leaving January of 25. So we're trying our best to see it all the way to the finish line.
well, good. We've got another year. Glad to hear it. I wasn't sure when the turnover was.
Yeah,
Great.
thank you.
Patty?
Yeah, and I wanna thank Garfield County for their contribution to the rent, to providing the facility. I haven't been in a while to see you guys. I'll have to stop by the next time I'm down there.
You will,
Because
yeah.
I've watched the transition through different construction projects and staff down there, so it's always a pleasure. And when did Bill leave?
He left at the beginning of this year, so he sort of did a right seat ride with Brian and stayed till Brian had his sea legs, and Brian's doing a phenomenal job. Of course, Bill is irreplaceable.
Well, Bill was there forever, but I kind of felt last year during budget that he was like, oh God, I don't want to come back in front of these guys again. So I hate to say that, yeah, but would you, if you see him, would you let him know I said hello? Bill and I worked together for years, at Astor Valley Hospital before this, so.
He'll appreciate that.
Yeah.
I always knew when it was budget time, because Bill had, he rubbed his hand, he wringed his hands a lot, so I tried to say, Bill, you're gonna rub your hands wrong.
But yeah, I'm supportive, and I found some of the information, as always, very clearly presented, but the fact that you're not seeing a significant increase in crimes, violence is definitely, and that the crimes by the same person.
Yes.
Which I thought was interesting.
It's a definite disappointing trend.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I have 2 questions.
Mike, thank you. And Dora. 2 questions. I guess the first one's easier probably. Looking at the percent of change difference for the counties, why is that different from county to county?
We look at population estimate every year, and it comes out at a certain time of year. And so population estimates this year changed over last year. And so that's what we look at
So
to
Rio
capture that.
Blanco's growing.
A little bit. Surprising. Yeah, exactly.
10% is quite a bit.
Yeah, well,
If
for
you-
6 for us and 10 for them is
Yeah.
a bit of a spread. Okay, that's really helpful. And then I was wondering, related to the violent crime, do you think any of that is related to arrest standards at all? Or, I'm just wondering.
It's a good question. I think that arrest standards have to be based on probable cause. The law has been reformed quite a bit. We've had criminal justice reform favoring not arresting people and issuing summons. So, the jury may still be out on whether that's a good reform. I have my personal opinions about it. So I think without being something I'm not, like a sociologist or a statistical person, I would say there is some correlation, I would believe. But I think that I wouldn't have data.
Sure.
It's a good question. I wish I was smart enough to calculate. I think there's a correlation, to answer your question.
Thank you. And then I just want to thank you and your office for participating with us on our criminal justice coordinating committee. All the input has been really meaningful.
Well, we always appreciate having a seat at a table, and so thank you for having us.
Steve?
Yeah, thank you. I want to say that I'm going to be out on the street the same day you are. I only have one more of these meetings with you. You have several more overall, but I've really appreciated working with our district attorney's office. Your team does an amazing job. I wish there was some way that we could find a magic bullet to provide higher wages or housing assistance or something to your staff so more of them would stay on the team and not move away to higher paying jobs in the private sector.
Thank you, Steve. I'm hoping that you'll show me where your hunting spot is, because I think you tease me with that bull behind you every year, knowing that I don't get anything. I appreciate you recognizing those are challenges. I've been involved on and off with our DA's office for over 23 years, and it's just a constant theme. Cost of living. I just made a job offer to a person with some experience, and they got back to me a few days later after researching the market, said I just can't make the numbers work. Mm-hmm. And so that's kind of a challenge we have, and I appreciate you recognizing that. I wish I knew the magic bullet. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask about the crime is not up, but violent crime is up as a proportion of what crime we have. Is that drug related or domestic assault, or how do you categorize it if you can?
I think definitely drugs are a common variable in a lot of the crime that we see.
And alcohol, I assume.
And alcohol, certainly. I don't think it's the sole variable, but I do think it deserves calling out as a present factor in our violent crime, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Just people just seem to be, I don't know, just we're seeing trigger violence, just
short temper.
Yeah.
And having a trigger at your disposal.
Yeah,
Well, that's part of it too. We have a lot of more firearm violence, but really a lot of edged weapon, knives and just a lot of stuff like that we're seeing.
I just want to take a poll. Who's not packing heat today?
So, if an undocumented worker gets into or citizen or whatever, undocumented person gets into our justice system, what happens? Do they get deported? What happens if they're found innocent? What kind of things fall in place for those people?
Sure. Generally, now they're not getting deported. They're getting the same treatment as anyone in terms of courts are looking at, do they have any criminal history, documented criminal history as a variable for, so every person arrested has a right to a hearing within 48 hours. And so that's why we do court on the weekends now. I did it on Saturday and Tony did it on Sunday. The reason we do that is the rule that requires every person who's arrested to get a bond hearing within 48 hours and be advised of their rights. Those individuals who are undocumented are getting the same advisement. I think the courts are looking at the same variables. In other words, they look to the prosecution and they say, is there any documented criminal history? Is there any documented failures to appear? And of course, if you don't have any documented criminal history, then you wouldn't have any failure to appear for a court hearing. They're not, to my knowledge, getting deported. Like I can tell you over the 23 years they did. You know, we had there was more immigration enforcement in the past, for sure, for people who got into the criminal justice system.
So the immigration enforcement that, say, used to occur within the DA's office or DA's process is separate from the enforcement through ICE, or did they get turned over to ICE, or what?
We don't do any immigration enforcement because immigration law is a federal matter. And so the federal government has, in law class we learn it's called occupy the field. In other words, when one government occupies the field, then another government does not necessarily enact laws parallel to that. So the federal government has occupied the immigration law field. So immigration has always been a federal law enforcement issue, never been a DA issue.
But haven't there been a lot of instances where federal law enforcement has called in national immigration enforcement?
No, ma'am. I
Not
don't
here.
think there has been a lot of instances here.
Okay,
Has
great.
there been instances like that in the past over 23 years? Certainly. We've had instances like that where we had violent offenders. You know, we would notify, but the feds just aren't doing that anymore.
And Francie, a previous board passed a resolution we're still operating under that prohibits us from having that kind of cooperation with ICE.
Thank you.
In Pitkin County.
In Pitkin County,
And
yes.
Aspen as well. Aspen has one too, don't they?
Sanctuary?
I'm not sure if Aspen does or not. I'd have to check. I know we do as Pitkin County.
So what happens though if someone who's not documented is found guilty? Does then ICE become involved when they're going to be incarcerated in a state or a local facility?
I think it depends on what the conviction was. It also depends on the federal policy, policy of the federal government at the time.
Right.
You know, I haven't studied immigration law. I am required now to process what's called U visas. In the past, that was a discretionary thing on my part or any head of a law enforcement agency to consider what's called a U visa application. The state legislature now mandates that I review those and sign those if the criteria was met. I used to look at public safety as one of the variables. Now I can't, basically.
So it's
I
called a
have to do
U
it.
visa?
It's called a U visa.
And what is that?
It's a visa that an immigrant can apply for if they're a victim of a crime and they cooperate with law enforcement, or a witness to a crime.
I see.
Who obviously cooperates with law enforcement in making sure that we have them as a witness or a victim.
I see.
And so a U visa is something that those individuals who meet criteria designed by the federal immigration law can submit that. And so I've gotten many of those over the last
Well, that's
6
important
years.
to incentivize cooperation with.
So then they get a visa if they do that, or
It goes to the immigration court. I think that's the threshold sort of check box they have to check to fill out the application and get someone to certify that they are indeed a witness, that they were cooperative, and they were a victim of a qualifying crime. But then after that, I don't know, how long it takes, because it goes
So it's a
into
little
that.
risky for them if they have to go to immigration court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in
Okay.
some
I'm not-
cases, it keeps them from being deported.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
probably more than
Thank
some.
you for answering those questions.
That's
Can I
very
ask
interesting,
another-
thanks.
Sure.
Just regarding the funding for the Victims of Crime Act, it does seem kind of baffling. Is there a solution how would a solution arrive to that and actually to keep it funded in a stable way?
Thanks, Greg, for asking that. I think the solution is to do what other judicial districts have done, and that is fold all of our FTEs in the victim witness program into our main budget and have those positions funded with a proportional share paid by the counties. I think that, we have done it this way for so long, and that was a goal. If you came into my office a year or the day after I took over, I wrote down, things that I'd like to accomplish, and one of those things was to get our victim witness program totally funded by the counties. The challenge with that is when we're having increases in other line items, you just feel, you go through the bill hand wring, it's like, I hate to add more FTEs to the counties, and some of our counties say, you're not adding any more FTEs, are you? It's like, I guess not, no.
Well, you've got a year,
Right? Yeah, I think, that's the solution. And I do think it's a worthy investment because, like I say, victim witness personnel touch victims of crime directly, in person. They're notifying them, keeping them informed. They go to court with them. They're the ones also getting that sort of vicarious trauma. They're doing the tough work. And so when the victims are citizens of your district, they're getting a great benefit. That's why I've always said it's kind of a bargain, but that's the solution. But all the counties would have to agree to that, and that would be 6 additional FTEs, that we'd have to be asking for money for.
Right.
Well, I remember after we had the threat to Kelly and I that came through, I was contacted by, since the email came directly to me, I was contacted by Victims Assistance. And it was great. It was just, we're just a resource out here for you. If you feel you need to talk to somebody, and it was interesting to be on that side of it. I was kind of surprised that the email created me as a victim, but technically it did. But it was interesting to see what it was like on that side.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. You tasted what
Yeah,
they do.
yep.
That's what they serve. That's how they serve.
And I can only imagine how that felt to people who were truly, deeply victimized. Yeah.
Do we have other questions for Jeff?
It's so nice to see you.
It's good to see
All of you.
Patty. Thank you for
Tell
having
Tony
me.
I said hi.
I will. I'm very grateful for the time you give us, and I'm also thankful for you supporting us financially, and I'm thankful for the way that you do it, because you always ask good questions. Steve's always been very supportive. I've been looking at him a long time, although Steve, are you not coming because I'm here? That's my question.
Well, I have upper respiratory things I don't want to pass on to anybody. That's why I'm at home.
Well, I hope you get to feeling better.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Well, great to see you. Thank you so
Good
much
to
for
see you,
coming.
Francie.
Good to see you
Thank
guys. Be
Thank
safe
you.
out there.
Thank you.
We don't have a decision point today, do we?
No.
I haven't seen one.
I lost track of what page we were on. It's in here.
Yeah, because this wasn't in the,
Oh, okay.
yeah, it was a little
It
separate.
comes through at the
It was a
regular
little
general fund
confusing.
stuff.
I had to do some searching too.
All right, now we're going
Somewhere
back
in the
to
back.
this
Oh,
tab.
there it is. There it is, right there. Got it. It's not there. It is.
So Francie, I have to duck
Bye.
out for about half an hour for another meeting, and I will be back when I'm able.
Okay, sounds good, Steve. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Good
now
afternoon.
Where are we?
Howdy.
All right.
We are back with the Prosperous Economy budget presentation. And up next, we have two different funds, the Health Insurance Fund and the Risk Fund, that are managed by Brett within the Human Resources Department. And I will let Brett kick it off.
Thank you. Who knows what page it's on?
On page 42, under tab 14.
Thank you.
Employee benefits.
I do believe that's right page.
There we are. Thank you.
I think we're there.
All right, so changes to benefits for 2024. Nothing significant in the offerings. We are experiencing higher claim volume in 2023, and this is resulting in the need to budget an increase to both the employee and employer side for premiums. So under John's direction, we want to limit the impact to our employees, and so we're only increasing it by 5%. And this is the first increase we've had since 2020, and we've been able to offer discounts to employees each year, and a total of 15% over the last 3 years. So this is really just bringing us back to where we were a few years ago.
And I think it's important the board understand that our broker did suggest a higher premium increase. We are taking some risk against fund balance that we've been able to accumulate over those good years. We have relatively small numbers, so it's not unusual in a self-insured plan to see a spike and then a drop the following year just because of shock claims and such. And we did spend a lot of time looking at the claims. There are some large claims this year that we think, not looking at you, Francie, that, you know, we think caused that spike this year, and that it's a good risk for us to take, and we've accumulated fund balance for that purpose. But I did want the board to be aware that if we were on a traditional plan, we probably would have seen about a 20% increase in our premiums this year. Mm-hmm.
But we're doing it 10% within the organization and then 5% to the employees.
That's correct.
And who else is in this program with us? Or will that come up in a little bit? Like, or don't we share this with several other?
So that's a Valley Health Alliance. So we have some shared purchasing arrangements we'll talk about, but we're in our own pool for this insurance purpose.
Oh, only our pool affects our rates.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yep.
Okay.
And outside of our own experience, we're also seeing this ripple effect from COVID where people, you know, either postponed preventive care or, you know, didn't get it at all. And so now the consequences are coming due. Another change that we're making is in our prescription vendor. So we have an unbundled health insurance plan. So we buy, you know, access to the Cigna network through Allegiance, and then we buy prescription coverage separately. Currently, we're with RX Benefits, and we saw a big contract negotiation between Cigna and Kroger really affect access for employees, which took City Market out of network.
Right.
Something that, you know, we had no input in, as there were two large organizations across the nation. So we moved to CVS Caremark for next year. This will bring City Market back in network. This is also the vendor that City of Aspen is moving to for next year, and we hope that we can control the costs better and just make sure we have access for employees.
Well, so if employees don't change their insurance, this would be automatic?
Yes.
We don't have to do anything to make this happen?
No, and all employees will get a new health insurance card in the mail right around the first of the year with the new prescription vendor information on it.
Okay, great. Yeah.
So I knew this was coming, but I thought it was coming when we talked about it. So I went back to City Market to pick up a prescription, and they were like, "You're a couple months early." And so it was a very inexpensive, so I bought it anyway. But I was like, God, I jumped right on that. So I thank you, because, you know, it's nice to use the other pharmacy in town, but the hours aren't always convenient, especially since you've got City Markets, Kroger, Valley-wide for employees. So I think this is a great return, so thank you.
The other piece is we're discontinuing a light, and this isn't really a budget decision, it's more of a service decision. And we saw employees, you know, getting confused and not getting the service that we really wanted them to. And so we felt that they're better off directed straight with Allegiance case management, or coming to us and let us get involved and help them with, approvals on surgeries or any specific issues they might have with coverage. And then we're continuing to partner with the VHA, looking at how to direct members to preventative care, how to control those costs. We've included it in the wellness program that employees, assign themselves to a VHA primary care member as a fourth requirement in the program that was new this year.
Are we, have we been seeing reductions in some of the have we been seeing reductions in some of the chronic conditions over time? I know when we talked about this a while ago, that was a concern. Back pain was a source of big claims. I'm just curious as to how we are tracking success with our preventative care program.
I think that's really difficult, and that's something that we're trying to hone in with the VHA. We're still seeing, sports-related injuries, arthritis, diabetes. Those management type of conditions are still very high in our experience list. So I think adding to our wellness program, looking at targeted programs that are preventative, trying to find a new partner for nutrition services. The former program has disbanded, so we're looking at adding that back in, and then just trying to get those data points during our quarterly meetings with VHA and direct kind of our program.
Anecdotally, though, I think as we visited with our broker this year and they're examining why we had the increases, it was generally their feeling that it was mostly unavoidable, major medical. It wasn't due to untreated chronic. So it's anecdotal. It's not longitudinal yet. To Brett's point, it's hard to get that
Some
nailed
new
down.
babies, some ski injuries.
Just some
Yeah, or
joint
genetic
replacements.
cancer types of things
Joint
and
replacement.
whatnot. And so because that was one of the questions we asked, like, did this fall into the category of things that we could have prevented, or was there unnecessary, overly expensive care, higher care being sought out, emergency room or what have you? And I think they felt like we were pretty tight on that. So that is an improvement over where we were, but it's not necessarily where we need to be on the chronic issues yet.
Mm-hmm. And do we have, what is the trend for employees who are qualifying for the reduced premium? Is that staying the same? Is that going down? Is that going up?
It's going up. So last year we had about 83% participation, which compared to other, general wellness participation is off the charts. Usually it's less than 40%. And this year we're seeing 87%, so a 4% increase. And that's with an additional hurdle added in the program.
And what kinds of things are they doing primarily? Is it just like signing up and then not really taking advantage, or are they actually attending things? And what kinds of things are they
So
participating
this
in?
is the group that is qualifying for the reduced. They've
Right.
done all the health.
Right, oh, so they've already completed all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
And
And
we're
what are those things? There's iMind, and what are they again? Would you mind telling
So
me?
so to get the discounted rate, there's 4 requirements of the program. One is to attest being tobacco free or participating in a tobacco cessation program. One is going and getting a preventative care visit with your primary care physician, getting a dental visit, and then completing the attestation form that your primary care physician is within the VHA.
Is within VHA.
Uh-huh. And then outside of that, we have just well-being program offerings. So we brought up a mobile dental clinic this year and had them on site, and we had 30 dental appointments.
Wow, awesome.
Yeah. We're still seeing really high utilage with Triad EAP. We've added Unmind as a well-being, like a mental health well-being tool people can use. We're having Mindful Mondays, Wellness Wednesdays with numerous different topics, financial health. We're doing virtual in-person yoga and just numerous different activities.
And you have good attendance at those?
We do, yeah. Surprisingly, I'd say we average probably 15 to 20 employees per event and multiple events per week.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so I have two thoughts. Are we working with any local dentists to do some kind of a incentive program to use their dental office or anything? We spoken to any dentists? Because my dentist asked me about it some time ago, and I never passed it on.
You mean like a direct contracting with a dentist,
Or a discounted rate if you're a county employee, you know, like my dentist gives a senior discount, which surprised me.
Yeah, we have not had those discussions, no.
Is that something we might want to discuss? Should I put him in touch with someone to feel it out?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly are looking at direct contracting models with the hospitals to, further reduce. I think because, hospitals kind of capture a market versus there being multiple dental providers.
Right.
I think we need to think that through, but it's something we could talk about.
Maybe it could incentivize other dentists to join in, so you could stay with your own dentist, and I'll send him on to you if that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
The other thought I had as far as nutritionists and, the hospital nutritionists, I think there's 2 now full-time. Have we thought about maybe working with them jointly on providing nutritional services to people in the county?
We could look at that as well.
Yeah.
And we have done that in the past.
That's what I thought. So maybe we should look at. I know they have 2. I think they're both full-time now at the hospital.
Yeah, and but yeah, we should ask Lindsay to kind of bring that back full circle.
Because they do specific targets such as diabetes and heart disease, stress. We can't keep going, but the top 2.
So here's kind of a list of the well-being program, our focus for 2024, collaborating with our local Valley Health Alliance, and then our internal health and well-being advisory team, and then providing communication so we do get high participation, and then providing a wide range of programming across the calendar. So for the dental, the mobile dental clinic that we had, it was successful, and so people typically go to the dentist every 6 months, so we've scheduled the next dentist visit up here for 6 months from now. Trying to hit the right times to get people there. We also had the Sun Bus come out and do skin cancer screenings, and so we'll schedule that again kind of right as the summer's coming into swing, so people, that's in the forefront of their mind.
Where do they come from? The dental bus and the Sun Bus?
So we signed a contract with Jet Dental, and that was just a vendor group that reached out and was able to meet kind of our requirements. And within the program, if we can provide a minimum of those 30 visits, it's actually free to us. They're just getting the money off of, the co-pays that someone would normally pay, or that our plan would pay if someone went to the dentist. So it's a win-win for us.
Yeah. Cool.
So I have a suggestion as far as injuries. I think we need to look at a slip and slide training program for people crossing the street, walking through a parking lot with winter coming out. I was just thinking, what do you call it? You've got such catchy names. I think we should call it slip and slide.
I'm thinking of like sliding.
And we are doing
Well, my
that.
sister did
That's what I was
commercials.
picturing. Like, really?
We are doing some
My
of those.
sister did
yeah.
commercials for slip and slide when she was a young girl, so I'm very familiar. We had like 48 slip and slides. That's what she got paid.
So so Lindsay provided a training last year, and we're getting ready to roll it out again this year. And last year's was walk like a penguin.
I do.
And I think we'll do something similar this year, but just
Egyptian.
Slip and slide.
How you weight your feet, where you keep your balance, and to prevent
And a
those
person who's, some kind of drawing for who wins a slip and slide. I think they can.
We could also, they've got these incredible shoes now. I got some last year, the ice bugs, and you actually start seeking ice to walk on. Because they're cleats,
Yeah, I have the
tungsten.
clip-on kind.
Yeah, well, I think maybe we should cut a deal with those guys and make them available.
Yeah. I found though, when I did my clip-ons, I'd hit pavement and fall down. So I don't go back to
Some
just
people
regular
just shouldn't
boots.
walk.
That's the point.
We have some at a few different departments, like Public Works, that campus, they have them hanging up by the door.
Yeah.
Cool.
What we found though is the grate stepping into the big pieces of machinery, they stick in them, and so they haven't worked well for that.
Shag carpet, yeah.
Oh, that's right. My kids'
I never
room.
use mine. I just like.
Oh, I use mine.
All right.
The Health Insurance Fund 2024 budget and 5-year plan. If the board remembers from some prior years, we had built up a large fund balance in the Health Insurance Fund. We were almost at $5 million, which is more than what would be necessary for a self-insured plan. And that's because we had a really good run of some good years. Looking at this chart, you'll see that in 2023, there's the possibility that we could be spending down about $1.1 million of fund balance. That's because, as John mentioned, we've had a couple spike years, a couple years where we've had a lot of claims. So we are anticipating that both in 2023 and also with the 2024 budget. But we'll have to see how the actual claims come in. If the last couple years have just been a spike and then we start to see a better trend, we may come in far better than what you're seeing in the 2024 budget. If we come in right on budget and we are still spending down fund balance, we'll need to continue making adjustments in future years. We did not want to go ahead and do a drastic 24% adjustment right off the bat. What the consultants had recommended, but stepping into it gradually, seeing how our trends go, and then we can come back and make adjustments as needed or not needed. So that's why you see a decreasing fund balance in some years in this 5-year plan. But of course, we will be adjusting along the way as we see how the trends play out.
And we're budgeting really for the worst case scenario. I'd be willing to bet we're going to do better in 2024.
So that's 2 hips, 2 knees per employee.
Yeah, right.
I think a catastrophic car accident is probably worse than that.
Sorry, Kelly.
Question. That's okay. Let me know if I'm understanding this correctly. HSA limits have gone up correctly. Do we build ours up to match that, our contribution at all?
The county's contribution to employee HSA plans is already extremely generous by any standard that you may find. It really is very high. Then it's up to employees to decide whether they're going to increase their own contributions to match that IRS increase.
And when was the last time that we increased that?
We have not increased the county share. And I think that's because we started at such a very generous amount.
Yeah, it's been more based, I think, as Connie's saying, just looking at comparison and where we are in the market. It's certainly something that the board has discretion on. If you wanted the county to increase the HSA contributions proportional to the increases in the IRS limit, that's certainly something that I think we have room to do. It wouldn't be, I think, a huge budget hit. And so that is something that we could look at. I can't do that math in my head to know what that would mean for
Did our
individual
deductible,
employees.
or I didn't go through open enrollment. I just completely forgot all about it. But did our deductibles or out-of-pocket maxes go up?
Yeah.
Yes. Was the deductible $100 more?
I think 150.
So what are they now? Where do they stand?
Let me pull my card out this year. I
Nice.
can tell you exactly what it is, but
Good thing you carry your
yeah,
wallet.
right. So deductibles for individual this year are $1,500 and $3,000. So next year it's 16 and I believe 3150
$3,150 is what?
for the family deductible.
Oh. And what about the out-of-pocket?
Out of pocket is $4,500 and $6,850.
That's the same. $4,500 is the same.
But for next year, does that change?
Yeah, that goes up as well. And that's a IRS change that we usually get that right before budget each year.
Right in time to not be able
Yeah.
to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
I think we should look into the flexible, or the health savings amount for maybe next year's budget. See where the feds
Is
are
open
going.
enrollment closed now?
For open enrollment is
Closed on the 12th.
closed, yeah.
Just following you guys. I got mine done ahead of time.
We did increase
usually
the,
don't forget. I usually do it.
I did it.
This year.
the wellness fitness bonus last year. So that helps a little bit.
Every little bit helps.
I'm just wondering, we go through all this effort to like give raises, and then I wonder how much are we eating into raises?
Yes.
Yeah.
Premium increases.
So didn't I see recently in one of our meetings that our benefits is closer to 30% than 20%?
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah, and
I'd
a
say
lot
it's
of
well over 30%, yes.
It's well over 30%?
yeah, and that's on average, of course, because it changes whether somebody has family coverage or individual coverage,
Right.
in particular. But yeah, and a lot of that really has been health insurance, and that's why we've focused so much on these partnerships and trying to manage in these areas. That's the component that's growing at a faster rate than inflation generally. We've had good luck bending the curve since we've been involved in these, and even we're able to decrease. But we were decreasing from what was a high level. Let's just be honest about that. It was a high level, so we're getting, approaching more normalcy, but still high. But yeah, that component is growing at a faster rate than other parts of our budget, and that's why you see that percentage going up.
It's an incredibly generous benefits package. I mean,
It is.
it's really exceptional. I mean, most places where I've been in the past, it's been 20%. It's really amazing.
It's that in retirement, and the other thing to remember around retirement is we're not in Social Security, so you're not getting the other half of
And we're not in
that would
para.
show up. What's that?
And we're not in para.
And we're not in para, yeah.
No, we're done when we're done.
Yeah. Para is amazing. Okay.
Other questions on the health insurance fund?
I'm nodding. Very good.
Decision point.
All right.
Thank you.
Harry Will told me yesterday, though, that there's such a push with the Republicans every year, not him, but other Republicans at the state level to cut para. It's like, he says that he fights it every year.
Kind of like cutting Medicare and Social Security.
He's coming out of as a public employee.
He certainly is, 43 years with the DOW.
He totally understands that.
Yeah.
Importance.
Yeah.
So
Thank
what
you
do we
so
need
much.
for a decision?
Just
a
a
nod.
thumbs up to advance the health insurance fund as shown here.
Okay.
And then did I hear direction for 2025 budget to look at the HSA contributions, or this coming year's budget?
I don't know
I
if
just
we-
wanted to be clear on,
If we could
If
do
there
it this year,
was.
that would be great. If not, we can.
What do you want to have happen with the HSA
Well,
contributions?
Kelly's talking about trying to equalize it with what the federal levels are now.
because people can elect at any point to increase their HSA, so it's not an open enrollment issue. So if that's something that the board wants us, I just wanted to be clear if that was.
I just want to discuss it, and Kelly brought it up, so if she wants to look at it for 24, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just curious. My question again is, we're giving people raises and then we're charging them more for the benefits, so I don't know
The raises are going to be more than the benefits
Than the-
cost
yeah,
increase.
no, I get that.
For sure. But yes, it
But
does.
what does that mean in a high inflation?
It does
and
eat
cost
in.
of living environment?
Yeah.
And,
And there is an advantage to having more of those HSA dollars in. So, I mean, we could run that for the final and just give the board, if the board wants that alternative at the end. I just wanted to be sure I wasn't
As
missing
long as-
direction there.
Sure.
Okay.
As long as it's not an overwhelming amount of more work.
We'll bring it to you. Yeah.
There isn't any way to actually track if somebody spends their HSA dollars on medical care, is there? You can actually just
Well,
use it for all kinds of things.
I mean, you'll be denied if you try
Yeah.
to
I've-
use it to buy toothpaste.
I've
like
been
the
denied
pharmacy
for
loan.
proper medical care. They're pretty tight on it, to be honest.
They don't just give you the money, you have to justify it at some point.
Well, you have a credit card, right, that is attached to the
I don't ever
account?
use mine.
Yeah.
I'm
So
saving
They do
mine.
monitor it.
Who denies you?
Is
A vendor?
Allegiant
It would
in
be
this
the
case.
vendor,
Yep.
yeah.
That man behind the card.
But so what if you get to a certain, how long does your HSA account go on? I think I still get notices about mine, and it's
Yeah.
like 4 or 5 years old
Once
since
you
I
hit
had it.
once you hit retirement age, it becomes like another retirement account. And with our HSA,
And you can invest it.
Yeah, once you hit $2,000, you can invest it.
You can what?
Invest it.
And then when you do hit retirement age, that's when you don't have to use it for qualified
Oh, that
medical
must be-
expenses.
yeah, okay.
Then you can use it for whatever.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions?
Holding off the elective surgeries.
You already have one in your family, you're done for the year.
That's when you've hit your max out of pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, joint replacements are not always elective. Let's be clear about that.
Oh, no, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about like, hair replacement.
Hair, I was gonna say hair implant.
Plastic surgery.
This nose,
You gotta wear sunscreen because you got your roof down.
the hat never covers it.
Okay.
All right, let's
Good.
risk it all here.
Okay, so this would be the work comp property liability world. And last year, or this year, I guess, we added a new broker at the beginning of the year to represent us on the work comp side. And this was really to focus in on reducing our premiums. And they were able to market us with Pinnacle again, but reduce our premium by $50,000.
Oh,
And
that's
we,
great. That's
yeah,
big.
we implemented a deductible. So a few years ago, I know the county was partially self-insured for work comp, and this resulted in some high claims. And then the county moved to a fully insured product. But what that means is even your little slip on ice that ends up maybe costing $900, or the employee just shakes it off and says, I'll be okay, that still affects your EMOD score, which is ultimately what your premium's based on. And
What is that? Experience modification factor?
Yeah, and so that's your number of claims versus your total population of employees.
Oh,
For workman's comp.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you had to modify your experience of falling down or something.
That would be good too.
Well, if you fall down a lot, then
Yeah.
it's going to affect
You need to modify something.
So any accident under 2,500 then doesn't get reported, and then reduces our EMOD, and we're able to secure a better
Oh,
premium.
interesting.
And so we'll keep an eye on that deductible, and it's always balancing, how many of those we feel we're going to pay per year versus keeping premiums down.
Having just experienced, we're dealing with a workman's comp claim, not myself, but with another broker, it was very interesting. I'll fill you in sometime. I learned a lot.
Sounds good.
So so for a small organization, sometimes it saves the organization money just to pay for the employees' medical expenses, right? Or missed work or whatever.
In the long run.
We're looking at other steps to reduce accidents, create transparency. So this year, we implemented a new accident and injury report process and forms that require the employee supervisor and next level supervisor to be notified, just so everyone involved is aware of what's going on, and so they can help prevent it.
See, it's slip and fall, not slip and
I know. I'm preventative.
Yeah.
Slip and slide, not slip and fall.
Yeah.
So
sliding is what we're going for versus the fall.
Yeah.
I'm into preventative medicine.
Falling
these
and
days.
sliding are fine as long as you don't hit the ground.
Oh, really? That's an interesting
Called
idea.
skiing.
People pay a lot of money to
Just
do
the snow on top of the ground.
Or ice skating.
So we brought in Pinnacle. They have a safety through effective leadership class, and we were able to run our employees that participate in the STARS program through that, as well as some individual departments. We've started CPR classes that the fire department's putting on for us at the airport, and then slip and fall with the walk like a penguin, and we'll have something fun again this year.
Slip and slide.
Walk like an Egyptian penguin.
Okay.
Oh, that might get you into issues politically.
Well, I'm thinking of the song.
I know what you were thinking.
To have a safety music video, maybe.
There you go.
The other place where we're seeing a lot of pushback from our underwriters is around property values, and thinking that we're underinsured based on historical values that we've given. So this year we hired an appraiser to come out and look at a few of our top assets and give us more of a fair market value on those. And we're working with our broker to make sure that we're insured at the right amount.
We're looking for an appraiser maybe next year in the assessor's office, so.
Yeah, and then we're putting in place a plan to look at assets every 3 to 5 years to make sure that we have correct values. And then this year we are experiencing positive vehicle accident and work comp experience. So
What does that mean?
We're the number of claims and the dollar amounts are lower than what we anticipated.
Okay.
That's amazing.
That's great.
Yeah. From a market perspective, it's not just us. We're seeing that stabilization across all work comp markets. So we budgeted with only a 5% increase. There is a factor that's based on number of employees and total payroll. So we do account for some of that in that increase. The cybersecurity market has been really difficult the last few years to even get insurance. And if you did, you saw maybe a 50% increase.
What is it?
So that is ransomware. If someone, came and hacked our system was down, any of those things.
And we can have insurance against that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, there's business interruption insurance. That's part of that. Costs to get the system back online for overtime, things like that are included. And that market is stabilizing, and so we budgeted a 5% increase there. But it's something that we probably will continue to monitor and see a very variable market over the next few years, just based on, the things we've seen in Las Vegas this year with large resorts going down and people paying ransoms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other areas, terrorism, active shooter, the abuse area is getting a lot of claims.
So you can get business interruption insurance? Can we get it at the airport for general aviation when they close down the airport? I mean, maybe.
It is an enterprise fund.
So speaking on that, we are looking at purchasing a specific environmental cleanup policy for next year for the airport to deal with the fuel spill issues. We're currently, going through subrogation on collecting pretty large dollar sums from events over the last 3 years.
What does CAT stand for in CAT exposure?
That's your catastrophic.
AT, what's the A? Is it just CAT?
Yeah.
Abbreviated, catastrophic
Yeah.
abbreviated. I'm like, yeah, I'm thinking of CAT scans.
Yeah. Those forest fires, floods have been increasing, damage has been massive, and so that's an area where even without increased property values, we're expecting a large increase in premiums.
And the wind, we've had so much wind that
And we're probably affected more by the general market in property insurance than work comp. That's more directly related to our specific organization. Okay.
So this is the risk fund, and basically the one revenue source for this fund is what we allocate out to each county department and fund. So the workers' compensation is allocated out based on a formula of the salaries and jobs according to what classification is more risky or less risky. And then there's a very complicated allocation for casualty and property out to each department. So that's how this is funded, and that pays for the premiums that Brent was mentioning, and it pays for the claims that we have to pay out. And then we make sure that at the end of the day we have the amount left in the fund balance that is in our actuarial that shows what we need to leave for potential outstanding claims. So it's a fairly simple fund in a way, in that we simply maintain it to cover the costs, and it stays at about that level.
Okay.
Any questions or
So
concerns?
it's not just like, we're gonna leave this much just in case, or we're gonna leave this much because this many claims are coming in. It's very specific.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions?
No, I'm good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a great presentation, very clear.
Oh, now here comes the cartoon character.
Here
I
comes the-
sorry, I do have another question. Where does our leave type of costs get absorbed into, like family leaves and things like that?
That would be within each department or fund.
Okay.
So a person's full salary is budgeted every year for every approved position. So whether I'm actually working or I'm on leave, my salary is budgeted. So the leave does not have a direct cost unless it's something like the jail or the airport or somewhere where that position has to be covered by someone else, and you may be paying someone else overtime or a temp or something else to cover the cost of that person being out.
We can provide, we've been tracking at least the leave hours and such, that, and that's something we can provide.
Yeah,
for
I'd be
sure.
interested in like the paid family leave benefit that we created. Would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Is Kara
Okay, now we
on?
get to
Well,
cartoons.
I think they're gonna actually let me do the manager's office. It's
Is Phyllis still a part-time employee?
she's contracted. We're
I'm like-
transitioning out.
I'm
She's
like-
doing some special projects.
She keeps popping up
I know.
places. I'm
No,
like,
she's doing-
Phyllis.
Who,
We're
Phyllis?
having that
Yeah,
glide
and then I see her in
path.
the office sitting at a desk. I'm like, really? Yeah.
I know Kara was just here, and I need to
She's
give
on
Kara.
the phone right there.
Okay. Well, I have to give Kara credit for putting our organization chart together. I think she would describe each personality associated with the cartoon character, which she put some thought into.
She's reading the paper, drinking coffee.
I don't think of you as being combative, Levi.
Got your dukes up.
No, but yeah, so manager's office, of course, myself, we have Charlotte Anderson, Rich Englehart, and Kara. Phyllis is still doing special projects. We try, especially with our higher level positions, to have an ease out period so that we're doing a lot of knowledge transfer and making sure that that's smooth. And so Phyllis is really around 8 to 10 hours a week, so not a whole
You
lot.
don't do that with
Yeah.
county commissioners at noon on that second
I-
Tuesday. We're out of here.
I am not given that option by state law, otherwise I would. And then, of course, we have Jeanette Jones, our Records and Project Manager, Lanny Sandoval, Administrative Specialist up front, Levi Borst, who's our newest member, Management
Welcome.
Analyst, and also be doing a lot of the policy work we talk about. And of course, Sam, who's the clerk to the board, and so actually sits within the board's budget, which we'll talk
She'll
about in a
what?
second. She sits in the board's budget versus the manager's budget.
Oh.
Okay, good, Connie.
I was wondering why that BOCC budget was so high. Now I know, it's all because of Sam.
Well, we may have a couple of other things in there too. Really, I talked about the manager's budget. The board's budget, of course, has the 5 commissioners, the clerk to the board being Sam. There are 2 sub-departments in the manager's office. One is community relations, which we'll be talking about in a minute. You'll see the community relations manager is 80% attributed to the manager's budget. We have 20% of her time right now also attributed to the airport because of the support that she's providing there. And then community resiliency, 50% is in my office. And then, yeah, thank you.
50% of Ashley is in general fund housing and 50% in the managers and community resiliency. And then for Michael, the climate planner, 50% is in resiliency and 50% in community development.
Oh, interesting. Is that just arbitrary?
No. The purpose of the resiliency position being in housing, childcare, and climate was purposeful in splitting the dollars between the housing and managers fund. The thinking there is that within housing, that's generally workforce housing, and so it wouldn't be appropriate to attribute 100% of Ashley's time because of the other resiliency components. And also, she's working on the full continuum of housing issues beyond, like homelessness and transitional housing, stuff that would fall outside of workforce housing. The climate position, there's a lot of support. There's a lot of overlap between community development, particularly with code work that's being done. That is aligned with our climate action plan. We actually used to have that position 100% in community development, but as we felt that it was better organized under the manager's office because, frankly, there's more authority within the manager's office to assign responsibility for climate action plans than community development to other departments.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And so speaking of that, initiatives and priorities, of course, we have climate action, housing. We have been working closely with the Sheriff's Department on jail planning, obviously very closely on airport planning, also leading community growth implementation as well as the public process that was just completed. And with the addition of Levi, getting more active in legislative monitoring and legislative issues. We are looking, our strategic plan was last updated, done 11 years ago, so we're bringing that back. That was done after a disruptive period in the Great Recession when we were seeking, new direction. I'm feeling a little bit of it even in our budget discussions now that as we come out of this disruptive period, post-COVID and such, that it's really time to rethink our strategic plan and reevaluate where we are. So that'll be a major initiative this next year. Upgrades to records management workflows and licensing programs for liquor licenses and marijuana. Jeanette's really leading that. We'll be looking at future ballot initiative needs with the board going into this next year. And then we do anticipate that we're still going to have some increased Board of Equalization hearings as a continuation of the discussions in 2023. It's usually not the case, but we had so many this year and folks that maybe missed a deadline or such that we're expecting to be back this year. And then, of course, we've been very active in trying to facilitate and lead grant funding opportunities, and you'll see some budget asks around that.
Pretty successfully.
Seems to be money well invested.
We've been doing pretty good, I gotta
Can
say.
I,
Yeah.
can I,
Yeah.
we just tossing it out here for the retreat for next year. Maybe some guidance from the board as to some issues with the strategic plan before our staff really gets into the nitty gritty. Maybe we'll just do one little small session of, what we see we might want to change or focus on to give staff direction.
I'm hoping it might be more than one small session once we get into it.
I was trying to be kind.
Yeah.
at the time.
No, we need a lot of direction from the board on that, and we need to be aligned between staff and the board as we go forward. The work we're doing right now is really just starting what you call an environmental assessment, which is kind of looking at stats and stories about where are we now, how did we get here, what's our current situation to inform the discussion, which I don't anticipate even starting until the first quarter of next year about where do we want to be. And we're definitely going to be seeking a lot of direction from the board, and I think that'll be a big focus of the
And
board
like Kelly was
retreat.
saying, kind of the narrative.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I just thought it might be a good kickoff at our retreat to.
Yeah.
All I can say is thank God we're here to give them direction.
Yeah, God knows they don't do anything without our direction.
Is that, are you being facetious?
That's what we're here for.
So some changes to our budget, and the decreases aren't necessarily decreases. We move them, so they're decreases to the manager's budget, which is why they look like decreases here, but they're really moved to other parts of the budget. That includes the justice planners funding that we're using for the jail project is more appropriate to start to move towards the capital, so that's reflected in our capital budget now. Housing and resiliency planning is really going to housing and either ComDev or the sub-department budgets that you're going to see here in a second. We did put in $28,000 just to support some of the it's really meetings, the food, the getting together. Potentially a facilitator. We haven't talked about whether that's going to be facilitated internally or do we want to bring somebody in to help with that? We do have $100,000 in for the grant consultants. This is the DC strategies. I think you've seen some report outs on. This has been a really successful initiative for us countywide, both in researching, getting support writing, and also where necessary lobbying for some of these grant funds. And they were supportive in the most recent grant award that we had, as well as many others. And we'll continue to bring back some of that reporting to y'all. But that has been a good investment on our front. We also have $75,000 for additional Laserfish licenses and workflows. This is where Laserfish is really being used as our primary records management system in the county. And so more licenses are needed amongst more staff to use that software. So it increases the cost.
Can I ask? Licenses?
Yeah.
What do you mean by licenses?
You have a user license that you only have so many users, and you kind of buy them in blocks, if you will, of licenses.
programs.
And so as we increase the number of users for that, then we have to buy more licenses.
I see.
Yeah.
Like Netflix subscription.
It's like
How many
Netflix.
people can
Yeah.
access your sign-in?
We
Yeah,
need to
that's a
look
good way
into
to-
that one. What's under property services?
That is meeting room rental.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, because I noticed the BOCC had a increase of 100%.
Yes, and that's anticipating that if the board were to have more than just the one retreat, but some other mini retreats, and if there's a
We're
need
budgeting for
for
more than one retreat, John.
And
It's
if
only
we,
$100,000 for us to have those meals over at the Institute. Not to worry.
Well, let's have more retreats over there.
and we may not use all of that.
I was
It's
just
yeah,
kidding.
yeah, but we are seeing there is an increase in the cost
Oh, yeah.
for these things. Yeah. So that is the manager's budget.
I was just thinking the rate of return on the grant consultant is about 30 to 1 presently, or is it? It's probably
Yeah,
much
really.
higher
Yeah.
than that.
Exactly.
Of
Yeah,
course,
I
other
can't wait to
people
see
contribute
those
to that,
numbers.
of course, but
Yeah, lots of staff time still going into it, but the level of coordination we're getting across the county, the situational awareness about grant opportunities and what of our projects might match up, I think has improved immensely, and then getting some support on just developing the grants. Now, that then falls to finance on the backside. There's a lot of accounting and reporting and such that comes along with that. So there's additional work that comes with every one of these dollars that we also need to pay attention to. And that's what some of those transactions, we're seeing increased transactions and contracts and that sort of thing. Sometimes because the opportunities that the grants are providing us to fulfill.
I had a question about the discretionary fund.
Yeah, I did too.
Oh, yes, BOCC
That will
discretionary fund.
come up on BOCC. Should I move to this
That's
one?
on the next page.
Yeah, so we've got it 2 places, but just briefly, and we can set this at wherever the board is comfortable. I think one of the things that we're seeing is a lot of capital campaign requests starting to come forward from nonprofits. And we really didn't have a place for those to go. It wasn't contemplated in the Healthy Community Fund ballot language. the board had a small discretionary fund. It started being the nonprofits kind of coming and making their pitch and then thinking about. And so we wanted to kind of set a budget that the board was comfortable with, really geared more towards these capital campaign, not necessarily operating pieces, that would give you, some comfort level of participation, but also kind of setting some expectations and boundaries within the budget, because otherwise it's coming at you, at different times in the year.
But it won't be initiated until after the first of the year, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And you're recommending 200,000 for that?
That's our recommendation.
Thinking about what it looks like right now.
For our discretionary fund?
Mm-hmm. That's
From
going
10,000 to 200,000?
That's correct.
And so that, I'm sorry, were you not done? Go ahead.
I'm speechless, actually, so I guess I'm...
And this is totally at the discretion of the board. My concern was having something, a pool of money that the board was comfortable with community participation that we could also plan against, because we're getting a lot more of these requests that are coming in front of the board.
Well, I'm aware of
out of
that, but I just
context,
want to make
yeah.
sure we have parameters, so I'm coming in
Right.
January 1st and I'm asking for 150 grand, guys, for capital.
You're not gonna get it.
Thank you.
Why?
Because she hasn't given us any reason how it's gonna help the community.
Well, that's the problem. We need to have
one
some
of-
guidelines.
One of
Thank
the
you,
things
Kelly.
that staff would recommend around this is if this appropriation is approved, I think we could set up parameters around capital asks on a sequence, perhaps a quarterly basis. We could perhaps leverage our community grant committee that we use for the Healthy Community Fund
That's a good
now to
idea.
evaluate the capital. And we could bring back those guidelines. We didn't bring them with budget, but if the board were to approve it, I think we would bring those back, because these are the questions, right? Money is one kind of box, and then the other box is, how do you all agree that you'd want to use this funding if you approve it?
Yeah, I think I'm fine moving it forward, but it's not, you could have parameters, we will have. We need to have a plan and a process if we're gonna do this.
I need to think about this.
So do you think that the current asks that we have will be delayed until this is in place?
That is
what you're anticipating?
that is at the board's discretion, and I would anticipate that you'd want to have some boundaries that you're making those decisions in, but
Well,
the
for sure,
board-
but just the ones that
Yeah.
we have now.
The
I'm just
one-
wondering.
you
any
could
time.
act on those individually if you want, and we would appropriate those out of fund balance. It's up to the board.
I just
Yeah.
think, we're not, like, this is, by agreeing to this now, we're agreeing to this, like, in a 5-year budget. Like, it's just gonna
Yeah.
continue to sort of be there. It's not money that's like one-time funding. So
Right,
I'm-
this would be built into
Right.
and making sure that
All the
our budget
future
has the
BOCC
capacity to absorb it and absorb it
budgets.
for each year, yes.
And it's in the BOCC budget, that's why it's.
So I would
as
feel
high
more
as it is.
comfortable figuring out what the parameters are before signaling that this money is gonna live there.
We could put it as a pending request and bring it back as a supplemental. It may, then the board will have to decide. I know there's going to be a few requests coming in front of the board.
We're gonna have to
You
wait
can
and
decide on those individually.
Yeah, though they'd have to wait in my mind. I'm not gonna start a process before a process. But I agree with Kelly, I would be more comfortable. But the other thing is, this is different than discretionary funding to me. Doing capital funding requests is different than, can you waive my entry fee, or the things that have come to us before for discretionary purposes. It's been very different in
Yeah.
past history. So if it's technically a different fund to me than our discretionary fund.
And we could certainly break it
Yeah,
out.
and
into
I
it.
wouldn't have a problem doing that with the parameters, but I think if people who've come in now that didn't come in under any process need to wait till we have a process. And I know Francie doesn't agree with that, but
Not necessarily, I don't.
yeah.
But I've been thinking about this discretionary fund for a while. John and I have
Mm-hmm.
talked about it for a while. I think it's a really good idea because it gives us a place to make these decisions,
Right.
instead of like, well, 50,000 for Epic and 50,000 for Lift Up and all these different things, when they are not aggregated, can be really confusing to the budget and to us in our decision making.
And to the other nonprofits.
And so I think this is a great idea, and I would trust that I would not feel uncomfortable approving it in the next few weeks, because I would trust that we would set up parameters that made sense. I mean, that's just who John is, and I like the idea of pulling in the Healthy Community Fund. Is that the right one?
Grant Review Committee.
Yeah.
Steve has his hand up.
I think that's a great idea, because they've already got all the language and everything. But so that's where I'm
That-
at.
yeah,
But
yeah.
I've had the advantage of thinking about it for a while, so.
Yeah, and do you think that it's a good idea to have two funds, one that's, our 10,000 discretionary and 100 and something? or
Oh, I see, yeah.
Because I think it's two different processes for me. And, we have such a great track record with our Healthy Community Fund as to information that should be provided for these that we could also use for capital fund requests. That'd be a good starting place.
Although I don't think it would be terrible if it were just one fund. I think we could make the small decisions.
I just want to make sure we have some money allocated for those other small needs that
Right,
come up,
right.
that
I get
the
that.
ones by history that we've normally seen.
Right, I understand that.
Steve is waiting to talk.
Oh, Francie?
Yes.
I would liken this to the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund, where they have a certain amount of money that is already appropriated. It hasn't been decided how they are going to spend it. It depends on the requests that come in. So to me, this is a very similar thing to that we don't have to then go looking for money. We'd already have some money appropriated when there's a situation arises that we want it right then without prolonging the process. Also, I would have this fund not roll over into the next year. If we don't use the money, the next year we would just get 200,000 again or whatever. It wouldn't be an accumulating thing that we could build up a bigger and bigger fund. Is the way I would operate it. Thank you.
Did you have something?
No, I think I like the idea. I appreciate the work done to bring it to us in its current form. And yeah, we have all these questions about it, and we're not spending the money today. What we're doing is allocating it and creating something that we can talk about. If it doesn't work, we can always pull it out of the budget later. But I appreciate it, because I think about all the various groups that come to us at various times of the year, and it's really hard to keep track. And this is one way of formalizing it and having something there that we can work with when something important comes along, and ask that's important. It occurs to me that the asks we've already had are much greater than this $200,000 fund, so we already know it's.
They've already gone down, though, all of those asks.
They're probably
They are,
they're getting,
in
yeah,
a
they're coming down, but still, they
altogether,
probably
they're
are
less
higher.
than this now, I think,
So
if I'm not mistaken.
I would approve.
We
I
don't
would
know that
approve it.
because we
Let's
haven't
try
heard
it.
that.
They're going to be coming in front, yeah.
Well, and I apologize. I thought our discretionary fund was only 10, but it's been 20. I had another 10,000 I could have been spending.
It's not, we'll change that to the MAD money fund.
I thought it was 10.
This is
Well,
the
it says
discretionary
increase
fund.
of 180.
Of 180. I think we did increase it to 20. That we were looking at.
I thought we were looking at increasing it to 20, but it's
Yeah.
only been 10, hasn't it?
I'd have to go back and look at the history, because I've got a doubt now. When I went
Yeah.
to see the difference, I saw it was 180,000.
I thought it was 10, and we were talking about
increase, but-
increasing it.
I thought
but
it was 10
Not increasing it by 180,000, that kind of. But I see capital.
Maybe we've been buying $10,000 worth of chocolate every year. That's the other $10,000.
Are you complaining?
He's watching us eat our chocolate bars here.
His are missing off his desk, by the way, and I didn't take
You
them.
must
Well,
have quite the collection on your desk now, Steve.
We can put on for kind of final, whether you want to do this as a pending request upon agreeing on guidelines, or go ahead and appropriate it, but not to be expended until staff has developed guidelines. I think staff would be proposing something like a quarterly process or twice a year kind of process aligned,
Yeah, Kelly.
Um, I would prefer this as a pending request. I guess the big policy questions that I think our board would need to discuss is, are we funding things that tie to our strategic plan, or are we funding things that lie outside of it? Because that, you know, we've not like clearly thought through these things, and it's not always clear when the projects come to us whether they suit one or the other, or and I just think we need to be able to justify this well.
Yeah, especially in light of the criteria that's already outlaid in the Healthy Community Fund, which has been tweaked over the years and fine-tuned and makes good sense and really justifies to the taxpayer where their dollars are going.
One argument for having this is that this could be a way of identifying important things that are not in our strategic plan but should be. And, you know, how else do we find out about it?
Well, we don't usually fund them before they're in our plan.
Those could be very big bites. I mean, I think about like,
They already have been.
like what is, I forget the organization that you brought forward
Epic?
to us. Yeah. I mean, that's workforce development. Like, we are not a county that engages in workforce development, you know, so that's why I feel like there's discussion about, is it appropriate to be outside of what our scope of services are, or is it appropriate to reinforce, you know, the scope that we operate in?
I think this helps us figure out where we're going in a way.
I'd like
May
to know.
inform future boards and future budgets.
Well,
Are you waiting for
Oh, I have another question.
conclusive?
I think, you know, Kelly has some concerns. My understanding right now is Greg is okay with it, trusting that parameters will be developed. That's the way I feel. Steve, where are you at on this?
I'm good as long as we have the guardrails in there.
Okay, and Patty?
I'm with Kelly that we need to have it before we start spending the money.
I was assuming we would, actually.
Okay, well,
but again, my concern is this is creating a new, like, essential line item in a budget that's gonna persist.
it's not just, oh, we'll do it for 2024.
Right.
Yeah, this would be
bigger dip.
we'd anticipate this being ongoing.
And
just
we could
'cause the-
always
Unless-
unallocate, right?
Unless the board wanted to run it as a pilot program for 1 year and then decide whether it was going to continue into future years.
I will warn you, there's a hazard in taking that away, though, in
I
the
know.
future.
Everybody's,
Yeah,
everybody's,
that's-
everybody's lined up
concerned
right outside
about.
that door right now, so.
I
you
don't,
know
I
that.
see less hazard with having it be a pending request that we deliberate and goes through
Until December
a
15th?
proper appropriation process.
With a decision on December 15th? Not.
No, I don't think we'll have that policy conversation before December 15th
So we put a placeholder for it, are you recommending?
as a pending request.
Yeah, so for example, if I would not be surprised right now if, you know, it would be the first quarter before we're able to bring back some of those guidelines.
We're already
And
booked for the
so,
first quarter.
once the board approved those guidelines potentially in a work session, then that would result in a first quarter budget supplemental potentially pursuant to a pending ask in this budget. I think is how it would work. Yeah.
I have a question. Can we unallocate money once we've allocated it?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure if we
We
went
can
forward. that we can-
discretionarily take it
I don't think
away.
we've ever done
And
that.
you
but-
can give staff administrative direction to not spend an appropriation. You know, an appropriation is permission to spend. There still needs to be an action
Right.
to spend it. So
Another question, does anybody know how much money we have left in our
$10,000.
$10,000 discretionary fund?
I
much.
don't know it offhand, but I can look that up.
It's not
That
much.
would be-
I remember the wolf thing, presentation thing was, I can't remember how much that was,
I
500
suggest
or
it all
something.
goes to Planned
It's
Parenthood.
like down at the bottom. What I like
do
about
every
this is the flexibility that it provides for decision-making for the board throughout the course of a year. So let's say we didn't have any asks like we've had this fall, next year, then I agree with Steve, then it doesn't roll over, and it goes, what, into the general fund, or?
we'll just go back to fund balance. Yeah.
I think that gives us some guardrails in and of itself, you know, that,
I
well,
don't think
this
there'll be
is not
money
something
left
we have to
over.
spend, we can just put it back in the general
I
fund.
don't disagree with that. I just think it signals to the community more than we're ready to signal.
More than
More
you're
than
ready to
you're
signal.
ready.
More than I'm
Signal.
ready to signal.
More than I'm ready to signal, because it's unusual for us to fund nonprofits with capital expenditures. That's a whole new door we're opening, and it's-
Managing expectations, I think, is a very important responsibility here.
Well, it seems to me we may need to bring this back as a decision point. Maybe there can be some more conversation with board members, but final adoption is either gonna, it sounds like there's support for either pending or moving it forward.
But we have 3 out of 5 who would like to move
Who
it
would like
forward.
to move it
But doesn't
forward.
mean we can't have
Okay.
more discussion about it. And maybe they'll change our minds. I don't know. I mean,
Well,
you know.
based on that, I'd say we will probably include it, but we'll bring it back in final decision.
Steve wanted to move it forward with guidelines. So I don't know if that means move it forward without the guidelines and then put the guidelines in, or?
It is unlikely we'll have guidelines completed for you, just given the tight schedules that we're
I
on now
understand that.
before
But
the
I-
budget's adopted.
I do think we have a sense of what the guidelines would be, although we do need to look at what Kelly said about, well, workforce resiliency, or whatever you want to call that, development is not in our current strategic plan, is not, but, so this is, like Greg said, a heads up, like, well, maybe it should be, so that one, I agree, is not something that we would necessarily expect to be in the guidelines, since it
I
hasn't.
mean, we haven't even discussed if this should benefit Picken County, or if it should benefit the Roaring Fork Valley, or if it should extend
Wait, what is the,
Parachute. I mean, I feel like we don't even have any,
on that one item request?
Are you talking about
geographic
EPIC or
boundaries.
just
No,
the
just in
contingency
general.
fund in general?
Yeah.
As we do with Healthy Community Fund, we want to see the metrics of who they serve in what population.
And staff had set it up, and to your point, as more discretionary, that we're going to bring those and decide them on a case-by-case basis, and the boundaries were really the dollars and the
That was when it was a
appropriations,
$500
the ask
request,
cycle,
or-
and
The
so
will of the board.
Yeah, but that's when it was a
board,
couple
yeah.
$100, maybe a couple $1,000, not multiples. So I mean,
And we make,
we
the
still talking about
graduation
this?
projects go through.
yes, we are.
Okay, I think we're
not
we
really that
understand.
far over time, but, we make people jump through huge hoops to get $500 from us.
Well, these guys have been jumping through hoops for a while.
Well, not
The
that
ones
we've
we're
heard, not
talking
that the
about.
rest of the board has heard, so well, that's a whole nother discussion.
All right, so I think we'll bring it back for further discussion, and it may be that when we pass this budget, that'll be a pending item.
Thank you.
and everything else we're okay on, it sounds like.
I guess we got cut off.
We have
Greg
no-
cut us off, so I guess we have to
Excuse
move
Steve.
on.
Dropped out.
Prerogative of the chair.
He's vice chair.
Did we lose?
We have no bright blue star here, so we can just keep going.
Okay.
But we have a great
right.
photo here on the next one.
Marcy and Community Relations next.
Well, we had a vote. Yeah, they were. It was like, okay, we already had a decision.
Did you see the Soper Sun this morning, Marcy?
No, I haven't
I
seen
mean,
it
the
yet.
Colorado Sun?
Oh, I think I heard. I haven't seen it yet.
Which
I heard
article were
there's-
you reading?
The one about the Venezuelans. I hope I was not misquoting what John had told me. Okay.
Okay. Thanks for having us. I know you guys have had many presentations today, so I'll try to keep it short and sweet. So in the Pitkin County Community Relations Department, we've been focusing on improving engagement and communications for the community and for our fellow employees, so both external and internal communications. As a department, we've had the charge to take lessons learned from COVID and apply them to the way the county communicates and engages. New expectations arose from COVID. The public expect a frequent flow of substantive, usable information available in a multitude of ways and opportunities to engage. There is so much to share about the county services, as you all know, so much, and successes and ongoing projects and emergency-related information. And with Abby's and Rose's assistance, we've been able to increase our information sharing and engagement and decrease the department's reliance on outside help. So, Connie, if you'd go to the next slide. The Community Relations Department is currently made up of a team of 3. Abby Cheney is our communications project specialist, and she's sitting behind me here. And she helps departments tell their stories through photos, videos, awesome graphic design. She's a great project manager, website editor, and thinks strategically about campaigns from beginning to end. She's also enthused to provide training and mentorship to our countywide communicators group and to other county employees. And with her skills, we've been able to bring many tasks that used to be contracted out in-house.
I had no idea, Abby. I'm so happy to hear that.
And Rosa Saucedo is our bilingual communication specialist, and she helps departments tell their stories through social media engagement, newsletter management, and on platforms the county didn't consider previously, like La Tricolore Radio. Rosa not only translates our communications materials, but she brings a bicultural lens to campaigns, advising departments on where they can reach important audiences the county may not have targeted in the past. And in addition, she's translated materials for our community partners, from the White River National Forest and APSHA to Aspen Fire and our incident management team. In addition to all of their work for community relations, they also work with IT, like Rosa is doing today, serving as BOCC meeting moderators, ensuring your meetings are available to everyone, whether they're online or in the room, which is another expectation that really came out of COVID.
Was that what?
That came out of COVID, kind of a different, having these
Online,
meetings.
in the room, out of the room,
Yeah.
across the street.
Both of their positions are currently term limited. They're set to end in December of next year, and part of the budget request today is to make their positions permanent. So, Connie, if you would go to the next slide.
How were those positions funded over the past?
Out
go
of the
ahead.
general fund, but also by decreasing contracted services.
Okay, thank you. Wasn't sure if they were some COVID rollover grant monies or funds.
They initially, is this mic on? They initially, we first brought them on as they were reimbursable through FEMA, but that stopped, I believe, at the beginning of 2023.
It's when the emergency was
Ended.
When the emergency declaration was pulled.
Well, it was a gradual shift, though,
Yeah.
from the work they were doing on COVID to as there was less and less shifting over to being more in the general fund.
So future funding will be general fund with supplemental from not having a contract out. That's that money staying in-house, okay.
That was a very smooth transition. I had no idea you did so much translating. That must take up a lot of your time.
Somewhat.
Yeah. That's not that quick and easy to do.
It's fun though.
And Rosa, actually, we mentioned the partner agencies she's worked with. She was on site with the White River National Forest during one of those prescribed burns, to translate for any Spanish-speaking members of the community who had questions about it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So in the year and a half that we've been a team of 3, we've been really intentional about relationship building with partners within the organization and in the community in order to build trust and ultimately improve communications and engagement. And an example of that relationship building paying off is what Alex Burchetta shared with me last week. He said in his 15 years with the county, he hadn't worked as closely with community relations as he is now. He's leaning on us recently to produce recruitment videos that Abby creates, spread the word about problems like mail theft, play a role on the incident management team. So while that relationship building isn't as easy to see, some of our more visible efforts include sort of that website aesthetic refresh that I'm sure all of you have noticed. We did the logo refresh and a branding book to sort of make our look more consistent and build that brand identity and trust. We did, this is the Pitkin County video recruitment campaign that I think Melissa mentioned earlier today. We worked closely with HR on that, and we've done some consistent recruitment outreach. We launched the Pitkin County Press newsletter. We've also launched a newsletter on behalf of the airport that has 1,200 subscribers, which is awesome. We've had, yeah, right. We are part of the Pitkin County PIO group. We've reestablished the ESF 15 function and involvement on that incident management team. And we actually created the Pitkin County PIO group, and we lead the charge on that.
What is PIO?
Public Information Officer. So it's a group of partner agency communicators from partner agencies, mostly public safety agencies, who meet once a month.
So when you graduate with a communications degree, this is what you do? This is sort of what communications means in college now as a major, this kind of work?
Yeah. I mean, I think it has many different names.
I'm just wondering because
yes.
my grandson's girlfriend is graduating in communications. I'm trying to figure out what is that?
Yeah, it's probably similar to this.
Means a lot of things to many people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Bilingual, bicultural communications for the county and community partners, communications for big rock projects like the airport and growth, campaign work for departments and public safety groups like the Pitkin County Public Safety Council, increased regular outreach and advertising opportunities for departments. We're also on the tail end of completing a strategic communications plan to guide the county and departments' communication strategies for the next 3 to 5 years. And we've been doing some event management, like ribbon cutting events. So for 2024, the main priorities, and those are just some visual examples of things I just mentioned in that long list. That lower left-hand picture is some of us joining other PIOs for the X Games when the incident management team came together last year or earlier this year. So the next slide is the main priorities. Changes in the 2024 budget represent a strategic direction to expand communications to better serve the community and the organization. So I'm going to jump to the second bullet, which is the strategic work with departments. And we've been working pretty deeply around this with the strategic communications work we've been doing. So next year, we'd like to continue what we've been doing, but in a more strategic way. An important theme that emerged from the strategic communications work we've been doing is that our departments would like to be less reactionary with their communications and more deliberate about how, when, and why they are communicating. So early next year, we'll work closely with departments to pinpoint communications and engagement opportunities in order to more effectively engage with our community. And in this work, we'll also incorporate bilingual resources and EDI best practices. And then that third bullet is crisis communications. So next year as well, we've set some money aside to do some planning with departments like the Sheriff's Office, Emergency Management, Dispatch, all of you, the BOCC, county leadership, and employees to develop a crisis communications plan. And so that plan would be utilized in the case of an emergency. At a very basic level, a plan would outline how the county expects to communicate during an emergency. And it would include things like roles and responsibilities, organizational charts, guidelines for how to conduct the initial communications response, that sort of thing.
How does that interface with the ES15 tasks?
The ESF 15 function, it's a good question. There's a lot of this, like emergency communications buckets. It's part of the emergency operations plan, and it's made up of not just county employees, but other partners within the community. We've got folks from ACRA in that group, City of Aspen, some of the tourism contacts that we made during COVID and worked with on communications during COVID. So they would just be sort of a deeper bench of communication support in the case of the ESF 15 function being stood up, which would happen during pretty big emergency.
Yeah, I think the other piece is what we found is there's been a lot of emergencies that Pitkin County hasn't been the lead on. So Lake Christine, even the school incident, right? And so we found gaps even if we are not standing up the ESF 15 of there still is some kind of crisis and a communication gap within the organization of how we're sharing out that information. So this is really kind of that bridging.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Does the media play into any of that? I mean, so do they have a seat at any of these tables, or do we keep them outside?
I mean, they're some of the first to come ask the questions
Right.
to try to get the information out to the community. So yes, they would be part of this crisis communications planning, definitely. This House Bill 21-1110 from an order to comply with the law. Within the budget of community relations, we put some money aside to create kind of a digital accessibility guidebook for the folks within the county who are editors of our website, so they can refer to that. And when they create, and make sure accessibility is top of mind for when they create new content on the website, for example. And the top, or actually, will you go back, Connie? So the top bullet, the maintain capacity, I sort of left that for last, even though it's at the top of the list, because it is.
You were afraid. Come on, admit it.
I was afraid. No. No, I just want to emphasize that maintaining the capacity of this team is just crucial to maintaining the momentum we've built and continuing down the path of improved internal and external communication and engagement. So I'm speaking about this bullet last because the wish list items below it would have to be severely reduced if this department returned to a staff of 1. Plain and simple, we can't meet the community's post-COVID expectations around communications without the capacity we've built since Rosa and Abby came on board. And without them, we'd return to that heavy reliance on contractors who haven't spent the time to build the crucial relationships. With them on board, we've been able to reduce our costs by reducing our reliance on outside help.
That's a pretty good sales job, Marcy.
Thanks.
I gotta say.
Thanks.
Your communication.
She
is
should be in
excellent.
communication.
Question.
Yeah,
So,
go for it.
Yeah,
Greg.
you mentioned that it was a staff of 1 for
Ever.
the entire career of Pat Bingham, right? And I know there's more work now, and COVID created a lot more work for communications. What you said just now was that the demand has not decreased for all the demands upon our communications from the community post-COVID. And I don't understand that. Like, why? Why is there still so much demand? Like, COVID was the huge uncertainty of COVID and not knowing what would happen next, and Zoom calls with 1,500 people on them. We don't have that now. And so I'm concerned that we grew to meet the capacity, but we don't want to shrink back down because there's there's always more stuff that could be done. And I appreciate the proactive stance is very important in the event of an emergency or the event of a crisis of some sort. I appreciate all that, but I think I want to drill down on it a bit more. Thanks.
Yeah.
Not sure if that was a question. It's just.
John
Do you,
Ryan.
well, and I'll give you a little bit of time to think, Marcy, on answering that. But I think there are a couple of things, Greg, that we're facing post-COVID, and it's changed expectations, right? We do not have 1,500 people on this meeting. We have formats going forward because we demonstrated we could, and people's expectations about how they access you and public service. And we did not do things like Zoom meetings, right, prior. I think we also learned about gaps that we had maybe things we should have been doing in communications, like bilingual, bicultural communications that I can tell you 5 years ago or pre-COVID, we were doing a lot less of. We were doing targeted translations and stuff, but we did not have a capacity built in to our organization or even the community response to, you know, reach out in a bilingual, bicultural way. And so that was a hard learning, frankly, during COVID, and capacity that I think we've wanted to maintain in the organization going forward. And I think just the velocity of change hasn't really slowed down yet, right? That we're all feeling that, the projects and such that require a lot of communication. We also are trying to cut back on some of the contracting work that we were previously doing, and I think you see some of that reflected.
I saw that.
And I don't know that, you know, that is answering your question, but I think these are I think we're still struggling to grasp some of these trends.
What I'm
that
hearing
we're
is the
experiencing.
environment and the landscape has changed.
And I think I would just add one of the reasons we had to stand up communications so much in COVID is because the flow of information and making sure our information was realized as trusted information, right? Post-COVID, the flow of information, where people got their news, it just got buried. And that, I think, is the new normal, you know, that we're living with, is trying to, it's a lot harder to make sure Pitkin County's voice is out there, right? Because it has to get through a lot more other systems. And
That's interesting.
It's a really different barrier than it was in February of 2020.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Kelly?
I mean, I would just also observe that, you know, I mean, Pat Bingham was one of a kind, but I think she was like housed in the manager's office and was only doing work that was being directed there. And like what I observe is and having sat in a department that needed more communications support and didn't have anywhere to get it from, that the team is delivering that across the organization much more broadly and in a really meaningful way than individual departments like having to navigate and figure all that out on their own.
Good point.
Which I feel like has been really meaningful. And, you know, just looking at like the airport, the improvements in communication about the airport is like huge. So there is a change in what we used to do and what we do now, but I think it's been meaningful.
So I have a question. So we love having Abby and Rosa sit through our entirely entertaining hours and hours of meetings. Will that continue? Because having the two of you here has been very valuable. You understand the systems now, and I know it's not always easy to sit through our meetings, but
Dreadful.
you do it with smiles on your faces. So is that going to continue?
Yes, for the foreseeable future. And we've been talking since I actually came on board about trying to make this hybrid meeting production that we do more efficient. You know, would it be possible to do it with just one person instead of two? So we've been exploring that with grassroots and with IT. But right now, this is the setup we have, and I think we'll have it for...
Well, I think that's critical in my decision. You know, I'm not big on FTEs. I was concerned about the two. I definitely want to separate out the personalities from the positions, because these are two very special personalities in these positions. So you're not going anywhere. If we fund this, you guys aren't going anywhere. So I think that, you know, a lot of things have come up as a result of COVID, what we've learned, and what we're learning now with terrorism and these acts that people are pulling around the world. And we need to be on top of it as far as educating and keeping our community up to speed, literally, on what's going on, which is difficult with social media, which gets out ahead of us. And it's not always providing the best information to people that they're responding and reacting to. So, yeah, again, I'll echo what Francie said about good sales job.
Do you want to continue with your
Yeah.
presentation?
Or do you want to end here and let?
Yeah, maybe I should just end.
I was giving you an out there, Marcy.
Yeah, right? Well, I'll just go through this this list. And one other thing I would say about your comment, Greg, too, is when during COVID, you guys were smart enough to bring on like a big team of communicators. I don't know.
Hired contractors.
Who were contractors, yeah.
7, I think.
7 people, yeah, to handle those, really large virtual meetings and that sort of thing, and just communication in general. So you'll see that a big decrease, sort of the reason for the decreases on this list are because of that decommissioning of COVID communications and bringing the services in-house that we've previously contracted. So we had quite a bit of money in previous years for that COVID outreach. We've actually decommissioned the COVID website at this point. That's pretty recent. So it's a sign of the times in terms of moving forward from that. 43,000 decrease in professional services. So again, more projects being brought in-house. We mentioned many of the skills that both Abby and Rosa have and utilize all the time. Those things used to be contracted out, like graphic design and social media and that sort of thing.
Videos.
What's that?
Videos that
Videos, yeah.
Good job with.
So there's the additional 12,000 for the development of the crisis communications plan, additional 10,000 for the development of that digital standards and guidelines booklet, and then additional 40,000 in the advertising object code. As we begin to do more intentional strategic work with departments, we are anticipating that they might need some additional advertising dollars. Things might come up from those meetings with them that they didn't anticipate might need some money, so we've put some aside for that. And then the 50,000 for emergency response communications, which is sort of a complement to the manager's emergency response fund. And also 20% of my salary right now is coming out of the airport fund. So 80% of my salary is coming out of the general fund. And I think those are sort of the highlights there. Anything else that I'm...
No, I would just maybe the 50,000 is kind of a new, and this goes to the lessons learned during COVID. Manager's office has this set aside for, I would say, when John needs to order a helicopter. But what we never realized until COVID is we need to tell people why we're ordering a helicopter, and so that's really the change in what we learned.
Let people know we're not ordering it like ordering it. We're just asking them to come in.
Yeah,
I think a helicopter's about $42 million.
Yeah. So, for example, if we had a situation like that, it would mean we probably had a wildfire that we thought had reached a point where we had to try and call in our own air. And then the communication piece is as important as that initial response. And that's, I think, something that we have not always resourced on an ongoing basis.
How much is that fund? Because I was asked it at that fire department meeting.
250,000 in the manager's budget.
Is that every year? Do we roll it over?
We don't roll it over.
It's just it's an appropriation, and if we don't use it, it just goes back into fund balance, and we haven't had to use it.
We haven't used it since
Have we thought about letting it roll over? Because emergencies
You mean
aren't
to
getting any
accumulate?
cheaper. I mean, I think that might be a discussion at some point about rolling it over, because 250,000 may get you 2 helicopters for an hour. I mean,
Right, and then we'd be getting into emergency appropriation.
well, and hopefully,
yeah.
but we'd rather squelch the fire before it turns into somewhere we can get money for it. So maybe that's a discussion to have at some point. in the first quarter. I was kidding on that.
Okay, so this is the community relations budget, and you do see that decrease that Marcy talked about, both in the salaries with a portion of Marcy's salary going to the airport, and then in the other line items as there's the change from relying on outside consultants. Any other questions here?
I'm just wondering, will the percentage with the airport shift? That may be a redundant question, but I'm just thinking, is 20% enough, and do you expect that to change as things will start happening? Shovels in the ground?
She's going, oh, God, yeah.
I'm just thinking, what are we prepared to change that balance?
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about, how much time we're devoting to that project. And yes, I think there's a chance that that balance could shift a little bit. I don't know. I wouldn't imagine it would shift a great deal. But I also don't see any letting up of the needs there anytime soon. So, yeah.
In the event of a crisis, whether it occurs somewhere in the county or at the airport or anywhere, I can imagine your time just goes there completely until the crisis is done. That's what we expect.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And we'd still likely have to build capacity if it was an ongoing kind of situation like COVID was. But I feel like we're in a better position resource-wise now than we were before COVID. Yeah.
This has been good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I just have one question. How could you possibly only spend $500 on supplies in a whole year?
I just sent you and Marcy an email.
Because she steals them off of Charlotte's desk.
That's just unbelievable.
That's true. I actually do that. I don't know. I tried to put the dollars where it made sense in the different codes. So maybe I shifted some things out of supplies and into another one. But that's a good question, Nancy.
Really low.
She doesn't use very many ink pens and pencils.
So
Really
much
don't
of
use
it's
pencils.
electronic, right?
I know.
The medium right
That's
now.
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, so
Well, I could say there's one budget cutting thing I'd like to propose. I like my photograph from 7 years ago.
Me too. I feel the same way.
I don't think we need to take
We don't
new
need new
pictures.
photographs. I completely agree with that. My
As
favorite
much as I'd like
photographer
Abby to
took
take
it.
my picture.
My question is, who's going to get John Ely to pose for a photograph? That's the biggie, because he's on the list.
Am I on the list?
You're on the list too. So's Phyllis, so's Kara,
You've just
so's
stressed
Rich.
all of us out.
I'm so happy with that photograph. It's up, it's done. I don't have to think about it. I get good comments on it.
I get horrible comments on mine. It's time.
You go ahead, Lucy.
I want one of those ones that Romany did from
I may
Public
reserve
Works.
the right to keep.
You have a makeup and hair budget?
Keep my old.
Yeah.
Wrecking
I wrote
Crew?
them,
Should we
said
call
I
in a
just
wrecking
keep my
crew?
own one.
Kmart
Blushed it. You got different colors. I watched the lipstick color too.
Plus, I was 3 years younger then.
I was 100 years younger then, and not
That's
good.
probably what I'm afraid of.
All right, can we take a break?
question
here
for the
before
board.
we-
Are you ready for a break now, and then we'll continue?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we weren't supposed to do one for half an hour, but we.
No, we're supposed to do one at 3 o'clock, or at 2:50.
I'm pretty sure it says 3:30 on mine.
2:50 to 3 o'clock, break, 10 minutes.
Oh, that's
in blue.
Connie's break. This one is 3:30.
We can have resiliency go next, and
I'm
then
going to take a
break,
break, so
or
you guys
go
can.
You'll have your chance again to sit here again, I promise.
I'll come back, I promise.
All right, we're going to take a break because Patty wants to. So we'll be back in 15 minutes, Grassroots. We'll be back at 3:20. Back to the work session of the Pickens County Commissioners on Tuesday, November.
Mike.
14th. Whoops. Welcome back to the work session of the Pickens County Commissioners on Tuesday, November 14th. We are still with Connie, and she's probably going to introduce this next topic.
Okay, the last department that we'll be looking at today is the resiliency, which is a sub-department of the manager's office. And I will kick it off to Ashley and Michael.
Great. Good afternoon. I'm Ashley Pearl. I'm the Community Resiliency Manager, so I'm here to overview the resiliency budget, and I'm joined by Michael Port, who's our climate action analyst. Great. Climate action guru, I like to refer to him as. So resiliency, what is resiliency? We're three parts. So it's the climate action work for the county, our equity, diversity, and inclusion work, so EDI, or you've probably heard it as DEI work, and kind of a catch-all term, sustainable workforce or workforce support programs. And I'll talk about each one of these. So before we do that, what is resiliency? What do we actually do? What is this term? This is not a Webster's Dictionary term for it, but this is kind of how Michael and I have been thinking about the work we do in our department. So our purpose is to support the long-term sustainability of our community, our economy, and our environment. So you can see how climate works in there, workforce support, and then within our own organization through equity work. So one of the things that really helps us do this well is we're centrally located in the county manager's office, so we're a sub-department in the county manager's office, which is helpful for connecting the dots across the broader organization and then also connecting them with you all. We see ourselves as aligning the internal and the external programs. So things that we do for our employees, are they the same as the programs we offer for the community? How are our policies and our programs both internally and externally aligned and supporting the needs? And then we connect county departments so that hopefully nobody's doing, for example, climate work in a silo and not talking to anybody else. We like to make sure folks are talking to each other and we're getting that collaboration and benefits of cross-dependent.
Can I take a quick break? I had a little
Yes.
slight malfunction.
Francie,
We're going to take a brief break.
Francie, you
a little bit of a technical glitch. And my mic is off. This is Tuesday, November 14th, and this is the Pickens County Board of Commissioners, and I'm the inadequate chair right now. So we are going to return to Ashley's presentation.
We were talking about resiliency. This is the resiliency budget. Great example. And just talking about the resiliency is located in a great spot to be able to have impact and connect different things. So that's what we think about when we think about the how and why of resiliency. Oh, this is not my screen. You changed the thing. So in 2024, our three kind of priority areas are continuing the work that we started last year with equity, diversity, and inclusion, which I'll talk about in a second. Continuing our sustainable workforce work, which mainly focuses in the childcare space using ARPA funds. I'll talk about that a little bit more. And then also in the climate action space. So equity, diversity, and inclusion. In 2023, following the previous work in 2022, where we did the listening sessions with employees, in 2023, we committed funds from the general fund to support bringing on a consultant to help us explore what do we mean by equity, diversity, and inclusion. How are we doing? Where could we be doing better? What's the latest and greatest? What are we learning from other local governments? So we hired on a firm called MGT Consulting, and they surveyed close to 70% of our employees on a robust series of questions related to this topic. They hosted 9 different focus groups across our different departments for employees. And then they ran us through a 5-point matrix, comparing us to other local governments across the country. And the good news was that we scored quite well compared to the status quo out there across the country. They highlighted some places where we're doing really well. They highlighted some places where we could improve. And overall, the feedback we got from our employees was that we are headed in the right direction, and there's a few key places where we could do better, and there's a few key places where we need to continue to do what we're doing. So right now, what we have is we have a report that highlights all of that, and then a corresponding action plan, which MGT put together with our 20-plus person action team, which Commissioner Childs, which Steve sat on. I don't know why I'm being so formal suddenly. Steve was on that action team. And so we haven't gone out to you all with that. We haven't gone to the organization with that. We just recently finalized that, have been waiting to get through budget season before we think about next steps with that. So the money that you'll see for 2024 is to bring all of that work back to the organization, get feedback, see how it lands with employees, see if we're missing anything, and then start to think about very small bites that we could take out of that to slowly move the work forward. But of course, that will be very much informed by you all, and we need to do some work sessions and kind of work through all the information that's included in there. So if you saw this in your packet and you said, wow, we have not heard anything about that, don't worry, you didn't miss anything. We're right on time. We just closed out our contract with MGT. We got all the deliverables we were supposed to get from them. And our next steps are to come back to you all after the new year and start thinking through where we want to go with this.
I just have to ask.
Yeah.
We're going to look at it, we're going to think about it, and then why does it cost $100,000 to think about it?
My question too, circled and highlighted.
Circle and highlighted. Great question. So the $100,000 is a placeholder. We can adjust that quite a bit. One of the bigger chunks of money that's included in there is a voluntary training program that if we choose to roll out, we would need to put some resources towards that. I got $100,000 because last year we put $120,000 towards it, and this year would not be as much robust needs from a consultant. So the two parts that make up that $100,000 are to present the material, get feedback, kind of think through where we want to go.
Right. Why does that cost money?
That's a great
part
question.
right there.
Yeah. So part of this work is that I have some training in it, but I'm certainly not an expert on how to do this. Mm-hmm. And part of it, I think, would be to bring in somebody from MGT or another consulting firm who can help us really think through this. As folks who have worked in this space will tell you, it can be a little bit of a personal journey, and some of the stuff can be a little bit hard to hear. And so having that come through with a little bit more of a third-party expert who knows how to walk organizations through understanding this material, thinking how to kind of share it with our organization, and then thinking through next steps, I think would be a small portion of that. And then the larger portion of that 100,000 would be the training program. And I think if we decide to do some training, we can incorporate it into a lot of the other training programs we have, so we could definitely decrease that amount. It's a placeholder kind of based on what we saw from other counties who are doing this work.
Okay.
So it's a bit of a moving target and can be very much influenced with where we all want to go.
Okay.
Not you sign over 100,000, we never talk to you again and just go use it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, the risk of doing it internally, of course, is it's a little bit of an echo chamber without having that third party come in and
But we
provide
just
us.
spent a year doing it and paid them to do it, so.
Doing the assessment and doing some initial training, yeah. And so that identified areas for us to focus on and go deeper in. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see where we go.
You know,
Yes.
for me, I appreciate it. You know, last time I asked what EDI stood for, nobody could answer the question. So I'm hoping I get a question to what actually that means. But the other thing is, and I'm broader, and I'm going to look at Mr. Peacock, and I'm going to be formal. We have staff that spends a great deal of their time in meetings and in trainings. I know there's an issue with retention of staff if they feel, but nothing says we're going to put you through all these trainings, you're going to stay with us, you know, and I'm concerned about work and needing more employees and needing more spaces for more employees, for more trainings, for more meetings, and I think that's a discussion I'd like to have as part of a retreat in next year, because it just seems like we keep adding to the layer. I mean, I'll be sitting with an employee and they'll pull up their schedule and it's meeting, training. I'm like, so when can I meet with you? Well, I have meetings all this day and I have a training this day, and I'm like, who's in the house? Who's doing the work when we have all these meetings? And I appreciate the fact this is voluntary, but we're going to hire a consultant to do a voluntary training. And I don't have a problem reserving 100,000 space placeholder, but I appreciate you bringing it back to us so we can have a deeper dive into what in the heck we're doing here. So, broader discussion on meetings and trainings, John. But yeah, I'm going to talking to staff too, and they don't seem to mind going to meetings and doing a lot of trainings, but there's a lot of work that's not getting done. This is what I'm also hearing. So, broader discussion. Thank you.
Can I add something to that, Francie?
Please.
Just briefly. We've had budgeting discussions, staffing discussions with the core board, and one of the things came up about all the trainings, because of course the core staff are always going to trainings and needing to be brought up to certifications, and there's sort of an arrangement with them that if you're going to go do this expensive training or whatever it is, then if you leave core within a year or 2 years, whatever, you're obligated to pay some of that funding back for your continuing education. And I thought that was interesting. It turns out it's not really enforceable. Once they leave, they're gone. So it really didn't have any teeth, which is unfortunate.
It was a good thought.
It was an interesting thought that, and I don't know how much your department or anybody's is financing people's continuing education to a great extent. But it's kind of an interesting thought. What is there a commitment or an agreement or understanding, explicit or maybe even unenforceable, to consider?
We do have a program where the county pays for continuing education, and that does have very strict stipulations around it, because if you fall outside of the IRS guidelines, it becomes taxable income to the employee.
But I also heard it's hard to enforce and it's hard to get any kind of payback.
Yeah, and I think to the point that Core experienced, our experience is that it is hard to enforce, but we do have strong guidelines on those. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, that's all.
But that's for like your master's degree in public administration. I don't think a lot of the certifications, say for diesel mechanics, which they need to have, or now they will have for electric vehicles, which they're going to need to have. But there's competition out there. And you get a certification, you know, or you get a CDL from Pickens County or from RAFTA, and then you go to Gould,
Right.
you know. So it's tough. It's
It
tough to
happens.
manage.
But we're more fun.
Yeah, we are.
Fred, Francie?
Yes,
We
Steve.
have yoga, or what do they call it at the Public Works?
Power stretching.
Go ahead, Steve.
So I would take a counter position to what you have said, Patty. I think it probably helps our employees to feel more fulfilled and lead a more balanced life, and they would then be more productive when they are working. So I don't think that just because they're taking some training that takes them away from work, that it means that less work is being done in the long run. It's probably more and better work being done in the long run.
And I appreciate that optimistic viewpoint, but in trying to set up meetings with some staff members who are, you know, if you look at their schedules are pretty packed with meeting times and training times. And I'm not talking going to a specific class, you know, like in New Orleans, which was very beneficial, I heard, about risk management stuff, but I'm talking about just the compilation of trainings. And, you know, we need to look at our priorities.
Well, maybe looking at the meetings that happen in the everyday workplace, which in many big companies and businesses, there are too many meetings. And maybe that's a separate issue than training, and maybe we need to take a look at that.
I combined them both, trainings and meetings.
Could I add one short thing to
Please
that?
do.
Okay, briefly, I've been thinking about this. As we know that we have a remote workforce a lot of the time, and I'd say a lot of people just aren't even there. I'm talking not about the county, but workforce in general in the city and everywhere. People can work remotely now. It's become more of a burden, I'd say, for management, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on that at some point, but it doesn't have to be today. But how do you manage a remote workforce and make sure you're getting productivity and, you know, and that the succession plans are working, all these questions that have seemed to have come up with the Zoom culture? And that'd be an aside. Thank you.
That's a good question, Greg.
I've now had 5 letters about what we were just talking about. Kelly.
Yeah.
Just quickly, Forbes had an article come out this week that talked just about exactly this dynamic of the demand of the workforce for ongoing education and training opportunities as part of what they look for in a job, and disconnect with management about how worthwhile management thinks that is. So it's just food for thought if you want to.
I've never read Forbes ever. Maybe it's time I start putting it to my
It could be something to think
stack
about
of things to
from an
read.
angle of recruitment and retention. It becomes important.
Yeah, but so does having work get done become important.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. It's okay if you go ahead now.
Thank you.
Childcare.
Another piece of resiliency is having a sustainable workforce. So the majority of the funds you'll see for 2024 are ARPA funds, American Rescue Plan funds, for childcare. So we have the staff support stipend program, which gives a total of $6,000 per year to a full-time staff member of a licensed childcare provider in Pickens County. This has been, we just completed our 4th quarter allotment of that,
good.
so we've finished a year of it. I will say it's been a responsive, impactful program that I think we should all be really proud of. We've maintained around 100-person staff across our centers, and I continually hear just personal anecdotes from staff about how much this means to them, and just how much it's helped them overcome some of life's challenges, from getting in car accidents and not sure how they're going to fix their car and pay the deductible, and then this coming right in time, to certain folks really planned ahead and told their kids they're going to take them on a special vacations that they've never been able to do before. The challenge with this is, of course, we have one more year, so 2024 at the full $6,000 amount, and then that will be cut in half in 2025 and totally go away in 2026. So in the letters we've been sending out, we are trying to heavily message and remind folks, we just don't want people to start to count this as their regular income this year, because then it will really create that cliff effect. So this year we will start working with providers to see how they're going to start to adjust their salaries and their pay scale or their benefits, and then making sure we're messaging appropriately so nobody, people will be caught off guard, that's a nature of life, but trying to prevent that as much as we can. But I will say this has been a very responsive program that I think has made an impact. So
thanks for being proactive about the end.
It was so great to give out those
Good
checks.
news. Yeah.
It was a great experience.
With the passage of Proposition II, maybe we can get some of that money that is not going to the tobacco dealers and stores, but going to preschool education. So maybe that's how we keep the program going forward and providing a higher income for the daycare providers.
Possibly. It will be interesting to see where that money gets funneled. They weren't terribly specific in the legislation, but it will go through the Department of Early Childhood. And they are running a lot of different programs these days. So they may run a wage enhancement program that we could be eligible for, or our providers could be. The other piece of ARPA money that we did this year and will continue into 2024 was the equipment and maintenance grants for childcare providers. I can't say enough good things about this one either. This is a small amount of ARPA money. It's around $250,000 total, and the impact it has had is well beyond that. It's been really cool. Some folks got new playground equipment and new doors and things like that. And then it's pretty cool. We were able to not single-handedly, but we played a big role in helping one of our childcare centers not be turned into a hair salon. So the Aspen Sprouts Childcare Center at the ABC, Kathy Coffey retired. We weren't sure if anyone was going to step in there, and the landlord was considering putting it up on the open market for rent. And when Christina knew that she could get some money from us to help with new carpet, paint, a new fence, really turn that place around, that made the dollars work for her to get in there and make sure that that's preserved as a child care center. So this is a worthwhile program, I would say. We have one more round of funding coming out in March. And then if we haven't gotten rid of all the funds, we can open up one more round of funding, a fourth one. All projects have to be completed by September of next year. So you'll hear more about this to come. We do have probably 50% of providers have used their full $20,000 allotment already. So we won't have as many applications coming in, but we still have some who can dip into that amount.
That's great.
So that's what you'll see in 2024 for sustainable workforce, is primarily the ARPA money going to support childcare. The rest of ARPA funds sit in the housing budget, which we talked about a couple weeks ago. That's it from me. Michael, climate action.
Yeah. So as you can see, we have a lot of exciting and interesting projects coming up in 2024. A big aspect of that is that first piece, updating our greenhouse gas inventory, which is basically looking at the carbon footprint of our community and, understanding energy use in buildings, transportation, and our big emitting sectors to track our progress towards our long-term climate action goals that we have. Using that information, we're going to move into updating our climate action plan. So, we identify areas where we can reduce carbon emissions and then try and allocate our county resources towards meeting those reductions into the future. On the regional...
Tell me what VMT is?
Yes, sorry. And VMT is vehicle miles traveled. So that is sort of the basis for understanding transportation emissions. And we have some outdated information about that. So that is going to be a part of our greenhouse gas inventory project. On the regional coordination piece, we're working with the city of Aspen, Snowmass, and Basalt on our greenhouse gas inventory, doing sort of a regional approach on that. And then we're also, constantly looking for additional opportunities to partner, because all of our local communities have their own kind of climate action goals. And so there's opportunities for alignment and partnership around those. So those are the big aspects that I am leading directly, but then we also have under implementation and support all of these other large projects that have been going on for some time. So we're going to make sure that those are also aligned under the county's climate action goals. As far as building electrification goes, that discussion is ongoing, but we won a large grant from the state to actually implement those projects at the Library and Health and Human Services. Microgrid is also moving along, and we're kind of working with GR to support that project and look at future phases of how we build that out as well. And yeah, with all of this, that last bullet point of grant coordination, there's a ton of state and federal grants out there right now that we are making sure we're capitalizing on those to support those large projects that we have going on. So direct work under climate action with the planning process next year, and then also supporting those large projects that we have going on already around the county.
I have a question, Michael. So with the building electrification, I just had a long conversation with Holy Cross yesterday about the electrification we're doing at our own place. And it's getting really expensive to pay the electric bill when everything is electric. So are we planning for that increase of our utility bills?
We have built-in increases into the library budget and the Health and Human Services.
For utilities?
Yeah.
Yes, and it's just under 200,000 a year increase.
Increase?
Over natural
Increase, yes.
And
That suck.
that will be one of the policy considerations we bring to you when we have our larger electrification conversation in December to think through.
Yeah, it's a sad
Top
thing.
of the
isn't it?
cost to put that new
It sucks.
electric in. Yeah.
Now, that could change in future facilities if heat pumps are available versus electric boilers, so on and so forth.
Very nuanced conversation and very dependent on the building that you're talking about, for sure. So I'm continuing on the climate action 2024 proposed budget changes. We allocated 40,000 or proposed 40,000 for conducting our greenhouse gas emissions inventory and doing our climate action plan. And we won a grant award from DOLA for their climate resilience challenge for $117,000. So that's going to support a much more robust process and getting really what we need out of our climate action plan and inventory. We also have $25,000 for additional planning and kind of study for the microgrid because we want to sort of expand the model that we have built at the current site. So,
and who gets that 25,000? Who do we pay that to? Why do we have to pay for that since we have you and we have GR and we have all this stuff? Why do we have to pay somebody else for that?
Kara's got it.
I didn't know everyone.
We have Kara too, so.
So we put it in here just quite frankly to find, whatever it might take as a placeholder for looking at other sites. So as we know, we go to electrification to build out the first process, and even having that feasibility took expertise and coordination across Holy Cross, Pitkin County, RAFTA, everyone. And so we just put a placeholder because we thought if we want to look at expanding this model, we might need some outsourced resources.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you. To help us kind of look at models in the future. So it's a placeholder.
It's an engineering problem again with that.
Okay.
Don't you be blaming it on those engineers.
They're not in the room.
If you could see across the board the amount of money that we spend on studies and things like that, it gets a little overwhelming sometimes.
part of the reason for that is we tend to be doing cutting edge things. There aren't a lot of counties doing microgrids, and we're cutting new ground, and there's research and development, and that is, I will say, inherently risky and less efficient than letting somebody else plow the ground before you and learn the lessons. And so one of the reasons we're getting the grants we are is we're talking to the state about our willingness to take a leadership role, to take a risk, and to share our key learnings across the board. I think that is a big reason we got full funding on the electrification grant, because I think we were the only ones that had proposed a retrofit in the state.
Well, I love what we do, and I know you guys manage it really well. It's just that sometimes the numbers.
It's a lot, yeah, and we
really, rather than the implementation, the planning numbers.
we're trying to plan and avoid mistakes on projects we don't have a lot of folks to follow on.
Yeah.
And that brings up a bigger point of prioritizing and maybe a discussion on why do we always have to lead the way? I mean, I appreciate the efforts, but somebody's got to do it. So, but we're doing it across the spectrum of county departments, which, you know, Pickens County's always been that way. As far as back as I think the mining days, they were always ahead of the curve. But, you know, that needs to be taken into consideration as we push forward on projects that no one has been there before or gone there before.
Right. And
how cool is that, though?
I know.
Sounds like a sci-fi movie.
And just so you know, staff is responding to what we think the expectations of the board are here. So if
That's why I'm saying it.
Yeah, if we're out ahead, then we need to have that conversation.
We set priorities, and then we don't always follow them, or we keep adding to them, and that is not fair to staff.
The only other thing you'll see in this budget is that my position is 50% from the resiliency budget of the general fund, and then I'm 50% in housing. And Michael lives 50% with the manager's office for resiliency and 50% in ComDev. And take it away, Connie.
And this is the budget for the resiliency department. We've pulled some of these items out of the manager's budget so that the manager's budget that you saw earlier this afternoon really reflects more of just the manager responsibilities. We had started to include so many things in there between housing and jail planning and resiliency, and so now we have climate and resiliency set up in its separate area. The largest dollar amount that you see includes the child care, the remaining amount of the ARPA funds for the child care, which is $945,000 between 2024 and half of 2025. It includes $250,000 for the Financial Empowerment Center contribution, which will also come from ARPA funds, and $250,000 for the Stotts Mill Child Care Facility contribution. So those are all included in this amount, and you do see a corresponding revenue amount, which is the ARPA grants along with the climate action grant that this department is receiving.
And I was remiss in not celebrating. You all approved that we could sign on to a grant support letter with the town of Basalt to support the build out of the Stotts Mill Child Care Center. We applied for a grant from the Department of Early Childhood, and we received an $800,000 commitment to help build out that center. That goes to the town of Basalt, and we did say that we would commit matching funds, not for $800,000. We're not matching one for one, but that's the amount of ARPA that's included in there for that. So we have yet to hear on the state from details and things like that. But once we know more, I'll come back to you with details.
Awesome.
Well done.
Can I add a comment?
Yes.
I want to thank Michael for being the warm body in the room a lot. It's nice. He meets and greets people that come into administration office when nobody's home, and helps them find their way, or leaves notes and messages for other staff members as to who came in and why and what they needed. And I really appreciate that. He has to put up with me and my dog a lot.
Sure.
I have a couple
Patty
of
and my
questions.
chit chat.
I have a couple of
entertains
questions on this,
everybody.
Connie. I don't see the revenues.
Down at the bottom
Just
left.
under the grants?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have the revenues detailed out for
That's
the
fine,
general
that's
fund
fine. And then
departments.
the other question is, you might have said this and I might have been distracted, the other expenditures, what are
Yes.
those?
So that's the 945,000 ARPA funds for childcare, the 250,000 contribution to the Financial Empowerment Center, and the 250,000 contribution to Stotts Mill, the childcare facility.
Okay. And then I have to say, I think in terms of the personnel costs compared to the implementation of programs costs, this is pretty remarkable. Personnel is only 8% of the whole thing. That's amazing. That's pretty cool. Not that I don't want you guys to have a lot of money, but.
Really just half of each of them here. Remember that.
That's true.
The other half
They're
comes
doing
out.
They
a
show
lot of
up
other
in the other
things.
place also.
They're
So
very resilient.
we're talking another 8% somewhere else.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Hi, Rich. Nice to see you.
Hi, gang. Nice to see you all.
Come on down, Rich. What
It's
do you want?
cold in here all of a sudden.
Just to be a part of it.
We're 40 minutes behind.
40?
So at this point in time, the board has heard presentations from every single county department and fund on their budget, except for the ambulance. That will be coming next week. So now it's time to circle back around to look at some of the areas that include a number of different departments. As we've gone through individual funds, the board has seen decision points and given a thumbs up on the funds, but the ones that are remaining are the capital fund and the general fund, and also position requests. So that's what we'll see what we can get through in the time that we have left this afternoon.
Okay.
So capital fund, it's according to state statute that we're required to have a capital fund for the capital expenditures of the general fund. It includes IT, vehicles, facilities, microgrid. New to the capital fund now in 2023 is the deed restricted housing program. And then if there's a general fund department that has an equipment purchase that's greater than $5,000, that's in the capital fund. Does not include repair and maintenance projects, feasibility studies. Those aren't capital, those are in the general fund operations. To support these capital projects, we allocate 10% of the county's sales tax. And then we have transfers, $5 million transfer from the general fund, a $1 million transfer from REMP. That would go half to the microgrid and half to Health and Human Services building electrification. There are some vehicle sales included there. So when fleet is replacing a vehicle, they try to get a good repurchase price from the older vehicle. And then we have $1.2 million from any potential sales of deed restricted units. And that's a placeholder should it come up that an employee with a deed restricted unit leaves county employment, that the county, the housing fund could repurchase it. It could be sold on the market. And then we have some investment income. The next two slides give a recap of all of the different items that are in the capital fund for 2024. So IT, there are some general costs for servers, switches, copiers, a plotter, some GPS equipment, and UAS, that would be a drone. There's PATS, permit applicant tracking system, Phase 2 software, that's the planning side in ComDev. WatchWire, which Carrie mentioned briefly earlier this afternoon. On the facilities side is where you see some of the larger dollar amounts. $1.5 million for jail building conceptual design, $2.2 million for Health and Human Services building electrification, and then we've got 2 solar projects at Southside and Basalt River Park Center. Here's a recap of the different fleet replacements. Matt went through those a few weeks ago for the board. a number of electric vehicles included in this mix, and then also the electric vehicles charging stations at Public Works and in Aspen. Questions so far on this slide? Then moving on, we have the microgrid with $3.3 million to finish phase 1, and then $400,000 as a placeholder for moving on to a phase 2, and this would hopefully be a grant match. And that's a placeholder, and we'll see what happens with grants. In the deed restricted housing program, we have an annual allocation of $800,000 for purchasing units. And then also for 2024 and 2025, anticipating $1.2 million for potential buyback of units. Eventually, we hope that there will be enough funding here that it can be self-sustaining. And then some general fund departmental equipment, a production system for the BOCC meeting room, scanners, some battery backup for elections, detention's fingerprint machine, and then the Foresight Labs inmate tracking software, which they had mentioned during their budget presentation. And the last item is debt service for the construction of this admin and sheriff's building.
Question.
Yeah.
How hard are these numbers, like the 40,000 for the meeting room production system? I'm wondering if that's going to be enough, quite honestly, if we have to revamp it and make something that is integrated and works properly.
Yeah, and if something needs to change, we can come back to the board with a supplemental request if the scope changes significantly from what we have in the budget.
Got it. Okay, so that's a placeholder, so to speak.
Does this include the revenues for the library grant? and
No, that would be in the
intergovernmental?
library fund.
What's that?
That's in the library fund. And when we put these slides together, we didn't know about the DOLA grants. So there was some funding included, but not the full amount.
That's interesting though. Why wouldn't it be in capital instead of library? Or will it show up as a transfer?
So the grant,
for
half would go into the capital fund and half into the library fund. So the library electrification has to be paid out of the library fund. And so the grant money for that project would go to the library fund. Health and Human Services building is a general fund building, and so that's in the capital fund.
Okay, thank you.
So the following page, the numbers are pretty small, but basically just recaps all of the projects for each of the different areas that are on the previous slides. One item that I think will need to be adjusted is the intergovernmental, since we just found out about the DOLA grant, that will increase.
I have a question. It's about 2025?
Yes.
The COP and bond proceeds, 95,000?
Yeah, so 2024 is a somewhat normal year,
right.
if you could call it normal. We have a lot of big projects. However, in 2025 and beyond, we've got some placeholders. And these are certainly not definite numbers. They're just to give the board an idea of what it could potentially look like as as we're moving forward into a jail project.
So that would be the money we would receive if we went out to a COP or a bond.
That's correct.
Okay,
And
I'm
and
liking
again, this is just a placeholder.
We have a lot of placeholders today.
Well, we don't know what it will
I
be.
know, I understand that, but
There's
it seems
still
like that
planning
word
that
has
has to happen.
come up a
So,
lot today, but I understand that. I just wanted to clarify.
yeah, if we're looking at a $95 million project, then
I thought somebody was giving us 95 million, and I was going to be really thankful to them.
However, you'll also see on the very top row a line for property tax. This is assuming that if we issue that much in debt, we're going to need some type of revenue source
Right.
to pay the debt.
Oh, we have
So,
to pay
so
it
there are
back.
in the out years of the plan, there are a lot of assumptions that will need to be honed in on and can certainly change a lot from what you're seeing here in this plan. So 2024 is what the board would adopt as a budget, The out years are just to show the board the potential of what this could look like.
And I correct myself, I said 95,000.
You meant million.
I meant 95 million. Okay.
I'd be thankful for 95,000.
I know. You could build a building for that. Thank you. Oh, she needs a nod.
So we have a decision point on this. Is there anything within the capital fund that the board is unsure of? Again, what will be adopted is 2024.
So
and
don't
then
have to worry about 2025 right now.
that will certainly be coming back for a lot of
Okay, because that
direction
is
from the
like,
board.
whoa, really?
Yeah. You know, I have a lot of concerns about this year's budget, a lot of issues, a lot of different issues, but I'm not going to stall it. I'm okay to move this forward for the bigger discussion at the end of the day.
Okay. Patty, is there anything that you'd like us to bring back for further discussion
No,
on
it's,
the capital
it's
fund?
here in my own mind. I've got to figure out what I'm comfortable with and what I'm not.
Anybody else?
I'm good with it.
Okay. Steve, you good?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
Kelly?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, I just, in a time where you have very healthy budget reserves, it's, makes sense to look at capital projects, I think, and I think that's where we're at.
Yeah,
I agree with
and I agree with that. My concern is, what happens if they don't get done this year? We have no money to get them done next year.
Well, we'd have holdover from this year, next year, if we didn't get them done.
Well, I'm saying if we run out of money this year to get them done in 2024, we have no money to finish them in 2025 because we've used all of it in 2024. I've been here, done that, and it's a concern I have. I like having that little cushion that's a little bit bigger than the.
That's what the 95 million is.
That's right. That's what I was hoping
cushion.
she'd say.
That's your pillow.
I feel so much better now, Francie. Thank you.
I'm okay with it.
Okay. Next comes Patty's favorite subject, is a review of proposed position changes. So I'd like to just walk through not only what we're proposing in the 2024 budget, but what happened mid-year in 2023, because that has an impact, obviously, on the 2024 budget. So first, in the general fund. In the general fund, there were some changes mid-year. One is a decrease, and that's in the assessor's office. The board had approved a temporary extra position within the assessors, and then upon Larry's retirement, that position went away. So we're down one in the assessor's office, but there was one position approved for housing and asset specialist. That's under Jody. A deputy coroner. That was adding the second position within our coroner's office, and then a school resource officer in the sheriff's office. So that's a net of 2 additional FTEs for the general fund in 2023. What's proposed in 2024 is 1 planner in ComDev, and then converting a seasonal plans examiner and inspector to a full-time regular FTE in ComDev. So that's an addition of 2. So we have a net of 2 mid-year 2023 plus 2 proposed in the budget. That's a total of 4 increasing overall in the general fund.
And the positions for ComDev come out of the general fund, but because the ComDev contributes so much money to the general fund, I'm okay with those positions. Plus, they need them.
Their revenue certainly supports them.
Yeah, and their workload definitely supports it.
Any other questions on this slide? Okay. There are other general fund position changes that don't really affect the FTE count. Earlier this afternoon, you heard about the 2 community relations positions, which were term limited, but the proposal is to make them regular ongoing positions. There's no FTE change because they were already counted as FTEs. It's just that they wouldn't drop off after the end of 2024. We have a pending position. Pending means it is not included in the budget. There's just the possibility that at some future date it could come back should analysis prove that there's the support for that. Then in other funds, and these are all of the other county funds put together, 23 mid-year, there's actually a net decrease of 2 FTEs. They're in the airport. They converted 2 seasonal facilities technicians to full-time. The solid waste center added 1 heavy equipment operator. But in public health, we had 5 of the COVID positions that dropped off about mid-year. So a net decrease of 2 overall. 2024, there are 3 positions proposed. 1 is a trails supervisor in open space and trails, and that's the position that's shared with the City of Aspen's Nordic program. In fleet, the addition of a mechanic, and at the airport, a project coordinator, specifically to help out with the airport advisory board and projects and things that come out of that.
I have a question
Yeah, go
about
ahead.
that. I definitely support the project coordinator. I think that's a great idea for the airport. Is there any way, because we know how hard it is to hire people these days, and how this is a multitasked position, is there any way we can start the recruitment for that now?
So we have done that before with positions. We once we have the thumbs up from the board, but we would delay hiring
I would really
until.
like to start that recruitment
Yeah.
sooner than later, because I think it might be a difficult position to hire. Might take us a little longer, and I think we're already ongoing with the safety task force, the noise task force, the emissions. We're already in the process, and I would like to try and get that position filled quickly. So I would like to see if the board would support just getting the notice out there that we're looking for this position, and hiring is contingent upon passage of the budget. But, start the recruitment.
Well, I don't know how much control we have over prioritizing positions, because
It's not prioritizing the position, it's just saying we just look at the recruitment now, because I think it's gonna be difficult to recruit somebody who has this diverse training, and they won't come on board until the budget is passed. We just start looking for put the word out now.
I'm fine with that.
me too.
Thank you.
No one's
We
gonna
could
hire.
say the same thing about a fleet mechanic, because mechanics are hard to come by, and the sooner we can advertise that.
Yeah, but I think in
the
the airport one, the projects are already undergoing, and our staff is having to utilize their time now. And our staff at the airport is already stretched so thin. I just saw the CDOT mag chloride truck drive by. We're getting weather tonight, but
Tomorrow.
yeah, but I'd like to, because then we're gonna have to go out and advertise for everybody, but I would really like to just see if we can focus on this. It's the middle of November, so it's not too long till we approve the budget, but I think the earlier we get the word out, the better.
Okay, so that was a decrease of 2 FTEs during the year, increase of 3 in the budget, so net, that's just an increase of 1. There is 1 pending position, and that's in environmental health. The environmental health specialist focusing on air quality, which you heard about earlier in our budget process. And that one is really more contingent on whether we have a staff retirement in the Superfund and need to do some staff shifting. So if that were to occur during 2024, then that would come back to you as a supplemental request. So altogether, all of the recommended positions have been included in the 5-year plans for each fund so that the board could see the long-term impacts and whether they are sustainable with the revenues that we have. Total 2023 mid-year changes worked out to a net of 0 overall with general fund and all funds put together. And then there are 5 proposed increases for 2024. And then the next slide just shows the chart. We always show you 5 years, so you have an idea what each department has looked like over time. And the last 2 columns show an increase or decrease during that 5-year period, not just 1 year to the next.
Can you
I
just
think it
stay
would
there
be-
for 1 second?
Yeah. I think it'd be really helpful to have this go back 10 years as part of our budget narrative conversation for me. Thank you.
That we're gonna have in the first quarter?
It's okay.
No, I'm just saying, I agree. Bigger the picture, the better.
So the total this year is 374. I thought, well, I heard 390 recently.
It depends. These are regular FTEs. If you include temps and seasonals, we've got open space and trails and that has seasonal positions. There are temps in elections.
I see.
So if you include those types of positions, it's higher. These are the regular positions with benefits.
And are these including the parts that the ones who haven't been hired but we budget for them?
Yes.
This is not actual bodies. This is positions.
This is the full approved number of positions, whether they're filled or not.
Okay.
Right, good.
Okay. Thank you.
So we'd be going from 374.4 to 379.4. Of course, there are some positions in the library or facilities or some other departments where they're not full 100% FTEs.
And that's 32 more than we had 5 years ago.
Yes, it is. And just scanning through, you can see where positions have been added. For example, community development, an increase of 4.25 over that 5-year period. 6 in the airport.
We brought custodial into the airport.
That's right. It was outsourced before.
You're not gonna believe this, but I'm comfortable moving this forward at this time.
Me too.
Steve has a question.
Okay.
Well, a comment, out of the 5 increases in FTEs, 2 of them are from enterprise funds who, they make money and they need these positions to continue their operation and continue making money. 2 of them are in ComDev who makes a lot of money. They're not called an enterprise, but in effect, they kind of are. So only one of them's coming from the general fund for the fleet mechanic. And I'm in favor of these increases for this year.
Okay.
Me too.
Looks good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'm glad you saved the easy ones till last.
Catching up on time.
I think so.
Next, we've got the general fund. You've heard from all of the general fund
Cut it
departments.
in half. Yeah. What? You cut the time deficiency in half. Good job. Thank you, Connie.
Keep going, Connie.
All right. So general fund, what's in the general fund? We talk about it a lot, but I think we don't often show you what's in the general fund because there really is a lot. And so the font is pretty small because I had to try to fit it all in. But we have all of the county's elected officials, public safety, county management, internal services, many different departments in here. So just so you can have an idea of the scope of everything that's included in the general fund.
Animal safety.
With some new ones like housing and resiliency that weren't there before. So on October 10th, we presented the board an initial proposed budget, but there have been some changes since that time.
Okay.
So this is a recap. What's changed since October 10th within the general fund? One is the Stotts Mill Child Care Facility contribution. That's $250,000. We just saw that in the resiliency budget. $150,000 of that is coming from ARPA funds, but it was also the board's direction to use $100,000 in general funds. So that is a change to the general fund budget. The $150,000 is a net zero, but the additional $100,000 comes out of general fund balance. There are housing initiatives, and these Ashley brought to the board, might have been about a month ago, that $2.55 million of different initiatives were identified as potential opportunities to use housing dollars. Some of this would be paid for by using the remaining ARPA funds and that's the 1.256 million. And then we have about 38,000 in remaining LATCF, that's local and tribal consistency funds, if I'm remembering right. So part of those remaining grant dollars that need to be spent within a certain time frame would be spent on these housing initiatives. But the board was interested in moving forward on all of the different housing initiatives that were proposed. So if that's the case, then 1.255 million would come not really out of general fund dollars, but out of general fund dollars that were going to go into the housing fund, but now would stay in the general fund to support these programs. So it ends up being a net zero, but you'll see a little bit of a difference in the bottom line just because instead of being part of a capital transfer to the housing fund, it's part of the operations of the general fund.
Okay.
So is that $104 or 104 million?
No, that's
or
104. There were other minor tweaks.
I just want to make sure I got my dollars and
No,
million.
it's actually $104.
Thank you. I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen $104 on a budget.
There were a number of little changes. October 10th, and when we had to have the packet ready, was still a little early. There were some departments that came back, I would really like to get this in, and little tweaks here and there. Some were increases and some were decreases. And when I went through and looked at all of the minor little tweaks that we had made, it netted out to an increase of $104. So.
I have a quick question about the revenue budget. Do you want to talk about it before
Sure.
I ask my question?
Oh, go ahead.
It's on the sales taxes. So I know that you plan conservatively so that we don't have any unpleasant surprises. So I'm wondering what kind of adjustment you made to this year's sales taxes for next year's sales taxes.
Yeah, so our projection for sales tax is fairly small. We're projecting an increase in 2023 of 2.5% more than 2022. And then only a 1.5% increase for 2024.
I see. Okay.
So those are small percentages, but at the same time, I feel like they're fairly optimistic.
You do.
Forecasts. There are many people who are talking about recession. It's difficult to know. We have seen things happen on a national level, international level, but yet at the same time, Aspen seems to be pretty resilient. So it's a little bit of both. We tend to be
A little bit more
conservative.
than you would have liked, is that?
We went back and forth on it.
That was the Financial Advisory Board recommendation.
The financial
part.
advisory board actually would have increased sales tax by more.
Right. Okay.
And
That's what I thought might be
And
the
we
case.
held back a little bit more. We were being a little more cautious.
And where
You
are we
answered my
today?
question exactly at what I thought. Thank you.
About 3.4%.
They,
That's what they projected?
they were looking at a rate of inflation.
I'm
increase.
talking about where we are today in our number. We're
Today, we are ahead of budget, but also ahead of 2022. And I think we're about 5.1% ahead. So
Because we budgeted at 2 point something?
we budgeted a decrease.
Oh.
So last year,
Over
this time,
2023, we
for
budgeted a decrease?
For 2023, if you go back to 2022 with inflation and such, everyone at that point was predicting a slowdown and a recessionary period, and particularly hitting the real estate market. So we had predicted yeah, I know. Hindsight's
What do they
2020,
know?
let me just say. But yeah, we predicted an 11% decrease from what were historically high sales tax
Yeah.
collections.
But what did we budget? 11% decrease?
Decrease.
That's correct.
Where did the 2 point something come in? That's where we
So
are today.
We are projecting, so our budget was wrong. The Financial Advisory Board the year before thought that peak that we had hit had to be the peak and we had to come down off of that. It wasn't the case. It turns out that peak maybe is a new normal. So so not looking at what we budgeted, we're definitely doing much better than budget, but we have to project where we're going to end 2023, and we're
Right.
projecting that we'll be 2.5%
That's where-
more than 2022.
Okay, that's where that number came in.
We did really well in the winter months this last year with double-digit increases, but then we've seen a little bit of a slowing trend.
Which I think we're gonna see.
And we could still have a pretty decent decrease for December and still meet our projection.
Yeah. So
we'll see.
inflation was down again today to 3.2. Did you see that? So that may affect what the financial advisory board might think. They
You could
might
get
come down
gas
a
in
little.
Denver for $2.59 again.
Well, I'm driving to Denver to get
59.
gas.
That means it'll be down to 4 here.
$4.50.
But it is looking more and more likely that we hit a soft landing, which is not, I mean, that is not a normal outcome in these high inflationary periods. And so we've been more optimistic in our projections than we were last year, but less optimistic than our
there's
financial
little in our
advisors.
world
Well, they're going to
today that's
find
normal.
some way to make it look bad anyway. That's what economists do, in my opinion.
Yeah, we'll hear the opposite in
Bad
about
for
a
some
week or two, right?
It's always like, blah, 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 is so great, but. There's always a but.
Irrational exuberance.
Yeah.
So total proposed revenue for the general fund is $55.5 million. And you see the number one revenue section is our sales tax, budgeted at about 10.7 million. Licenses and permits is close behind that at 10.1 million, and a lot of that is the ComDev permits, the building permits. And then property taxes is third at 9.37 million. Questions on revenues?
They look pretty darn good to me.
I'm looking at expenditures and have to giggle. What is non-exhaustive category list? I'm exhausted.
It's
I
got
don't know
nothing to
about
do with
you.
us, obviously.
This is just a sample list. It doesn't include everything.
Okay.
So if you look at the pie chart, our proposed expenditures are 56.6 million, and over half of that is salary and benefits in the general fund. So those are all of the people, whether it's in the sheriff's office or county management or the clerk and recorders, who are performing the services.
It's more than the revenue.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So there's a.
It is. And this is where we have the change from what we showed you October 10th. On October 10th, we showed you a surplus in the general fund of, I believe is $233,000. But we've had some changes since then, and I'll point those out when we look at the actual spreadsheet for the general fund of what's changed to make that difference. When we show these on the 5-year plans, we break the expenditure costs down into categories: the professional and technical services, property services, other services. The question comes up, well, what's other services? What's in there? And so the list on the side, there was no way I could list out everything.
Right.
I would need to use
That
a
would've
bunch
been
of slides to
exhausting.
do that. So it's just to give you a little sampling of what types of costs are included in those different categories.
I think it's a stretch to say you're not exhaustive.
I have a question, and you guys may have discussed it when one of the funding meetings the budget meetings I missed. The sheriff's, this goes to Francie's concern, staffing assessment,
Yeah. Okay. So
40 grand.
So let's move on.
I thought we were already
we've
there,
got
sorry.
some one-time projects. Looking on this chart, looks like I've got a slight difference in my numbers here. I don't think I identified everything entirely on the following page. I must have left something out here in this list. We have a number of one-time projects, and so I broke them out roughly into what are contributions to other entities and what are studies, not only studies, but consultants, outside support. One-time contributions, there's the animal shelter capital improvements. That's actually coming from a restricted fund balance within the general fund where we've saved up over the years to have that money available for any capital improvements. The excuse me, childcare worker stipends, financial empowerment centers, Stotts Mill childcare facility, and then the housing initiatives.
Is it just 1 year of those childcare stipends?
The $945,000 includes the total amount for 2024 and half of 2025.
Okay, thank you.
One-time studies include the growth management implementation process within ComDev, and that involves also code rewrite and other things like that. They mentioned that during their budget presentation. A short-term rental impact fee study, climate action. I lumped a number of things together within this of climate action and microgrid.
We're doing an impact fee study on short-term rentals
For
that costs us
$200,000?
$200,000?
Or how many units do we have?
What is that? Kara?
We don't even have, how many units do we have licensed?
120 something.
So when you all approved the short-term rental licensing to do an impact fee, such as our employee mitigation fee or others, you have to do an impact study in order for the nexus to collect anything other than the fees cover the cost of the program. So when you all approve the short-term rental, there was a conversation about would we want to charge more because the impact to the community is greater than just the cost of running the program. So we delayed it this year and pushed it to next year for one, to get the program off the ground and running, and then basically this would be if you wanted to look at a potential impact fee related to short-term rentals, you would need to do this study.
To raising that above the cost to run the program.
Mm-hmm.
Did we recoup cost from the fees to run the program this year? I don't think
It's pretty close.
Yeah, it's
Very
pretty
close.
Yeah.
$200,000 to do that. It's a
So-
placeholder.
Well, and
choice.
it's if you want to do an impact fee, and you have to establish a rational nexus. We had to do the same thing with our housing impact fee. It is always more difficult when you do this for the first time. As you update them, once you establish the rational nexus that is defensible for the purpose of establishing an impact fee, updating it on an ongoing basis costs less. But again, there aren't a lot of short-term rental impact fees that have been implemented, and so we don't have a good playbook to follow. So we're in that position of breaking ground again. And so if the board...
This is different than what we're charging now. This is a
Correct.
proposed impact fee.
That's a licensing fee.
Yeah.
What you all had
right.
challenged us to look at was, could we identify, or are there impacts that we could identify and study to transportation, affordable housing,
On top of the fee. Charging for fees.
right, law enforcement services that would be appropriate for an impact fee to be implemented on to support those services.
Can we change our mind?
Yes, we
Of
can.
course you can, yeah.
I mean, it hasn't happened yet, right? We haven't taken any steps towards, this would be the first step towards implementing an
Yeah,
impact fee.
we cannot contract for this service without an appropriation. So the appropriation is the first step. We've thought about it, and we've thought about the challenge of it, which is why this budget may be a little conservative, because it may be a little large because.
Oh, I thought you meant a little small.
No, a little large. I meant conservative.
Conservative
by,
means the other way. Yeah.
the other way in this sense, because we are breaking new ground. It's not isolated to like a transportation impact fee, or it's almost reversing it to say, what are all the things that STRs might impact that we would want to have a fee to offset against? It's more complicated.
Yeah, and I understand that, but at 126 licenses, I'm not sure spending $200,000 to look at an impact fee. I'd rather wait a year and see if we get, I think we're probably done with licenses, because anybody who technically could come in that provided short-term rentals during that time frame. I mean, how many more are out there that haven't been licensed?
Yeah, this is totally, this is a good example of, where if the board wants us to take a step back on this, then we just need that direction. We're operating under the initial direction from the board.
Cara?
I would just say the number is probably pretty flat right now. The one thing that we have not gone into the realm yet, and we don't know the volume, so I just want to be very clear, it could stay pretty much the same. We haven't really gone into the enforcement piece of who has not come in. So who might still be on the platforms that we have not been bringing in to the actual licensing program. But as far as from initial launch to a year and a couple months, it's been pretty flat at this point.
Could we not come up with a date and say, for those of you who are out there who would qualify, you have until this date to apply, or we're cutting it off because we have this
Why?
level of uncertainty?
Why would we do that?
I'm just saying that because if we're gonna if we're gonna fund $200,000.
Well, maybe we're not. Let's see where
Yeah.
this goes. Kelly?
Well, I'll comment on your last question. I mean, I think we need to uphold our ordinance. I'm sorry. I think we need to uphold our ordinance, which means people who are operating illegally should not be allowed to operate.
Oh, I
illegally.
agree. I thought she was asking, you have to have your application in by a certain date.
I was saying, because we don't know how many are still hanging out there. That could be another 100 years. They could still come in. We had a deadline. Time frame. You had to have provided short-term rental services, right?
That.
To allow you to qualify, but we don't have a deadline to say, for those of you who qualify, you have until this date to submit for an application to, a license for short-term rentals, because we're living in this, 100 could run in tomorrow, because we don't know how many are still hanging out there. Correct. Right?
What were you going to say, Kelly?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I would support having a check-in on this topic. There's other things happening in the short-term rental space that might cause us to revisit this.
I'd rather look at enforcement and finding out who's out there still renting and without a license. But, because I think there's probably some out there.
Greg?
It makes sense to have a placeholder. The amount doesn't so much matter to me. I know these things are expensive to execute. We don't know what the future brings. I wanted to just mention that so much seems to have changed in the short-term rental sphere just in the last year or so. Do we have will it require this study to understand what's actually been happening and how communities are responding and possibly changing their stances? Is that part of this, or is that something we should be learning just from our peers, what they're doing and how they're some of this work could have been done. Maybe we don't need to do this. Maybe there's some ways to inform our progress on it. But I know we don't know these things, and so I support putting it there, but we may determine that we don't need to do it.
Yeah, and I think that staff is definitely following, right? There's a lot happening in the short-term rental that is even probably different from when we proposed this budget.
Right.
And this is a holdover from the initial. I will say if we were to continue to look down and explore an impact fee, there is, to John's point, for that rational nexus, there is actually a very clear outline of what you have to include in that impact fee study. So it's kind of
That
like
budget's not going to change.
it's not like peer studies or best practices. There's just a very clear outline of if you want to look at an impact fee,
justify it.
it has to follow these things.
Hopefully we can learn from others before we do our own.
I agree with that.
We're not going to lead the way?
Well, we're hardly out in front with short-term rentals when you think of Summit.
Because there's lawsuits coming out as we speak, probably.
So it sounds like maybe put a placeholder, but we'd like to consider Steve.
Yeah, one other consideration, and I remember right back to the very beginning, we limited the short-term rentals just to those who had been doing it before. And we gave them a definite time they had to apply to be considered for short-term rentals going forward. And at that time, we decided we needed to keep the numbers small and be able to study the impact of first of all, find out how many short-term rentals there are in the county, and second of all, figure out what the impact of them is before doing anything else. One of the things we could do, we could actually decide we need more short-term rentals in the county, and we could open up for people who have not done it before could apply to be a short-term rental. That could be one possible outcome. I have a feeling our sentiment might be against that, but until we do this study of the impacts of the short-term rentals, I don't think we really know. We might find out that it would be to our advantage to have some more short-term rentals than we have now. So that to me would be an outcome of this study, and I'd be in favor of doing it.
I'd like a further discussion with Jeanette and see what enforcement issues might be out there, and any thought as to how many are still out there without being licensed that aren't using them as short-term, who might want to and come in, just to have that, because, and this would be funded through ComDev, right? Which we know has been making a lot of money. I'd rather hire 2 more planners or another planner in ComDev and get applications through the system faster, but.
When were you imagining this would be implemented, this study?
I mean, we have had it budgeted since the launch of the short-term rental, so we wanted more time to kind of look at the enforcement. So my guess is it would be mid-year at the earliest right now.
So can we do a placeholder?
So
and
maybe
bring it
we
back
should leave a
then?
placeholder for it and then see if we want to enact it as time goes on. And maybe the short-term rentals will go down, who knows, you know? Okay, thank you, Gar.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, Carrie mentioned the IT records and data management study, and then sheriff staffing assessment. This is in the sheriff's office and the jail. Patty, maybe you weren't
I
here
don't
for
think I
the
missed
sheriff's
that one
meeting.
meeting, sorry.
Yeah, they included that in their presentation.
Can I just comment on that? I mean, I do think it's really important that we support that, because I think as we think about a physical design of a jail, there's going to be operational components where staffing can help inform.
Right.
You know, do we want long-term costs related to staffing, or do we want a one-time capital expense for a design element?
And I think looking at
what the
the
staffing
staffing
assessment's
overall
for.
in the sheriff's department is
Yeah.
probably, we have never really done that.
Okay, any other comments on this page?
So just to show, give you an idea of the magnitude of some of the one-time costs that are within the budget. We also have a number of different transfers. Some of those are just general operating transfers that support operations and other funds. You'll see an operating transfer in from the Conservation Trust Fund. This is lottery money that comes into the general fund, and basically we just pass it through to the Open Space and Trails Fund. We do subsidize human services and public health, so you see the 2 million and 1.1 million there. And then for the Healthy Community Fund, we simply cover their overhead costs, so that that's not taking away in any way, shape, or form from the amount that they have to be able to grant out to the community. So operational transfers, 3.
Why do they have overhead costs if it's a volunteer board who's doing that?
Somebody has to.
Just
all county funds are
the district-
charged overhead because they use the county IT
Oh,
department.
okay, all right, I get it. Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
I get it.
Okay. Then we have our capital transfers with 5 million going to the capital fund, 350,000 to the translator fund, and about 3.5 million to the housing fund. So almost 8.9 million in capital transfers plus 3.2 million in operational transfers. So those are just breaking down some of the details for when we look at the overall general fund. We've seen this chart earlier, but this is an updated one. As we look at those capital transfers and the one-time projects, that's why you see this decrease in fund balance. where before, at the end of 2023, we expect we'll have 15.7 million in our unrestricted or unassigned general fund balance, and that would decrease to about 3.1 million. It does still leave room for the board to have that cushion in case of an emergency, an economic downturn. Just not as much as before. We're using
The
it
cushion
for.
went from this size to a piece of, yeah, that's where one of my levels of discomfort lies.
And we're maintaining still this, the green section, which is our 16.7% that we always keep in that
And we're above
rainy
what we
day
need to
fund.
keep in there, but still.
Significantly.
So just a snapshot of what this looks like. And then we get to the whole general fund. So we've got 55.4 million in revenue. We looked at that on an earlier slide. All of the different operational line items, you've heard from each department, what they're prioritizing, what they're looking at doing. You see the 5.4 million in one-time projects. That's included here.
Where's that? I'm sorry, I've been a little lost.
Going down on the expenditures, the last line from the bottom of the
Oh, I see it.
expenditures are one-time expenditures. Brings us to our total expenditures, but then we add on our operational expenditures, or our operational transfers, excuse me. And that brings us to a net deficit for 2024 of about 1.1 million. So our original version of the budget had a surplus of
200 and something.
I think it was 233,000. I wrote it down somewhere and now I'm not seeing it. But shifting we added a 100,000 for Stotts Mill out of general fund, plus shifting the housing dollars out of the capital transfer and up into this one-time means that it factors into having this one-time deficit.
And so that comes from our balance.
That does, right.
That makes it so it's not the other way around.
If you look at the out years, 2025 through 2028, and here we've added in inflationary costs, we've added in potential health insurance costs, wage increases, we've factored in conservative revenue estimates for our revenues, and what we have is surpluses each year in the out years. So that means that we're not looking at a structural problem within the general fund. The ongoing operational costs are costs that we anticipate we can afford with our ongoing revenues. We just have one-time costs, rather extraordinary one-time costs in 2024, and capital transfers that draw down our fund balance. So over the course of the 5 years, if you average it all together, it's an average annual operating surplus of about 702,000. And then we have capital transfers, which reduce the fund balance a little bit more. It still leaves us with a total general fund balance of almost 13 million at the end of 2024.
Okay, decision point, guys.
Thumbs
Thank
up
you for your
me.
clear,
Well done.
yeah, and thanks for your clear explanations.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm comfortable moving it to the next level of discussion.
I'm good.
Okay, and next week we'll bring back to the board the ambulance district and then a couple of follow-up decision points. One was on use of REMP dollars for electrification, and we had one question earlier in the presentation. So we'll bring back any lingering questions next week.
Okay.
And then we should be about at the point where we can wrap it up and bring the final adoption of the budget in December.
Great. Thank you so much, Connie. Just phenomenal
Thank you all.
work.
Thank you for your time for that very long meeting today.
Good job.
Well, we were the reason it was so long. You had it planned out perfectly. We went astray.
It was good discussions, I think.
Okay. A little bleary-eyed, I have to admit. Let's move on to future agendas.
Okay, I have a few items for you. First, we did confirm November 30th, we will be doing an exec from 1 to 3 on FBO negotiations. The attorney's office had also asked for a morning exec, but I think we had a conflict with the Regional Housing Coalition, and that was to bring back conversations with API, the Aspen Picken Employee Housing Incorporated. We're going to still try and find a date or maybe plug that into that afternoon.
Did we notice that meeting? I don't remember.
It's not out yet.
It's not.
No, the invitations came out, didn't they?
Are you talking about the housing thing? Or
Yeah.
Oh, the Housing Coalition.
I don't know if it's
I'll
on
put a
our-
note in here to do that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know.
not on my calendar either. I thought I put it on my calendar, but apparently not.
No, it's not on. I'm not seeing it on here.
Then because of my faux pas around mill levy timing last week when we were talking about mini retreats, what we would like to do is move our electrification discussion, which was scheduled for December 5th, to the following week, December 12th, and schedule time on December 5th for the board just to talk about property tax relief, as well as setting of the mill levies, what we want to do with the mill levies. That will be after the board has an opportunity to be in a joint session with the Open Space and Trails, which I think will be important because you'll get a sense of upcoming acquisitions and such before we talk about that.
And
mill
have they
levy.
decided what they're doing about their mill levy?
Well, you set their mill levy, so you get to decide. Yeah.
Will other taxing districts be contacting us with what they're discussing?
I don't know what their dates are for submitting.
Ended December, right?
December 15th.
Yeah.
Is the deadline for other taxing districts.
Yeah, so we won't know that at that point. I have some anecdotal information,
I'd love to
but
hear
not-
from everybody and
Yeah.
whether or not they're going to participate in
No
our
kidding.
relief program.
Yeah.
Oh, I do have some info on that I'll share on the, yeah.
And how long are you proposing for that discussion? Doesn't sound like a short one.
I think there's an hour on the agenda.
Let's see. Remainder of the session will begin at 3:45. So we're not going to discuss future ballot questions. I think we're going to push that out to January at this point because I don't think we have enough time.
So we're
But
not going to do a mini retreat?
Not a mini retreat. Yeah, we're just going to talk about the mill levies.
But the mill levy discussion, you're gonna put on the 5th, right?
Correct. Yeah,
Instead of
because
electrification, which is scheduled for an hour, so that gives us an hour.
so we're going to grab as much time as we can on the 5th for that discussion, but we will push electrification to the 12th.
When is GR coming? Phillips?
We do not have that
I haven't seen
scheduled.
it
We,
in
we're
the-
moving
Was
too much
scheduled?
stuff around.
I didn't see
Yeah.
it on.
I think we've had to push it out for the mill levy and other conversations here.
I do have a quick question. The P and Z is on our agendas now for every Tuesday, having a meeting at 5 o'clock. I don't think P and Z meets every week.
Do you?
They are meeting on the 5th.
No, but it's, on every one of our agendas for work session, it says P and Z meeting at 5, P and Z meeting at 5. So.
We'll check on
I think
that.
that's not always true, so if we needed to run over one day, we need to know what days we could do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you suggesting then that we won't hear about Phillips until the new year?
Do you know when we've scheduled Phillips?
We were talking sometime in December. but
So
we're
did
not
I.
sure of vacation plans and the holiday
Yeah.
plans, so we may be first part.
I'm here.
January.
Thanks, Kelly.
I vote for January.
Sorry.
Bye,
See you tomorrow.
Kelly. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Drive carefully.
Thanks, Kelly.
Okay. Anybody else on agenda review, whatever it's called?
Future agendas. It's been a long afternoon.
Future agendas.
I
That's
have
it.
one open discussion
And we're
that,
going to get there in just a second. So While
Just
we're
letting you
on,
know. Excuse me.
so on the 5th, so then we're moving electrification to the 12th and bumping GR till January, doing the budget on the 13th.
And we'll double check if we have time.
Public Works Master Plan off, or the
Yeah.
12th, we're gonna have one there, so that'll come back to you.
Okay. And then what, do we have meetings on, after the 13th? What happens after that? In terms of the holidays and stuff? So we have a meeting on the 19th?
Yeah, because we have to bring back mill levy. Well, if there are no changes through the legislature, we have to bring back mill levy certifications to the board.
Okay. And then, obviously not on the 26th, I hope?
Unless there's a change in the legislature, but no, we're not planning a meeting on the 26th,
Okay.
Yeah, our last meeting date is the 20th.
20th,
Oh, we have a meeting on the 20th?
20th.
It's in our future agendas.
Yeah, it's just not on my calendar.
Oh.
'Cause My
That kinda
calendar
gets
didn't
screwed up.
change for the winter schedule.
So you can show up any day you want, Francie, we may not be here.
Okay. Open discussion. Patty?
Yeah, I met with Brian Pettit yesterday about the transportation planning regions. And it seems that there was a push from the state level to redistrict, re-boundary the regional planning areas. So they had a meeting with all of the regional planning. You know, there's, I think, 5 on the Front Range, like Denver or Dr. Cog, Colorado Springs, Pueblo, that their whole region is, I mean, their whole is, like Dr. Cog is just the Denver area where we have how many counties in our TPR? A lot, maybe 10. Yeah, so it was a unanimous vote not to change the boundaries because they're working well, so why screw it up? And so, but the state is still pursuing changing the boundaries. So Brian said Garfield County wrote a letter that were signed by the Garfield County Commissioners saying, what do you do with CDOT? We all agreed that the regional boundaries are working well. But Brian and I, in talking yesterday, said maybe we should write a letter on behalf of Pitkin County. Brian will take some of the information in Garfield County's, but Garfield County, of course, added a paragraph that we will not add in ours, kind of beating the state up. So I'm asking the board if it would be okay for Brian to draft us a letter to bring back for Francie to sign, supporting the decision made by all of the regional planning districts to not change the boundaries statewide.
Okay.
Do we have any idea why the state?
We don't know what's pushing it on the state level.
It'd be nice to know that before we're.
They've tried and they're not getting a clear answer as to that direction.
Yeah, well, we should ask for a clear answer then too.
Brian's been trying. Brian is chairing our TPR, and he's doing a great job, but so I met with him just to discuss that. And I have TPR, I have it in the information, Brian gave me everything, including a copy of Garfield County's letter if anybody wants to see it.
I'd support writing our own letter.
Thank you. So can we, John, provide Brian with that direction?
Yep.
Oh, can we provide, thank you. Thank you, that's all I had, Francie.
Okay. I have a couple of things. I know where you think you're going, dude.
I was going to hand out another letter for open discussion, but, but I'm going to wait.
Okay, so there's a response groundbreaking for their new facility that we helped pay for on December 4th. I got a letter from Shannon asking me if I'd go, but if anybody else wants to go too, that would be great.
What day is that?
It's at 4 o'clock on December 4th.
Which is what day of the week?
Like almost dark, Friday. There's that.
It's a Monday.
December 4th? Oh, yes, it's a Monday. That's right. It's
You could go on Friday if you
No,
want
it's
to,
the
Francie.
it's the, what do we call it? Staff party on the Friday.
I'd be interested in going to that.
Okay, cool.
If anybody else does, we have to notice it.
We
right?
should probably notice
Should just
it anyway.
notice it.
And then
may.
stubbies, I want to talk about that for just a second because we've gotten some letters from the community that really are asking us, they think we're closing it, it sounds like, but asking us basically to extend the lease. So I think maybe we should talk about that a little bit more.
We have it,
because-
we have it scheduled on future agendas. Don't we have a Stubby's discussion?
Yeah, you've got the Stubby's lease coming forward, and again, you know, the dynamic is really, you know, the business has made noises about selling, and it obviously is going to be easier to do that with a transferable lease, which is not a typical provision within our leases. We had, you know, suggested a shorter lease extension. It really depends on what the board is trying to achieve. You know, I think if the business is sold, there are not necessarily any guarantees that it continues in its current form. I do think that the business serves you know, a role in the community that not a lot of businesses, or fewer and fewer businesses, are serving in terms of you know, a lower cost place to eat and drink. I do think the board will have to have a policy decision about, you know, is that your responsibility with this facility or not? But we do have time. We will be bringing the lease forward. I think it's something that, you know, if you need to push out because we need further discussion, we can push it out.
My concern is the use of that space if we were to give them a short-term lease, or if they were to sell, we were not going to allow the lease to roll over to a new owner. I really have to say this. Until we have more people in this building that we built for our employees, I understand employee recruitment, I understand employee retention. I have a hard time building more employee space, even if it's Mid-Valley, and throwing out a local business or whatever. I don't want to say throwing them out, but not continuing to support it. And I think that has to be part of the discussion.
Yeah, that's up to you guys.
We worked really hard on this building. Greg, you were here, I was here for it. And we really worked hard on providing a building that had great natural light, that was a great place for our employees to work. And I understand times have changed, I understand the recruitment and the retaining issues, but, you know, it's just hard for me to justify to the taxpayers, we're gonna build more space down Valley when we're not looking at better utilizing our existing space that we have in town.
I think my concern here regarding this particular issue is it definitely has it's a soft spot. You know, it's an issue which we all care about, but really, as John points out, they're not going to be able to sell the business unless they have a long-term lease that would go with the sale. That's just the obvious business practice when you sell a business. You want to.
Well, I would like to know for sure if that's their plan to sell the business.
So
Well,
what
I think
are
we've
you
heard that.
saying?
So what I'm saying is, if they sell the business, what John is saying is there's no guarantee that the next business operator won't raise the prices 200% and try to reach a higher end market, for instance, or just raise the prices because they can't afford to. Having
Support their
bought the
lease.
business, they can't afford to charge the low prices. So we're entering really murky territory. As much as I support having a local bar and a place to hang out for the people who use that, you know, that's a tough one. If they said, we're going to stay here and, you know, we're going to be here,
It'd be different.
it might be different.
Yeah,
But if
so I
it's,
think those are points that we need to clarify. Is it just
Right.
hearsay that they're gonna sell? Do we know for sure? I mean, we haven't, that needs to be clarified, and I don't know if we can build it into a lease, that there's some kind of locally serving clause in there. I mean, the city of Aspen does it, in some of their leases, that they're gonna
They
be
write
locally
leases
serving.
that can't be transferred, but
No,
they
they'll
have
be
to.
locally serving. Your business will be
yeah.
locally serving with some parameters. I don't know how well that's
and you're-
worked, but.
You've said our practice is not to allow transfer of a lease with a sale.
Yeah, we don't have as many properties in this type of use as Aspen, and we just haven't had that practice in the past. We generally do not make the leases transferable. We bring the
reasons.
leases back to this board to approve new leases.
Yeah, we just
Yeah.
roll them over.
And we'll have time to discuss this more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for bringing it up.
Then
Nancy.
the Redstone General Store, I did speak to Kelly and Patty. I haven't had a chance to speak to the men yet. So they had pretty serious losses when the culvert was blown out on the other side of the pass. This last summer, they weren't able to do the business that they usually do because there was no traffic allowed over the pass. And if their books apparently show that they lost $55,000 So I was at a meeting with them, and I had wondered if we had a disaster relief fund. I called John Peacock. We don't, but we did, under you guys, provide relief for COVID, businesses under COVID with a maximum of 25,000.
Correct.
And so I thought I'd bring it up for you guys to think about whether that would be something we'd be willing to do for the general store, which is trying to stay open. The owners want to sell it. The community is freaked out that it's going to close because there is no food between, except for Propaganda Pie and the Inn, but there's no groceries between Carbondale and Paonia. It's a pretty big food desert. They're looking at something from the Ag Department for a food desert. It's a grant of some kind, but you know, there'll be competition. And so I thought I'd bring it up with you guys as a possibility, not quite disaster relief, but some kind of help to get them through this winter while they restructure things and try to make it so that the general store can keep operating.
How did we fund that 25 grand? Was it COVID funds that came in, or did we take it out of general fund? I can't remember.
Yeah, we did a combination. Money was moving around so quickly during that time, but we did appropriate out of the general fund, and there was also additional funds raised through Aspen Community Foundation, and we ran a grant program at that point through the Aspen Community Foundation. We had a group of reviewers, I guess I should say, set up for the reviewees that, you know, took in applications and reviewed financials and then made recommendations on awards. We don't have that process stood up anymore. And, you know, I think the only other thing that the board might want to consider is, were there other businesses in Redstone impacted that might also be raising their hands that you'd want to consider having funding for.
And I agree it's something we should look at, and I'm going to connect you with somebody from Better Business down in Glenwood, but just to see if they can help them with business planning or whatever help they can be. Maybe some opportunities for grants or funding or something. But also, my concern is, again, setting a precedent, and what are we opening the door to, not just to the other businesses in Redstone, but to
anybody who's had a hard time.
Anybody who's had a house burned down when they provided local food or local meats. Yeah, I mean, we've got people coming to us, again, from everywhere, and I think we just need to be careful and have a plan.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
Speaking of the burned down house, I heard from that family.
Yeah, we heard from that family too. People who provided, you know, they had an economy that was hit, did a different scale or
well,
level.
their whole life was hit. I mean,
yeah. So
that's
it's hard to do it all for everybody when we're not as wealthy as people think we are as a county.
So do we want to pursue something with the general store to help them out? Do we want to see their books to see?
I have so many questions about it. Do we know what caused the ditch to blow out, and was there an insurance policy? Was it some property owner, you know, let their ditch overflow?
I thought it was the log culvert at the reservoir from backlog of logs.
I know the highway blew out, but was there liability involved of any?
It was a side creek just from the high runoff from the snow melting coming down the hill.
Right.
Went through the undersized culvert on the road. Maybe CDOT should have had a bigger culvert in there, but
nobody maintained
it was
it.
not a reservoir. It was not any property owner's fault.
Okay. What about state funding for a disaster like that affects? It seems like a stretch to me. Does the community of Redstone have an interest in?
Well, they've been approached. They did a outreach last couple of weeks. It was in one of the papers. I read about it in one of the papers. There wasn't a lot of rising up from the community to help them. You know, my personal feeling is that the current owners have just burned out on this and they don't want to support it anymore, but they have money. So it's a hard one for me because I know the owners have money, you know, so it's annoying to me.
I don't feel compelled to get involved in that.
Let's just see if there's any opportunities we might be able to share with the people who are seeking funds that And I will definitely follow up.
Yeah.
I'll try and get a hold of her tomorrow morning if I don't hear back.
Yeah, so as annoyed as I am by this situation, I do believe the general store is sort of the heart of Gladstone, and it would be really sad for the people there if the general store closes.
I don't suppose Lift Up could take it over, or, you know, food pantry or the farmers, the ag people could take it over as their distribution hub, or I'm just wondering if there's some other solution that doesn't necessarily require us to
I
pay
think
for
they
it.
sell diapers and.
Oh, they sell tons of stuff. And,
So, yeah.
and they have a lot of events, which are really nice for the community.
Sounds like Carl's Pharmacy should take it over.
Okay, so that's that. And then I just thought I'd catch you up on the Venezuelans. So I'm sure you've seen the articles in the paper. There's an article in the Colorado Sun today. So I did provide dinners for them Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. They're all 80 are not at the 3rd Street Center. There's between 40 and 50, I would say. So I tried to make food for 50, but they ate a lot of food. A lot of food fast.
Thanks for doing that.
And
I know, I wish she's a good cook.
And then this morning, there were some women in there actually serving a breakfast. I don't know what the breakfast was. There's no cooking facilities. There's no refrigerator. Whole Foods had sent over 2 crates of, what is it when it has an expiration date? Perishable foods that like tuna salad and chicken salad and egg salad and all kinds of things. But there was no refrigeration, so these cases were just sitting on the floor. You know, it's just like, oh, that's all we need is just give these group of people food poisoning or something. So anyway, Colin Laird was saying, well, we're just going to toss it. And I said, well, I'll toss it to my chickens if you're going to toss it. But it was painful to see that food. And the food that Lift Up had brought was like a case of pineapple chunks and a case of tortillas, all cold foods, a case of Rice Krispies, but they don't have any milk, you know, so.
Not particularly usable.
It was, no, and they're just boxes stacked up over there.
That's what's going to happen. That's what happened after Katrina. Stuff just sat in corners and
Yeah, exactly.
became more of a
Just
problem.
stacked in the corners, exactly what it was. And they had to move it out for a memorial service on Saturday and then move it back in. And anyway, there's been some reporting that they have to be out of there by Saturday, but apparently that's not true. And also in terms of the police moving them in the middle of the night and in the middle of the day and stuff, that also, they have a stay on that, an understanding with the town, but that also does not have a current limit on it, is my understanding. What do you know, John?
Managers from Picken, Garfield, and Eagle did meet with the Carbondale manager. Carbondale did make a request of the county for cots for bedding to use in the 3rd Street Center. We actually got that down half an hour before we officially received the request.
I know, Brian said
So
it was already
pretty
going.
quick.
I have to tell you, those cots have changed the scene in there.
That's good.
They are fantastic.
Yeah.
They have their own space now that they really take care of, and they have something they can put their possessions under. It's really elevated that space in there significantly.
Literally elevated.
So that's the only formal request for assistance. We responded to it immediately. Our understanding is that Carbondale is talking to the State Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management to see if they can get some planning support for what to do, in the near and longer term. Still waiting to hear back on, we're apparently going to get invited, staff is going to get invited to a meeting at some point on that to see what logistical support we might be able to offer in the valley, and we stand ready to do that.
Like what?
It could be our emergency support functions that, look for housing and that sort of thing in emergencies. It could be tapping into DOLA funds for direct costs associated with serving this population. It could be a number of things, Francie.
Couldn't Garfield County do those same things?
And
Yeah.
So I think right now Carbondale is taking lead on it, and so we are ready to support further as they get into this. My understanding is that the 3rd Street Center is going to be able to use for a little bit longer period of time, so that the emergent shelter needs are met for the population. Food is getting delivered. I mean, it's.
I've heard they're
yeah.
okay until Friday, or through Friday. That's what I've heard.
And
from Irene. Irene I think she's at BOCC. She's sort of doing that. I have her contact.
Yeah. And Carbondale is looking at other options right now. And so we're going to provide them with information on how we set up our safe outdoor space. I know they're looking at what facilities and space that they might have to provide emergency sheltering. That the issue is long term, right? What's going to happen, and we're really just buying time for that conversation, making sure people are safe.
What about the DOLA money that for immigrants that nobody wants except?
So that needs to go through a contracting process. I was given an assignment to look into that at that meeting of the managers. I pulled the contract and statement of work that was done by the City and County of Denver in relation to use of these funds. They are limited to direct cost of governments. We do need to identify a statement of work, and we need to have a local government that would contract with DOLA.
What does that mean, statement of work? The work done to help these people?
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Kind of work?
What the work
Finding
is?
a hotel or that kind of thing.
Yeah,
but not paying for the hotel. It wouldn't pay for.
That would not necessarily be considered a direct cost of the government, and so.
But if we paid it first.
But if if we, for example, supported Carbondale, or if Carbondale set up a space, whether it be in a recreation center or somewhere else, and had direct costs with cleaning and providing services and those sorts of things, those could all be covered.
I see.
And so that's a resource that can be part of that planning process as Carbondale works with the state. And we have been absolutely responsive to the request, and we're there. It's just not in our jurisdiction.
Can I ask 2 questions?
So I talked to Perry Will about it. He wants me to take him down there. He wants to meet the people and stuff. You know, he's a very kind-hearted man, but he's also worried about when the rest of their families come and how much bigger will it grow and that kind of thing.
And those are real concerns, actually, because services are not, we know that there's 27,000, I think, is the latest count in Denver. Services are only being provided for a limited period of time, and there is not a statewide plan that we're aware of right now.
And the places in Denver, they have to leave during the daytime. They're not all-day shelters like ours. They're nighttime shelters, and the people are on the street during the daytime. It's not great in Denver. I've been down there a lot with students, probably 12 or 15 times, and it's not great. If I were down there and I had walked here from Venezuela, I would keep walking. Like, it's really not great down there. What were you
You
gonna
have
say?
2 questions. John, I asked if you would find out how they came to Carbondale, not by bus or train or airplane, but. And I don't know if-
I know why. They came because they'd heard about mountain resort towns having jobs at this time of year.
Okay. Is Carbondale a member of CAST? Because CAST is,
Yes.
it is,
Yeah,
because
they are.
CAST is now sending us stuff about the Venezuelans.
That's
I just
think
wanted
why.
to share. And the
Yeah.
other thing is discretionary funds. We don't know how much we have left in our fund, and just hearing you say they don't know what they're going to do for food after Friday, we could purchase catered a meal or two with our discretionary funds. I was trying to pinpoint how we would use those funds and knowing where that money was going and have, not just putting it into a pot somewhere and saying, you know, hope you use it well. But so maybe that's something we could look into quickly.
Well, I don't
Just a
really
thought.
understand why they haven't put up a food sign-up list. I haven't seen any organization around this. It's just word of mouth as far as I can tell about who's getting food organized.
I don't think there is a particular lead on this right now.
Can Red
frankly.
Cross do that?
Yeah, Red Cross will not, as a policy, not to get involved in the
Immigrant issues.
In the what?
migrant population issues, yeah, and housing issues.
I mean, I know there are so many people in Carbondale who would sign up to do meals if there were just some mechanism in place.
Maybe we could look at using, or at least for some meals over the weekend or something that can be catered.
I'm uncomfortable with that until we know who's in charge and who's
There's
organizing.
nobody
it.
in charge.
If we show up with a ton of food on the weekend and they're out to dinner
But
elsewhere.
somebody catered to them already, brought in food, so
But we don't know who, so.
Francie can maybe find out who did the food that you, Francie, did somebody cater it?
So, I mean, that is what we're looking to help Carbondale to the degree that, you know, they request is to get some structure around this response. And they have addressed the sheltering needs. There is some food being delivered, and some of these folks are working and have money and are also acquiring food, I think, other places too. So.
Steve?
You know, I think that they would be better off if we would enable them to have facilities that they could cook for themselves
Definitely.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Molly tried to deliver food like canned goods and pinto beans and things like that to Lift Up, which is right in the 3rd Street Center, and they said that's when she found out that the only food they can use for the Venezuelans is food that's already cooked. So that's like providing them a handout meal.
Which they don't
When
want.
I think they would feel better if they had a place to cook, you know, a good facility to cook their own food that they want, and to get jobs. And thank you, Francie, for providing one job for one of them. That's awesome. They need, those who don't have jobs need jobs. They need places to live, that kind of thing, so they can take care of themselves. And that should be what the emphasis is on, not providing aid to them on a day-to-day basis, you know, like a basket case sort of thing.
Well, they're very clear that they don't want charity. They're very capable people. They're incredibly thankful, very interesting people. They've been through hell and back. And we're trying to get to that point, Steve. I think everybody's trying to get to that point. But in the meantime, you know, they go out and they work all day, and they probably don't want to open up a can of pineapple chunks for dinner, you know. So
I think that's why I was suggesting to feed them over the weekend.
Yeah.
So that we don't have people hungry down there, because we're not gonna find a kitchen space and set that up by Friday.
no, if they don't have cooks by the weekend, I'll cook for them. I mean.
And I just want to be conscious, it's not our jurisdiction, unfortunately. It's not our
We can use
response.
our discretionary funds however we want.
If we're called upon to help them, I'd like to help them.
Yeah.
I have to go.
That's all.
Yeah.
Is that
We have
it?
one
more? Oh, wait,
letter,
I'll stick around.
really quick and rich. Holy Cross is applying to the Microgrids for Community Resilience Program to help close some of the funding gap that we identified with Phase 1 because of inflation on the
Want to write a
microgrid.
letter of support for that?
It's through DOLA, yeah. And we could hand out the letter of support, or we can just get a thumbs up from the board that you'd support us doing that letter, and we'll have Francie sign it. I'm done.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing that up.
I have one
Steve?
important thing, and then maybe it's more for John and Kara.
Well then.
CCI needs by noon tomorrow a survey regarding any local property tax reductions we may be considering
Yep.
or implementing.
We're on it, Steve. Levi and Ann
Okay.
are working on it.
Thank you, Levi.
Okay, awesome. And that's so they can.
It's already
inform
sent.
The legislators, yep.
Steve, it's already done.
And
Okay.
right.
Awesome.
See you guys tomorrow.
I hope you feel
noontime,
better,
right?
Steve.
Noontime.
Thank you.
Hey, Rich, do you need?
Thanks, guys.